I declare open this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee. Today the committee will continue its examination of the budget estimates for the 2022-2023 parliamentary departments, the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio, the Finance portfolio and cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the Budget Estimates 2022-2023 hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The committee has before it a program listing agencies and outcomes relating to matters for which senators have given notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the parliamentary departments as listed on today's program. Tomorrow, Tuesday the 5th of April, the committee will examine the Department of Finance and its agencies. Finally, the committee will examine the National Indigenous Australians Agency, other Indigenous agencies and the Department of Health on Friday the 8th of April at the hearing on cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could please provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd of April 2022. However, reminds all senators as well as departments and agencies that written questions on notice can be provided at any time until the tabling of the estimates report. The committee has fixed Friday the 20th of May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I remind everyone in the hearing room to switch off your mobile phone and other devices or turn them to silent. I also remind any witnesses appearing via video conference who are not speaking to mute their microphones. Officers are requested to keep opening statements brief or seek to incorporate longer statements into the Hansard. Finally, the committee has agreed to allow media into the hearing room. In doing so, the committee reminds the media that they must follow the directions of the committee and the Secretariat and remain within those areas clearly marked for the media. In addition, recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and the witnesses, and computer screens and documents belonging to senators must not be filmed, photographed or recorded. Witnesses are reminded that they can object to being recorded at any time. The committee thanks the media in advance for maintaining a COVID-safe approach while in the hearing room. I welcome the President of the Senate, Senator the Honourable Slade Brockman, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Dr Stein Hegelby, and officers of the Parliamentary Budget Office. I thank the department for providing updated information on PBO activity which has been circulated to the committee. Mr President, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Dr Hegelby, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming today. I just have a couple of questions, and tell me if I'm, out of line in terms of the period of time we're in. But your annual report, I think, showed a sort of a pretty substantial increase in the number of requests coming to you, and that having an impact on your ability to meet your performance target, I think. Can you talk to me about that? I mean, is it just simply you are getting more requests and that's quite normal at this point of the election cycle, and that's, you don't, have this resources essentially to get through it quickly or on the times that you'd normally set?
So, Senator, I might actually, you referred to the annual report.
Yeah,
There is more up-to-date information.
Yes, well, exactly.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much you release ahead of time, that's all.
So we put out on the 24th of March our regular activity report, which we do before each estimates. And that showed that so far, and that was to end February, we'd had 1,400 requests come in. And we had completed 1,300 requests. Now, to put that in context, in the whole of 2020-21, there were 1,250 requests that came in. And in the whole of 2019-2020, 330 requests came in. So there's a very clear ramp up.
Yeah.
And that ramp up is a normal pattern given the time since the previous election. We were having a hard time keeping up to those performance targets.
Yep.
And we have done a number of things to try and address that. So I think we've turned the corner in terms of the dial is starting to point in the right direction on timeliness of completion. But it hasn't gone completely back to that target level at this point.
Okay, and so when you look at what happened in 2019, or I guess it would be 2018, 2019, wouldn't it? Yeah. That would be a busy year. Does it really just, is it following a similar trend essentially? I can't find that new report. I'm having a look on your site.
It should be under the What's New tab on our website.
What's New. I went to media.
Yep.
Guide. Okay. All right.
Called the activity report.
Oh, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
So if you go to page 3 of that.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep. You'll see that in 1819, it was a very substantial figure. But if you then track that back to 2 previous years, it would have a similar ramp up to the kind of thing we're showing here.
Okay. And are you able to ramp up your staff in the way that the demands on your staff? I mean, it would seem to me that there's a need for some surge capacity at times.
So, Senator, we do surge in an election year, and we've funded $500,000 in an election year to surge. That allows us to put on about 4 or 5 people, so we're doing that. In addition, we essentially redirect all our available resources from anything else.
Yeah.
So our self-initiated program is essentially wound right down. All of those people are working on election-related work.
Yep.
And we second people in from a range of places. So just recently we've seconded people in from the ATO, from DSS. We've got from finance. We've got 4 people coming in from chamber departments. And so we do have the ability to ramp up. Obviously, you'd hate for the situation to occur where an election was in one financial year but you were funded in the other financial year.
Yeah.
That would make it a bit tricky.
Yeah. And can you remind me when you do your post-election reports?
Yep. So
is there a statutory time that... Yeah, there is. Okay.
Yep. So the statute actually gives 2 options, and it's the later of those 2 options. One is 30 days post the conclusion of caretaker, and the other is 7 days prior to the next sitting of the Parliament. So whichever is the later of those 2 days.
Okay. And are you making any changes to the ones that were released before, or are you going to follow the same format?
We're essentially enhancing some of the information in the format, in the tables.
Yep.
We have, so we will extend all our costings over a 10-year horizon, whereas what we did in 2019 was some were like that and others were not like that.
Okay.
And there are, in fact, on our website, it's a bit difficult to find at the moment, but there's a tab called General Election, and on that tab you'll see 3, at the moment, guidance notes that we've put out,
Yep.
starting about mid last year, that explain to independents, because independents can opt
Yeah.
in, they have a different time frame, for independents and for parties, what our arrangements are going to be. As soon as we get into caretaker, that material will become effectively our front page.
Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's it for me, Chair.
On PBO? Thank you, Senator
yep.
Gallagher. Senator O'Sullivan, you had a couple of questions?
Oh, just a quick follow-up, actually. Can you just explain what your caretaker provisions are? Can parliamentarians still seek support?
Yes, they can. So caretaker for us has an effect on obviously producing this report, which we've just discussed, but also on the provisions that apply to costings, and specifically to costings. So if a parliamentarian lodges a costing during the caretaker period, or if they seek to amend a prior costing during the caretaker period, that can no longer be a confidential costing.
Oh, I see.
That becomes a public costing. And that means that we disclose publicly that we've received a request, and then at the end we disclose the request and our response to it. So, but that applies to costings. Now, if a Member of Parliament had a straight-out factual question that didn't involve a costing, we're not covered by the same arrangement. But if it is a costing or looks like a costing, then it'll be treated that way. And that's to make it exactly equivalent to the arrangements that apply under the Charter of Budget Honesty to any costing done through, say, Treasury or Finance. So it mirrors those provisions.
And if you were already working on a request that hasn't concluded before the election's called, does that get revealed, or is that?
If we've already accepted it, started it, it's been lodged properly, and if the request was for that to be treated confidentially, that will continue to be treated confidentially.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Sullivan. That did not take too long at all. If no other questions for the PBO, we might send them off with a very short 19-minute performance and call on the Department of Parliamentary Services. It was a good question.
Yes.
I didn't know
They
that.
are working on something.
Thank you.
I welcome Mr Rob Stefanik, Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services, Dr Diane Herriot, Parliamentary Librarian, and officers of the department. Mr Stefanik, did you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Dr Herriot, do you wish to make an opening statement? Very good. Senator Gallagher, you have the call.
Thank you. I have some questions relating to Hansard. Do we have the right people here for that?
I can, perhaps, Senator, if you ask the question, I can.
I've got some questions about the process by which corrections are made to Hansard.
Yes. You give me a second. The correct person should be in the room behind us.
Okay.
While we're having a momentary pause, Chair, I'll just point out, I probably would normally make some opening remarks. I just thought, given the proximity to the last estimates round, that we were happy to get straight to questions this time. So.
Sure. That's fine.
Yep. I've got some questions about budget measures as well, if you want me to start with that, and then I can come back to Hansard.
Yes, please, if you could.
Okay,
Thank you, Senator.
all right. The enhanced security budget measure, can I work through some questions on that?
Yes.
Okay. So on BP2, page 154. So it's 29.7 million for enhanced security. Is this is the result of a new policy proposal put forward by DPS, I presume?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Can you talk to me about why and what? Why you needed this almost $30 million, and what was the assessment of need?
Perhaps I'll talk in general terms, Senator. I guess I'll
Okay.
try not to get into too much of the operational security detail, but I'll help you
Yep.
as much as I can, and Ms
Yep.
Saunders can perhaps supplement. So that's correct, there was an MPP.
Yep.
There was a number of components to the proposal.
Yep.
One of those was the replacement of equipment such as X-ray machines and magnetometers that are end of life, the required replacement, as well as other CCTV and infrastructure that are also end of life and require replacement.
Okay.
The Parliamentary Security Operations Room, which is, I guess, sort of the heart of the CCTV monitoring system, is a small facility and it doesn't provide for enough monitors for real-time viewing. So the intention is to fit out a larger space for additional viewing, but also to provide a situation facilities so that our staff and the AFP can work more closely if there is an incident in progress.
Okay.
And it also includes an expansion of CCTV into some spaces. And I guess during each year you sort of identify there are areas where there are this potential to get better coverage, and so it incorporates an element of that.
Okay. Better coverage meaning areas where you currently have no coverage, where you would like to have coverage, or
That would be one scenario.
so
yes.
there are places in the building where you don't have, in the public areas or the shared areas of the building where you don't have line
That's
of sight
correct.
at the moment.
Yes.
And so will this mean you'll address all of those? So pretty much you'll have CCTV capability of everywhere where people are moving around this building?
It'll certainly provide better coverage. It won't, obviously there are areas, for example, inside offices and
Yeah.
suites where
Yeah.
there is no CCTV, but certainly would provide better continuity of coverage through the public areas of the building or the circulation spaces of the building.
Better coverage. So what will you have? Like, you must know what sort of coverage you'll have. Do you have 90% coverage or?
It's hard to. I'm not trying to avoid the question, Senator. I guess I don't want to be making statements publicly that could be seen as creating vulnerability for us. What I can say is it would give us comprehensive coverage.
So is it based on a security review?
Yes, so we
Okay.
work closely with the AFP on that, and then, as I mentioned, in the operational context, there's, I guess, spaces that are identified where better coverage would be required. So some of the, I guess, the list, what you might call it, develops over a period of time. But yes, there was a risk assessment that was conducted.
Okay, a risk assessment. And this meets, I mean, I'm not, again, I'm not trying to put you in a difficult position either, but can you tell me that this new funding deals with the issues identified in the risk assessment?
I believe so, yes.
You believe so? Okay. Did the presiding officers sign off on this new policy proposal to go through?
Sorry, Senator, could
Did
you
the
repeat that?
presiding officers sign off on the proposal to go, the new policy proposal?
As
President's
a matter
nodding.
of yeah, as a matter of process, yes.
Yeah, okay. Can a copy of that be provided to the committee?
I wouldn't have thought that was usual practice. I will look to...
I believe the materials cabinet in confidence, Senator. So I think actually we are precluded from.
All right, can you have a look at that, Mr. President?
I'm happy to have
Yeah,
a look at
thank
it, but
you.
I would be very surprised.
Okay.
Senator Gallagher, are you moving on to another topic now or still on this one?
No, I've got some more on this
Oh,
one.
cool. I just know Senator Patterson has some follow-up
Okay, sure.
questions as well. So if you want to keep going with
Yep.
this, and then once you've come to the end of your questions,
All
we'll
right,
give the
can you
call
give me a
to
breakdown
Senator
of,
Patterson.
thank you, of the amount that's, you know, those components? So of the 9.7 million, some of that's operating funding, so presumably that's staff to operate, is it?
No, it doesn't
or
include. It's only
payments.
capital. It's only capital.
No, sorry. It's
Sorry?
Kate Saunders, Deputy Secretary. There is a administered operating component
Right.
as well as administered capital component, but it's not for staff. It'll be covering expenses incurred that we pay to suppliers.
Yeah, okay, all right. So of the, can you give me a breakdown of what the CCTV network costs, what the screening equipment costs, and what the parliamentary security operations room upgrade would be?
I should be. I'll have to take that on notice, but I will endeavour to break it down as much as I can without.
Okay, is it the parliamentary security operations room the largest component of that budget bid?
No, it's not.
Okay, and where is that security operations room? Have you got a new spot for it? You said it's going to be in a larger space.
It'll be in a new location from the one where it currently is situated within the building.
Okay, yeah, but you're not
It's a space that will be converted for that purpose
from?
from a storage area.
Okay, so an old storage room will become the new parliamentary security operations room.
That's correct.
Okay. So what is, and again, I'm sure someone's got the answer here, but what is the major, out of that 9.7, what is the largest component of that? Is it this, if it's not that operations room, Is it the CCTV network or the screening equipment? I mean, I'm sort of going around because I think if you had the kind of breakdown, it would be helpful.
It is a CCTV, Senator.
So that's the most expensive part of it. Do you
Yes.
know how much that is?
Off the top of my head, now I'll have to take that on notice.
Is anyone able to answer that? I mean, it is the only measure for you in this budget, and it is budget estimates. I'm not trying to be difficult.
Like, we're happy to get it back to you, Senator Gallagher.
I know. You
I-
just would have thought that they would have come to budget estimates prepared to explain what the measure is.
Ms Saunders might be able to help you out.
Ms. Who? Saunders, thank you.
It's approximately $11 million, Senator.
11 million on CCTV?
Yes.
Okay, can you, and what about the screening?
That also includes cabling and other infrastructure to support the CCTV network.
The 11 million?
Yes.
Okay, and what about the scanners? I presume that's what they are, screening equipment? Is that the body scanners and the, X-ray machines that at both sides, or at all in the public entrance, senators and House?
So, Senator, it's approximately $5 million of capital for the body scanners and the X-ray machines.
Okay, and they're all going to be replaced, are they, in all of the entrances where people come in? So
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
are they, is it 4 entrances? You've got,
It's more,
It's
more
more
than
than
that.
Yeah. At least six.
6. Okay. Who's going to manage this project? Is it going to be managed by DPS or is it going to be outsourced?
The project is managed internally by the DPS.
And do you have a time frame for this? It looks like the majority of it's going to happen
So yes, it'll be across those forward years.
those
so
2
from
years,
22
and then
to
it
26.
basically goes into just keeping the systems going, does it? Like it looks like it's going to be mainly over the next 2 financial years.
And into the third financial year, Senator.
Yeah. So it's going to take a long time.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit? Is that because of the staging of it? Or
It is they're large projects, Senator.
okay, but 3 financial years to get the security systems that a risk assessment has indicated we need.
It is a vast building, Senator. There's a design element initially. There is then there's the process of working within, the constraints of sitting periods as well.
Yeah.
Some of the work is disruptive and, would otherwise inconvenience parliamentarians. So projects do take longer to deliver in Parliament House, and we need to do a lot of the work after hours. So that all feeds into the period of time required to undertake the project. The majority of it will be in the first 2 financial years, but then it will
Yeah.
extend into the third.
Yeah. Okay. And you've worked with the AFP over this, have you? Have they been involved in the
That's correct.
policy proposal? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
What about the usher and of the Black Rod and the Sergeant at Arms? Are they involved?
Yes, we've consulted with them as well.
Consulted and briefed them, I presume? Yeah. On the okay.
Yes.
So the Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod are both members of the Security Management Board for Parliament House. So they are across a lot of our strategic security measures.
Okay. Given your experience, and I think there's been some recommendations come out of the last security upgrades run by DPS, including from the Finance Public Admin Committee and ANAO, around improvements that could be made to DPS contract management. Have you put in place arrangements to make sure some of those mistakes are not repeated with this work?
We have, Senator.
So you feel that you've met all the recommendations
Yes, we
and
do.
remediation action? Okay. And that's informed, has it the timetable of this? Because I think one of the criticisms have been the delays in getting the work done. Is that, you fed that through into the timeframe for the project, have you?
Yeah, it's incorporated into the processes we adopt now with our both the letting of contracts and the contract management.
And are you doing the most urgent, like are you staging it? Because I think the fact that we have sitting periods and it's a vast building is a known, that's a known issue. It's the same in other places like hospitals where you have to do big works and you have to keep running and things like that. So are you going to be able, are you doing the most needed up front? Like, is it the CCTV footage that is the one that came through the risk assessment as being needed to be done first? Or is it the screening and scanning?
Some of it will be led by supply issues. So there's a lead time for certain equipment that will cause delays. Particularly at the moment, there are supply chain issues globally.
Of what? Of like the...
Of electronic equipment,
Okay. So you already know that you're going to be up against that?
yes. Because the CCTV, for example, is a large project itself, it'll naturally take 2 years to deliver. The last project took 3 years, I believe, for the CCTV installation.
So is this an add-on to the existing system, or are you going to do the whole system again?
No, it's replacement of existing. When the new system was installed, there was still some what we call legacy cameras that remained. So they were cameras that were in good shape at the time that didn't require replacement, but now require replacement. So that is part of it. Part is also additional cameras. So there is certainly an expansion of the system.
So a replacement and expansion.
Correct.
But when you're replacing, you don't have to redo all that bit. It's just replacing the camera.
To some extent, there's cabling
Okay. Alright.
that has to be replaced as well.
Okay. And what's your kind of performance managing or performance monitoring arrangements that you're putting in place? It's just definite to see that it's going as you are hoping.
Things are still at an early stage, Senator. I guess we've only now know that we've got the funds, so the planning process has commenced around all that. So no procurement activities have occurred. All the planning for the procurement is now underway.
Okay. And so did you only find out in the budget, when the budget was handed down, or were you advised ahead of time that you had been successful in getting this money?
We'll formally only find out at the budget, but you tend to get some indication just ahead of it, and I mean just ahead. No significant lead time about success.
And so you hadn't done any of that sort of pre-procurement planning work before you get once you get the green light, that kicks in, yeah?
To an extent, there is that work done because we have to establish a baseline for our costs.
Okay.
So there is certainly some inquiries that are made into the market about what's available and what the lead times will be and who's available to deliver on the project. So certainly some of the building blocks have already been.
Okay. And that's how you know that there's already these supply issues. Have they been factored into the time frame that you've got the profiling for this?
Yes, so partly it is that, but partly the profiling is based on negotiation with Department of Finance about what is a realistic delivery, as opposed to simply what is an assessment for what. I guess you don't want to be getting too much money in a year, not being able to deliver on the project.
Yeah.
So an assessment that the staggering of the time frame.
So finance has assessed this in terms of the profile. Is
Correct.
that what you're saying? So you would have had a different profile?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So,
They-
or
they've
you
assessed
didn't,
it
you
and
didn't have a
supported it.
profile. Finance does that for you.
No, that's not right, Senator.
No, I mean, it's a question I'm asking.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So the answer is we provided a phased budget submission, and Department of Finance assessed it and supported it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's my questions on security.
Thank you very
Yep.
much, Senator Gallagher. Senator Patterson, a few follow-ups on that.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Stefanik, I'd never ask you to speak in a public forum like this in any kind of inappropriate detail about the risk assessment that you've done, but I wonder if you could illustrate for the committee in more general terms the trends of threats to the security of the building and its occupants in recent years.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So I guess one of the things I can talk to specifically are the scanners, so the scanning equipment for people entering the building. There are, with technology, meaning the weapons are not necessarily metal these days. The old technology doesn't equip you to pick up all of those things. New equipment also has the ability to pick up certain substances that are also potentially a security threat as well. So the updated equipment does provide us with a better ability to pick up anything nefarious that potentially might be planned.
So it's going to look a bit more like an airport security clearance than it currently does.
That's correct.
Yeah. And just more generally on the threat environment, obviously we've seen pretty significant protests around the building in recent weeks, including disruption to access to the building in terms of roads being need to be blocked off by the AFP. Does the renewed focus and attention on the building inform the decision for this increased investment in security?
It certainly does in terms of situational awareness. Some of the CCTV we're looking at will provide an enhanced ability to monitor that sort of activity.
And the building's undergone over the last decade very significant physical security upgrades, of which this will be more of. Are there any requirements for upskilling or increasing the personnel security we have around the building to deliver on these new capabilities?
I might ask Ms Saunders if she can answer that for you.
Yes, Senator. And in fact, that's something that we've been focused on for the last at least 3 years. So just the upskilling of our internal security staff and the expansion of that function to support the upgraded security arrangements.
So this particular...
Just on that,
Yes, Mr President, please.
I think it's really important. One of the budget measures Senator Gallagher raised was the PSOR, the operations room. And part of the rationale behind that is bringing the PSS and the AFP, those who are in the building and responsible for the security of the building, closer together, so operational matters are much more immediately able to be acted upon than the current environment. So there is, obviously we have cybersecurity as an issue, we have the physical security of the building, people potentially trying to enter the building. So there are a number of aspects of it that are covered, and this is something that will be a constant area of evolution for as long as there is a parliament in this place.
So is my understanding right then that the AFP and Parliament House Security will be co-located in a single kind of operations centre that they're not currently? Is that what you're suggesting?
They're partly co-located.
Currently?
Yeah, currently. So there will be an expansion of that, Senator.
Right. Yep. So there were more teams who'll be working together in a secure environment to share the threat intelligence more rapidly. Is that the rationale?
Yes, that's exactly right, yeah. And again, over the last 3 years, the partnerships with our security partners have strengthened extensively.
Yep. Yep. And what are the lessons from the last couple of months of incidents around Parliament House? What have we made any policy changes to security in response to those?
Not policy changes, but certainly the communication between each of those agencies has proven to be very strong over that period, and that's I guess a key element of being able to manage appropriately at that time during those times.
And certainly because the protest activity has been unprecedented. Operationally, there's been certainly some advances made in terms of how we work collaboratively with the AFP and with ACT policing as a separate body also.
And as Mr Stefanik said earlier, some of what has happened over the last few months has informed some of the choices that will be made in terms of security upgrades that we've talked about this morning, locations of CCTV cameras and the like. So there is practical learnings that come from what has happened over the last few months. But I think it is important to re-emphasise what I said at the opening of last estimates. Both the Parliamentary Security Service and the AFP have done an absolutely outstanding job in what has at times been very difficult circumstances, both in terms of sheer numbers, potential activity, in an environment where numbers weren't necessarily available because of COVID that everyone would have liked. So I think, from my point of view, the PSS and the AFP have done an outstanding job.
Thank you. One final question on a related matter, since while we're talking about security. Mr President, you'd be aware the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security has made a recommendation that there's a need for additional classified meeting spaces in the building because information security is just as important as physical security. We recommended that the government work with the presiding officers and DPS to identify a suitable location and to build it as soon as possible because, as you know, there's currently only one classified meeting space, which is executive space, and parliamentary committees, not just the PJCIS, who have a need to access it, are sometimes limited in our ability to do so. Is there any update you can share on how that's progressing?
It's progressing. I'm not sure if I should go beyond that, but it is certainly a matter of active discussion and everyone sees the need.
Great.
Yes, all I can add is we're working closely with the relevant security intelligence agencies to deliver on that.
Great, we welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Patterson. Senator Gallagher again.
Thank you. So I just want to come back to the Hansard matter.
Yes, I have Ms Tunks.
Ms Tunks, is that your area?
Yes, it is.
So,
Secretary Digital Recording Services branch.
yeah, okay. So what else falls under your area? Is it Hansard?
Hansard, Parliamentary Broadcasting and Enterprise Information Management.
Okay, thank you. Now, this relates to some corrections that have been made to the Hansard in the last week. So I went back and had a look at the policies and the practice around making corrections to Hansard. So if I put a couple of things to you, one, that Odger's Senate practice provides that senators may make necessary corrections to a draft of the Hansard transcript, but changes altering the sense or introducing new matters are not admissible. And it also notes that in 1989 the Senate resolved that the President should enforce strictly the rule that senators' corrections to Hansard must not have the effect of deleting from the record words actually spoken in debate so as to alter the sense of words spoken. So are those both correct, putting that to you? That
Yes.
is the practice?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. Draft speeches may be altered within 2 hours via an email sent from members and senators. The changes are made in accordance with the editing and corrections policy. Those changes are then reloaded after 2 days and provided to senators and members for another opportunity for review. We will again then proof check the transcript, and the official record is released 15 days after non-sitting for no further changes. Only official changes can be made up at that
Okay.
point.
Point of order, Chair, just for clarity. Because I suspect I have a hint of where this might be going. Under the principle of comity, the Senate does not inquire into House of Representatives matters. So if there are any questions about changes to the House of Representatives Hansard, that will be out of order.
They're sort of linked because the changes were made to the Senate as well, Hansard.
I take your point of order, Senator
Okay.
Patterson. I'd remind Senator Gallagher that indeed it's not the role of this committee to inquire into the House of Representatives. So if you can focus your questions around the Senate Hansard, that would be appreciated.
Yeah. And this is, I mean, the questions I've got are going to be about what the department did in relation to correcting the Hansard in this latest example, or this last example. Okay.
I'm listening carefully.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms Tunks, I think you referred earlier to the editing and corrections policy, which you referred to in your previous answer, which also has a heading saying unacceptable corrections. A speaker should not change the transcript to put in what they wished they had said, and Hansard will not add information to the transcript that was not actually said by the speaker or delete information that was said by the speaker. So that's covered in that policy?
That's correct. We have a number of acceptable corrections, being errors of fact, typographical errors, mishearings, incorrect identification of speakers, omitted words, misspellings, grammatical errors and clarifications.
Yeah, okay. So corrections that are generally not accepted by Hansard would be rewriting or altering the transcript, adding to, deleting from or improving the transcript, changing the Hansard style, introducing inconsistency and politically sensitive corrections.
That's correct.
Okay. So in terms of the second reading speech in the Treasury Laws Amendment Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill, which was delivered by Mr Sukkar in the House, but also tabled by Senator Hume in the Senate last Wednesday, it was altered in the Hansard report to add information not in the speech and delete information that was in the speech. So can you maybe talk me through how that's happened and how it's consistent with the policy?
Chair, on the point of order, to this very point, Senator Gallagher, are you asking about the Senate Hansard or the House of Reps Hansard?
Well, I'm asking about Hansard. It is a matter for the Senate Hansard, but this does fall under DPS.
I'm not aware that there were any changes to the Senate Hansard.
Yeah, there were. There was the speech tabled by Senator Hume, which was then corrected.
Well, I'll let Hansard answer that. But
Yeah.
Yes, I would.
She also tabled the wrong speech.
Perhaps we could take that on notice, Senator, because we wouldn't be across the particular speech you're talking about, so we'd need to explore
Pardon?
what exactly
I
is.
think they will be.
Well, someone,
And just on this point, there are two. Senator Gallagher's covered one element of this, that is, that it was dealt with in Senator Hume's speech to the Senate. But secondly, this estimates inquiries into the processes and budget estimates for DPS. There is no question, there is no point of order question here. It's about what these officers did in relation to that. Now, I appreciate at some point that it may stray into those areas, but it's not the basis for knocking out this line of questioning. And I don't accept that officers aren't here in a position able to answer these questions.
Chair, on the contrary, it is very clear from Senate practice that Senate committees, in particular estimates, do not inquire into matters relating to the House of Representatives, and there is nothing more squarely within the House of Representatives than its own Hansard transcripts. It would be absurd if we transgressed on that principle.
Certainly.
well,
certainly,
we can
Senator
focus on the Senate. I mean,
That would- yes,
whoever
Senator
made the
Gallagher.
changes made the changes to both.
Well, I'm not
Because
sure that's
that's-
right. I'm not
that's-
sure
Well,
that's right.
the
Assertion,
same
Senator
error that was corrected in the speech
Public
was
media reporting
corrected.
indicates there was no change to the Senate Hansard. There was only a change to the House of
And
Representatives
my questions
Hansard.
are about the actions of DPS officers.
in relation to the Senate Hansard.
Well, no. I mean, it can be relation to both. Like DPS is here to answer questions about their portfolio.
I think
Hansard falls under that. Ms Tunks is responsible for that area. There is no way that this is not relevant line of questioning. I'm not going into, I don't have to find out what Mr Sukar and all the rest of it does. I want to know what Hansard did in relation to this error.
Sorry,
I want
Chair.
to know what the actions of DPS officers are.
Chair, the whole point of the principle of comity when it relates to Senate estimates and DPS is that because DPS appears before a Senate committee, we would otherwise have opportunities to ask them about House of Representatives matters, and that would be inappropriate. Just as we would not permit the House of Representatives to transgress on Senate matters, it is entirely inappropriate to ask about matters relating to the House of Reps, and particularly its chamber.
Look, I do agree with you, Senator Patterson. The principles have been very clearly laid out for the committee, and I think, Senator Gallagher, there is a way for you to pursue your questions, focusing on the changes to the Senate Hansard rather than the House of Reps Hansard, that should enable you to get some of the information that you require, and of course noting that witnesses are able to take questions on notice as well in relation to what you might be asking.
Okay. Ms Tunks, does your area look after Hansard across the Parliament?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Okay. I actually don't see the issue of comedy here at all. I would like to know what your staff did in relation to the changes to the Hansard. It falls under your responsibilities. Both, and I can focus on Senator Hume because her speech raised exactly the same issues and the same corrections have been made. So at 6:14 on Wednesday, Senator Hume moved that the bill, which is the Treasury Laws Amendment Cost of Living Support and Other Measures Bill, be read a second time and sought leave to incorporate her speech into Hansard. Now, since that time, there have been significant changes made to that second reading speech as recorded in Hansard. Can you tell me who requested the change to the Hansard report of Senator Hume's speech?
Senator, I will need to take that question on notice to be able to give you a purely accurate answer and give you the detail that you need.
I can't see why you wouldn't be aware of it, Ms Tunks, or, to be honest, you, Mr Stefanik.
Witnesses are able to take questions on notice.
It's a pretty big thing that happened
Senator
last
Gallagher.
Wednesday. Are you saying to me that you haven't been briefed on this, Ms Tunks?
I'd like to take the question on notice, please, Senator.
Have you been briefed on this matter?
Senator, it's a matter of process, I guess. It's, you know, there are many hundreds of pages that get transcribed every day by Hansard when Parliament's sitting to focus on sort of a particular speech. It's not something that the Hansard staff would discern as any different to other Hansard transcript that they would be looking at. Ms
Really?
Tunks would need to be
Major
able to look.
changes. Mr
Senator
Stefanik,
Gallagher.
major changes were made that completely change what was recorded in Hansard. So it's like every other amendment?
So Ms Tunks would need to go and speak to the relevant editors or sub-editors that were involved in that transcript to be able to answer your questions with any accuracy. Until she's done that, it'll be very difficult for her to answer the question, Senator.
So this has been reported pretty widely, right, that there was an incorrect speech given. Mr Stefanik, are you aware of what happened? Have you been briefed about this?
I only became aware of it when I viewed Insiders last night, Senator.
And what did you do then? Did you ask for some information?
And no, I did not.
You didn't.
So you just think...
Well, it was in reference to Mr Sukar.
Yeah. So both Mr Sukar and Senator Hume told the Parliament that the general PBS co-payment was being reduced. That's what they told the Parliament. That's not now what's recorded in Hansard. They were told general patients would pay no more than $32.50 in out-of-pocket costs. That's now not what Hansard records. They were told that 17 million scripts would cost patients less, but that's now not what Hansard records. And nobody here can answer any questions about how that happened.
Senator Gallagher, that's not fair for the officials. They've taken the question on notice to answer your precise question as to how it happened. That is completely within their right.
But it's not credible.
Senator Ayres,
It's not credible.
Senator Ayres, the witnesses have
So,
taken the questions on
Mr.
notice.
Stefanik, significant changes were made to two speeches and the record of Hansard amended to reflect that. That doesn't seem to be at all in accordance with the evidence that Ms Tunks has given about the corrections to Hansard and Odger's practice, and you have not been told about this.
No, Senator, as I mentioned to you, the first I became aware that there was any discussion of it was on Insiders when I viewed it last night. As Ms Tunks has indicated, and as I have, we'll take it on notice to investigate that further. If the suggestion is, as you put it, then it's something we need to look very seriously at.
Do you think it's important that the Hansard records what actually happened in the chamber? Accurately?
Well, the subject to the procedures and the rules that Ms Tunks has read, then yes, of course.
Ms Tunks, were you consulted on the change?
No, Senator.
No, you weren't. Okay. Mr President, were you aware of it?
No.
And so what's going to happen now, Mr Stefanik? You're going to have a look at what happened?
That's correct, Senator. I need to establish what discussions occurred, what correspondence was communicated, and what decisions were made and on what basis.
Why didn't you follow up yesterday when you saw it mentioned on Insiders?
Because it was in relation to the House of Representatives.
But you have responsibilities across there, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. So why would that impact on your decision making if you're responsible for Hansard?
Well, until now, no one has raised it as an issue.
But you said yourself that you saw it raised on Insiders. You're the head of the department, and nothing. I'm just a bit concerned that you wouldn't see that and think, oh, that is something I should have a look at.
Well, there's a lot of things reported in the media every day that I don't necessarily take on board, Senator.
Okay, so you didn't believe it?
No, that's not what I said.
But you just said there's a lot of things reported that you don't take action on, but this directly falls under your responsibilities.
And as I've undertaken to you, Senator, I will look into that further. Now that you've raised it, I will look into it.
Are you able to come back to the original revised? Okay, I'll just table the original and the revised. The original speech and the revised Hansard.
Thank you, Senator.
Perhaps, Mr Stefanik, you can have a look at that. Is it possible to come back today? I mean, this is a pretty important issue, the accurate recording of Hansard and what goes on. I'm concerned that you're not in a position to give me any answers about what happened, when and how, and so can you come back with something today?
I'll endeavour to do that, Senator, if I can, but of course I need to make sure that the information I come back to you with is absolutely accurate.
Yes, I would hope so. More accurate than the Hansard, as it turns out. Mr President, you know nothing about this.
No.
Did you know there was a problem at all?
To be honest, no, I didn't.
So
I haven't been briefed on this.
No, so Senator Hume didn't come in and go, holy dooly, I've tabled the wrong speech,
Nope.
like completely wrong about a measure that's not in the budget is now in the Parliament.
No, we'll go away and we'll have a look.
No conversations at all with anybody.
No.
Okay, Mr Stefanik, if you could provide me with any information that you were able to get today, I would really appreciate it.
I'll do my best, Senator.
Earlier, Mr Stefanik, when you were answering Senator Gallagher's questions about this issue, you said that you'd seen the material, you'd seen the insiders report where the Treasurer had dissembled about this issue for about 3.5 minutes, painful viewing. But then you said you didn't feel the need to inquire about it further, just paraphrasing you, because it wasn't a matter that was in the Senate. Why did you say that?
Well, to be fair, Senator, I was focused on preparation of material for this evening. It was only half listening to what was being said, so I wasn't particularly focused on the commentary about that.
There was other articles in the on reporting on this area in I think in news.com on Thursday last week. Had you seen that?
No, Senator.
Okay, so you are going to go and try and find out what happened. Ms Tunks, you will talk to whoever you can about what happened.
Yes, Senator.
I would like to know whether these changes were made in accordance with the policy that you have. And I would like to know who was contacted, when they were contacted to make corrections, and who knew about it. Because neither Minister Sukkar nor Minister Hume came into the chamber and said anything about what had gone on, to correct the record or to apologise or whatever. So I would like that information to be provided as soon as possible. I don't think it's unreasonable and I don't think it's too hard. I'm not trying to apportion blame. I want to know the when, the how and the who, and if it's in accordance with the policy.
I'd expect that these officers could be present later on this afternoon, Chair, to deal with those issues. There's time in the schedule,
Well,
and we should.
Senator Ayres, we have a...
We can do it this evening if we needed to, but I expect that these officers are present in the building in any case. There is no reason that we can't deal with this properly this afternoon, and we should have a discussion over lunch about what time that could be.
Okay, I will flag, Senator, as that I'm bereft to chop and change, letting witnesses go and then bringing them back again when there's been a program
that's out of our
agreed
control
to.
because people have come here today without any answers to
Well,
it.
witnesses
no.
have taken the questions on notice, Senator Gallagher, which you know that they are entitled to do, and they have committed to gather accurate information for you, and I'm sure that that will be provided in a timely fashion, regardless of whether it is later today, which I would be of the view that we should continue with the program as it is, or through the usual process for responding to questions on notice.
Chair, I might just say in terms of this issue, this goes to the credibility of Hansard's recording of a second reading speech that they have. All Hansard is critical that it's accurate, as Mr Stefanik has indicated. Second reading speeches have their own value. It is not, in my view, credible that officers are not available here now to deal with these questions. This is not something, in my view, that can simply be left to a questions on notice process where we get answers often unhelpful down the track. This needs to be dealt with this week. I appreciate the technical point that questions on notice can be used by officers to, in a proper sort of way. I think the public interest here outweighs that, and if the department takes its role seriously, it ought to be back here this afternoon able to answer these questions.
Well, I'm sure the department will go away and endeavour to provide the responses that you need, but the issue we have, Senator, is that if it takes them longer than today to get those responses, it wouldn't be practical to be bringing them back. So we'll discuss
and
that.
Chair, can I just make a point?
Yes,
on
Senator
department?
Patterson.
It's a bit of an unfair reflection by Senator Ayres. Perhaps he didn't intend it to say that if the department takes it seriously, they'll be back this afternoon.
There's a process.
It's a matter for the committee
Yeah.
to decide what the order of witnesses are and whether witnesses should be dismissed. And we've set down a program which we always, in my time on this committee, now about 5 years, we've adhered to.
Yes. Yes. I would be of the view that we shouldn't be, as I've said, recalling witnesses. Do Labor senators have further questions for the DPS? Because I do have a couple that I'd like to ask as well.
I do. I'm happy. I want to step in and then I'll.
Sure,
It's a different topic.
sure. Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Appreciate that. I would just like to get an update from the department on the response to the Foster review, if I may. And I've got the correct officials at the table, which is fantastic. Thank you very much. Could I ask for an update on what actions the department has taken to the relevant recommendations it has carried over in the Foster review?
Yes, perhaps if I could ask Ms Tunningley to
Thank you.
step up.
Assistant Secretary Leanne Tunningley, Assistant Secretary, Security Branch. To answer your question, the most recent update with respect to the Foster review is that we have implemented a trial of manual reporting of after-hours access. That trial commenced on Sunday the 27th of March at 11 p.m. And is underway at the moment. Shall I go through specifics?
Yeah.
So, for the purpose of the trial will involve the completion of paper forms at all APH entry points, which will mean when a person is entering APH after hours, between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m, the officer will the person coming in will swipe their card as normal, and if identified as a person from a parliamentarian's office, they'll be required to complete an after-hours access form, which is provided to the officer, and then they are allowed to proceed through to do their job as they came in for. That information is reported through to the relevant parliamentarian or their delegate on the next business day.
And, sorry, Ms Tunningley, did you have something to add to that?
Not specifically.
No,
Did you
okay.
have any further questions? Sorry.
That covers the actual process of being
Of the
implemented,
trial,
sorry.
yes. And so, sorry, how long was that trial running for, Ms Tunningley?
So the intention is that it will run on all sitting periods through until the end of the year, at this stage, the 3rd of November 2022.
And it's probably not appropriate to ask precise details of how many people have been coming in after hours, but I assume that the trial has been going well so far. Minimal resistance to the new protocols in place?
We've had, correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't had any complaints.
No.
So in that sense, it's been going well. I don't think we should probably say precise numbers, but
No,
it's very
no.
low. After hours access is very low. Obviously, that's what you would expect. The reason we were keen to start during the budget week was obviously that is one week where potentially you do have higher numbers than an ordinary sitting week. But insofar as in discussions on this topic, there was expressed a desire from a couple of sources to see whether we could use the EACS system. So we're currently undertaking a look at that internally in the department, but there are some questions around that, some technical. It's not a system that was designed to be used for that, and also around the original discussions of the EACS system that were had at the various appropriations committees. We're very keen to constrain the use of the EACS systems to a number of authorised uses, and for it not to be seen to grow in scope. So I think it's very important also for the presiding officers to take that into account and be very careful and sensitive to matters like parliamentary privilege and privacy when deciding on an expansion of the EACS system. So in order to implement in a timely fashion, we decided to go with the paper-based entry system to keep it front of mind of people entering the building after hours, that they were entering the building for legitimate purposes. But obviously we're scoping and having a look at the technical challenges and the, I guess, the appropriateness of using the EACS system into the future. But that is something we would obviously take, or I would assume future presiding officers would take to the various appropriations committees.
Interesting. Good to hear that progress has been made on that front. Oh, yes, Senator Lyons.
Ms Tunningley, you said data would be provided to all senators. That's not actually correct, because not all senators have opted into this process.
That is correct.
Yeah, so if you could correct the record, please.
So if a if a parliamentarian elects to opt out, that information won't be provided through to the parliamentarian. That will be retained by DPS.
Okay. Very good. And I do have a couple of questions about the survey that you recently ran for building occupants. Ms Tunningley, is that your section as well? Or it might be Mr Stefanik's?
Yes, it's more broadly, Senator Chair.
So DPS ran an online survey for building occupants recently, I think maybe last month before. Can you please provide the committee some details of why that survey was run and what the outcomes were coming out of it?
Yes, Senator. So we run that survey annually to gauge the department's performance, certainly in its client-facing areas. Some of those measures are part of the department's own performance reporting. At the moment, we are still compiling the results of that survey, so I don't have any any results that I can report at this stage. Sorry.
That's all right. I was just interested to know what the results might have been, and keen to know.
We could
how
add,
you're tracking.
Senator,
Ms Saunders,
that
yes.
historically the results are very good. So year on year the results are very good, but we do read the comments very closely and take into account the feedback that we receive and do our best to implement things that are recommended.
Very good. And when you said client-facing, sorry, Mr Stefanik, within the context of your work, who does that refer to?
So typically any building occupants, so as well as parliamentarians, it would include the parliamentary departments, the press gallery, and the other tenants in the building.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that is all from me. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I just had some follow-ups actually on Senator Chandler's questions regarding the reporting system. Can you just clarify for me, Mr Stefanik, your officer has said that this responds to the Foster review. That's what the communication from DPS said as well. But in Ms Foster's recommendation 7, she said parliamentarians should be able to choose not to request the reports, not that they should be provided as a default. So how does this actually respond to that recommendation? It doesn't seem to be consistent with that recommendation.
No, I believe that's what Ms Tunningley explained, that parliamentarians are able to opt out, and if that's the case, the record of entry will still be made, but it won't be provided to that parliamentarian.
And what about to their staff?
No, it won't be provided.
So nothing will be generated?
No, it will
staff?
remain in the system, but not be provided outside of the system.
Okay. And has there been a resolution of the privilege issues relating to this?
I don't believe there are privilege issues, Senator.
So
What do you mean?
basically, we've decided to handle the information as if it was information collected under the EACTS Code of Practice in terms of privilege. So, in a sense, the privilege issue is one that will constantly need to be reviewed. It's not a question of being able to dispense with privilege issues and say they've always been handled once and for all. I mean, if parliamentarians are comfortable with the process and comfortable with the level of information, then it's probably going to be an exceptional circumstance that may trigger a privilege issue. But it's hard to guess what that is in advance. Obviously, if there was some sort of breach of protocol in terms of the information held, then that could enliven a privilege issue. But at the moment, we're handling the information as if it were under the EACTS Code of Practice in terms of privilege.
When were parliamentarians told that they could opt out of receiving the reports?
The Friday before budget week, or
So how was that
Thursday,
communicated?
Perhaps I can confirm that on notice. It was either the Thursday or the Friday.
How was that communicated? Because it wasn't in the email on the 24th of March.
It was. Look, I will take the precise detail on notice, but my memory is it was an email from the usher the week before Parliament, but I'll take the precise timing of that on notice.
Okay.
Unless.
And do your officers have a copy of that communication?
I'm reasonably confident in that. It was the Thursday or the Friday before budget week from the usher, but I will take it on notice to confirm that.
Okay. What consultation was undertaken with parliamentary staff affected by the trial?
So the consultations didn't occur directly with staff. I believe, and that's a question you would have to ask Ms Foster, but I understand she and her team conducted extensive consultations in developing her recommendations. So I would assume that the recommendations incorporated that consultation. The process as developed was done in consultation with the appropriations committees of both houses.
Okay, so there was no consultation directly with staff. What about their unions?
Certainly not by us. There is a chance, so I would presume that Ms Foster and her team conducted those consultations at the time.
But those consultations wouldn't have gone to the level of detail regarding the implementation, because that's something that you have decided and managed, or that's been decided post that review. So in terms of the actual specific operation of the trial, which wouldn't have been included in that report, what consultation has happened there with staff?
So if you're talking post the Foster recommendations being adopted...
Yeah, I'm talking about in terms of you're obviously at the stage of trying to implement the recommendations with the trial. So what consultation has happened with staff or their unions on the implementation of that recommendation as it relates to this trial?
So the Foster review, Stephanie Foster had consultations, as I understand it, across the Parliament, including with staff, including with unions, obviously with members of Parliament. The recommendations were accepted. We were looking to implement them. They went through the Appropriations Committee and were implemented as accepted recommendations. So there were no direct consultations on the implementation.
And what about parliamentarians? Which parliamentarians have been consulted?
The Appropriations Committees. Let me think, did this one go to the Privileges Committee? I don't believe so. It was only the Appropriations Committees.
Okay. And so have staff been told what information they need to provide on the form that they're required to fill out?
Yes, that was in the information circulars. Again, I'm 99% certain, but I mean, the information is very basic. in terms of what is required. It's basically a declaration that you're entering the building for legitimate purposes. I'm happy to circulate a copy of the form. I'm sure someone's, well, I shouldn't say that. I suspect someone's got one.
Just on that issue of consultation, has anyone at the table actually asked Ms Foster who she consulted?
No.
Oh. In terms of this specific issue, I mean, I've discussed with Stephanie Foster.
Well, I just asked
her
quite
report
specific
and-
questions about the level of staff consultation, the level of consultation with unions, and the answers were assumptions based on Ms Foster's consultation. So I just wanted to know, has anyone at the table actually spoken to Ms Foster about who she did consult?
I've discussed with her consultations in the past. But
Mr Stefano?
Our discussions with Ms Foster were directly in the context of DPS and our role in that, not in terms of what other consultations she was conducting.
Okay, so when I asked the question about the level of consultation with staff and their unions, and it's assumed that Ms Foster did it, but no one's actually checked that Ms Foster did that or the level of consultation or how that took place.
That's correct.
Can we go back to the form? The fact that it's a manual form, does that mean that hard copies are being retained?
Yes, hard copies are being retained for 90 days.
For 90 days. And are there any implications under the Archives Act for these records?
Yes, a scanned copy of the record will be retained for 3 years.
Okay. And who has access to these forms?
Members of the security branch. Specific members.
Okay. And does
sorry,
the
that's actually important. It's specific members of the security branch. It's not everybody.
So which members?
I would probably take that, the specific roles on notice, Senator.
You don't have that, Ms Tunningley?
No, I don't have a listing of the names with me of those members.
Okay. Does the man... Oh,
Sorry.
no. If you had something to add, President.
I don't think you were chasing names. I think you were
No,
after
positions.
Roles.
Yes.
Roles.
The information is largely limited to the personnel security team, but I would like to confirm if anyone else has access to that information.
Okay, so you'll take that on notice.
Yes.
Does the manual form collect information that is already available in the PASS system?
Oh, yes.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So why is the form required?
Because as I said earlier, the EAC system, the PASS system, was not built for this kind of use. So it requires a technical exercise to extract this sort of information from, like, we basically have to develop a piece of software and probably redesign parts of the software behind the EAC system in order to make this a truly electronic system in terms of reporting direct to parliamentarians. So there's a technical challenge, and there's also the challenge that in setting up the EAC system, particularly the Senate Appropriations Committee was very keen for the EAC system only to be used for certain purposes and for there not to be bracket creep in terms of the way it was used.
Just in terms of, sorry, Ms Tunningley, your answer regarding, generally speaking, that access was largely limited to the security team. Can you just be clear, does anyone else outside the security team have access to that data?
No, I don't believe they do.
Senator Smith, we are due to break for morning tea now.
Oh, I believe we have a few more questions, not just on this line of questioning, but another. So
For DPS?
Yeah.
Yeah. In which case we will continue with them after morning tea. And we'll
that's
break
fine.
now for morning tea. Thank you.
We'll make it.
Mr President, you had a response to a question from Senator Smith that you wanted to clarify.
Yes, Senator Smith, and luckily we did go away and check because I did get that slightly wrong. It was from the whips rather than the usher. So it came out from the government whip, which is obviously what I've got direct access to, on the 24th of March. It was sent to the whip for the Labor Party on the same day, and we got confirmation that they had it and that it would be sent out, and my office contacted the crossbenchers directly on the same day.
Okay. Thank you for coming back, President. We'll probably move off this line of questioning for the moment.
Okay. Senator Gallagher?
Thank you. I just, going back to the issue around the Hansard, I just want to table articles from the Adelaide Advertiser and the Courier Mail, and also it's the same article that appeared on news.com on the Friday, Chair, where it clearly says that the Hansard was corrected. So I just, again, just for the benefit of some of the questions I have, Mr. President, you have said you knew nothing about this. You did not see those media reports then that there had been...
Honestly, Senator Gallagher, I did not.
Were
hear
you
about
aware
this
of the issue of Minister Hume and Minister Sukkar as it had been reported?
Senators correct the Hansard all the time, as you know. I had not heard about this particular issue.
But actually, I guess my question is, were you aware of the mistake that had been made?
I wasn't aware of the issue
At all. So the fact that the second reading speech outlined a budget measure that actually didn't appear in the budget, you didn't know that?
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
And as I say, senators correct the Hansard record all the time.
Yes, I'm aware they make corrections in line with the corrections policy. This is a bit further than that. This is a complete rewriting.
Well, that's your statement, Senator Gallagher.
No, we've tabled the document. You can see what was said and then what the Hansard recalls. It's not what I'm saying, it's actually what happened. No one's disputing that happened. The question is how that happened.
We've taken that on notice,
and
Senator
who
Gallagher.
knew about it.
We've taken that on notice. I certainly didn't know about it.
Mr. Stefanik, have you found out anything since you were answering questions earlier about this?
I do have some preliminary information, Senator,
Okay.
but I'm concerned about a degree of confidence. So I need, as I said, when I come back to you, I want to make sure my information is accurate. I don't want to be misleading the committee.
No, I don't want you to mislead the committee either. But I do want some answers. Is it possible to get someone in this building knows what happened, right? They were there. Is it possible to get that person to answer some questions about how this happened?
Senator Gallagher, we've taken it on notice to come back to you with that information, and we will do so.
Yeah, well, we want the answers today, though. Like, we can keep DPS here all day. I mean, if that's the way we want to play this. Or we can get agreement that you come back with the information that you have, Mr. President, because this actually is linked to you and the responsibilities you have after, work that was done when there was corrections to Hansard or deleting words in Hansard right back in 1989 that led to a more additional responsibilities for you in the cases like this. So I would expect that you would want to be across this and have confidence in the system that you are in charge of, and that part of that is being able to understand exactly what went on to effect this change.
Absolutely.
Like, who asked for it, who did it, who knew about it.
And we will come to back to that committee with that information. We've already committed to that.
You haven't agreed to when?
I and officials are in the committee's hands, as always.
So are you prepared to come back after lunch to explain what
Senator
you know
Gallagher,
about what happened?
Senator Gallagher, it's not up to you to ask officials whether or not they're going to come back after lunch. We have a program that we have agreed to as a committee. And as I stated before the break, I'm of the view that when we let DPS go from here today, it's not going to be to bring them back later this afternoon to answer questions about this. Right. They have taken your questions on notice, and I am sure, given the commentary that has been provided by witnesses today, that they will provide a response to your question in the quickest of ways that they can manage. But there is a process in place, and I do worry that it would set a bad precedent for this or any Senate committee to decide when they can bring witnesses back to see if they have a response to questions. We have the questions
Chair.
on notice process for this very reason.
Chair, thank you, and I accept that. I am arguing, and I think it's pretty clear, that the Senate was misled last Wednesday. Absolutely, without doubt. Corrections were made. I would have thought to the Hansard to alter the intent and actually what was in that speech, to completely alter it, and we know that. That's established. Mr. President, I would think that it was in your interests to voluntarily return to provide information about the accuracy of Hansard in recording parliamentary proceedings.
Point of order,
Seriously,
Chair.
no, this is serious. Like,
Point of order,
I don't
Senator
push
Patterson,
these
Senator
issues all the time, but we have a
Senator
significant
Gallagher,
misleading
order,
Point of
Senate.
order.
And nobody
Order, Senator
knows.
Gallagher.
Nobody
Senator
seems to
Patterson
know, and
has a point of
nobody's
order.
prepared to answer.
Senator Patterson, your point of order.
I hate to interrupt Senator Gallagher's TikTok video, but it's really unfair to say that officials or the President should voluntarily return as if they are unwilling or unable to return.
I absolutely
The program is a matter
agree.
for the committee. These officers have always taken that very seriously in my experience, and it's a matter
Yes.
for the committee to discuss.
Well, Chair, on the point of order, it's not a point of order to reflect on the fairness or otherwise of a request. That's the first thing. Like, it's not a point of order. Second thing is there's two propositions here. One is for the President and for the officers. Are you prepared to return this afternoon to answer these questions which go to the credibility of Hansard and the credibility of the administration of it? Like, pretty important questions. Because I haven't seen anything like what happened last week happen. And if I was sitting in one of those roles, I'd be very anxious to maintain public confidence in the institution, because there's something actually important about Hansard. There's something actually particularly important about second reading speeches in terms of statutory interpretation. So there's a big question mark over these issues. The second question is for you as chair and the government majority on the committee. That is, are you going to run a protection racket for what is an
Senator
obvious...
Ayres.
Let me finish. For what is an obvious distortion of the processes. Now, we'll take those questions in order. And what Senator Gallagher was trying to do was establish whether the President is prepared to return this afternoon to do that. Second question is for you, and we can deal with them in that order, if you like. The alternative for us is we can spend a lot of time with the department today, if necessary. What we're offering is to move on to other questions, give the department an opportunity to talk to the officer who's actually responsible for this, and come back to it after lunch.
Chair, just before you rule, in response to Senator's comments on points of order, I think you'll find if he looks at the standing orders of the Senate, in fact, reflections are a matter for the standing orders and are a matter for points of order, but it shouldn't need to be. I think Senator Gallagher wouldn't intend to reflect on the professionalism of the officers or the independence of the President. I was just making that point.
Yeah.
And I will restate my point, Chair, and I'll say it to you directly, Deputy Chair. We, the officials, and myself are in the hands of the committee. That is as it should be.
Okay.
Certainly, Mr. President. I'm of the view that this program was agreed by coalition senators, Labor senators, other members of this committee. We have an extensive further program to attend to today, and I, like I said, am concerned about the precedent that it would set if we are sending witnesses off when they have already agreed to take a question on notice and provide a response in a timely fashion, to then recall them at another point in time to see if they can get that response. So My view is that we continue with the Department of Parliamentary Services for the remaining time that Labor senators may like to ask questions, noting that we are now running behind schedule, and when we dismiss them, we do so knowing that they have agreed to take our questions on notice and they will provide those written responses in the usual fashion and in a timely manner.
Well, that's an approach that's consistent with the government's overall approach to short-term politics before protecting the institutions.
Senator Ayres, that's your characterisation.
That is consistent.
Chair, you're worried about the precedent from a committee point of view. I'm worried about the precedent of a committee allowing this matter, which is essentially that significant changes have been made to the recordings of the parliamentary proceedings, with nobody being able or prepared to answer questions about it, and no commitment about when to come back.
Senator Gallagher,
so
they've taken the questions on notice and they are entitled to do that.
Okay.
And that has happened many, many times at many, many committees. And I understand that you think that this particular issue is important.
It is.
But this committee has dealt with many important issues before in the exact process that I have just outlined, by witnesses agreeing to take the responses on notice and coming back to the committee. So this is not unusual, and I think it's unfair to characterise it as such.
But we all know what's going to happen, isn't it? We take it on notice and then you have between 30 and 90 days, maybe, and some departments don't even answer after that, the question. So it kicks it beyond what is politically difficult.
And Senator
I
Gallagher,
imagine.
the Senate provides opportunities for you to debate the reasons why that might be the case at another point in time, but that's not what we're here to do today.
Yeah, and there's going to be an election, and so those opportunities are not available to us for the next few months, which again is why I'm asking for some answers today. Can I ask, are officers with knowledge about what happened in the building today?
I would be almost certain that that would be the case.
Okay,
Senator.
so we know that there are staff in the building who know what happened. Were they spoken to during the break, Mr. Stefanik, by you or Ms Tunks?
Not by either of us, but there is somebody who is investigating at the moment.
And will the department be in a position to provide any further information today?
I'm not in a position to tell you that yet, Senator, until given the gravity of what you're suggesting, obviously I need to ensure that the information that I provide has integrity.
And who's investigating it on your behalf, Mr. Stefanik?
One of the other branch heads in the department is currently looking at the matter.
And when have you asked to be provided with a briefing on it? Have you said, I would like to know this in the next hour, or?
I have said that I would like the information. They understand the urgency and the gravity. Hansard, as you know, would be very well across the discussions in this hearing today. I'm sure there is quite some anxiety and stress among some of the staff that were involved in this process. I'm sure they will do their best to provide the information as soon as possible.
Okay. Who is the branch head?
Ms Tunks is the acting branch head for that area. I have one of the other branch heads within the Information Services Division who is looking into the matter for me because Ms Tunks is here.
And how do you know that people are stressed, Mr. Stefanik?
Because assertions are being made about their integrity, Senator. So I think that it's important for people to have an opportunity to explain themselves in an adequate fashion.
Certainly my questioning hasn't been about the integrity of Hansard officers. I'm trying to find out who asked for the correction to be made. That's what I want to know.
And that's what I'm getting to the bottom of, Senator.
And the fact that we haven't been able to have answers perhaps is causing stress as well. Like, it would be useful, for example, if people were able to answer some questions clearly today so that we didn't spend all this time trying to work out who knew what when.
Senator Gallagher, I mean,
Like, surely you could have come and
We
said,
are,
the Treasurer's office
Order.
asked us to make
Senator
this
Gallagher,
Gallagher.
Senator Gallagher, the president.
it's very clear that
Response.
particularly those at the table had very little, if not no knowledge of this situation
which is
prior to you
deeply
raising
disturbing.
it. There are
Anyway,
Senator
corrections
Gallagher.
to Hansard by every senator multiple times, by most senators multiple times most sittings. I mean, there are a lot of corrections to Hansard, Senator Gallagher. You've raised the issue. The officials have taken it on notice, which they are entirely entitled to do. We will come back in as timely a way as we can, but we will not come back with information we are not 100% certain about.
Mr. President, will you give a commitment that once you are briefed on this, that you will provide that update?
I will give a commitment to come back to the committee as quickly as possible with accurate information.
And I just want to make it clear, I am not casting aspersions on the integrity of Hansard staff. I am concerned about the integrity of the transcript and whether the policy has been adhered to, but I'm particularly interested in who and when the request was made to correct the record and why that was not done in the chamber as well. Just to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Stefanik, this is a question, if it assists, if there's anybody behind you in relation to ICT. Now, the danger with having me ask questions about information technology is that two questions in, I will have reached the boundaries of what it is that I know and understand. So I'll put it to you in very broad terms. Those of us across the Parliament who rely upon our devices for email communication with the world have not been able to do that now for 2 or 3 weeks, probably. So that is the President who's looking confused would be on an entirely different platform, presumably. But if you're running off an iPhone or an iPad, you can't email out. It might actually be. It might actually be. So people can tell you things, but you can't tell them things. Is the way that I'd put it.
I run off the APH system.
If you run off your desktop, you're as.
I think it might be
this is
only some select senators.
So it might not be. It might not be all of us. Everyone I've spoken to has had the same.
My emails are going out.
Has had the same problem.
My phone and iPad.
What's the story?
I've looked at every expert in the room, Senator, and no one has an awareness of
The
that.
chair and I. Is it just the chair and I?
No,
Has
they
anyone
don't.
informed?
There's major
2020?
problems.
Everybody's done all the sort of backwards and
hasn't I
forwards
called 2020 and it's
forms. This
resolved?
is not a sort of problem that is one device.
Have you contacted 2020
We've
staff?
done all those. It's
And have
all.
they given you advice about
They can't. They say that's going to take some time to fix, which is weeks. It's when you have a private account running off your. So I have the Senator Gallagher account, then I have a private account. If you have to get out of your private account and go into your office account if you want to send any emails. You can't forward any emails from your private account if you're on your phone or on laptop, and that's the problem. And it's widespread. Everyone's got this issue who runs it
Something
like that.
went wrong.
And 2020 said weeks ago that they were looking at how they would fix it, and we've heard nothing. I can give you a demo right now if you'd like.
Yeah, we can all do it. Hold it up.
I mean, I had this issue, but literally a restart of my phone correctly.
Yeah, we've
No,
all done that.
Doesn't work.
It's weeks and weeks.
It doesn't work.
Weeks.
It's in my view, senators, it's imperative that you're able to communicate uninterrupted. I'll look into it with urgency and ensure that it's rectified.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was unaware of that.
And as I'd indicated at the outset of my question, I exhausted the boundaries of how to explain this. Senator Gallagher did it much better than I, because
Senators,
just for me, it just doesn't work.
Can I just confirm it's trying to email from your private personal account, not from the APH account. So APH emails are flowing.
the sub.
It's an APH
Your
address.
private.
You've got the public profile, and quite often people have a private
That's
profile
correct.
attached to that.
This is what happens.
And that's
Something
the-
went wrong. Please try
again
or
or
contact
contact
support.
Okay.
So you can't actually email from your account.
Okay.
We will get onto it.
We're all going to start ringing the president every time something goes wrong with this. That's what's going
But
to
this
happen.
has been weeks, like it's a problem,
I'm
and
very good at-
2020 know about it.
Yeah, everybody's been filling in the forms. Everybody's been doing the phone calls. Everyone's been doing the backwards and forwards. That is not the issue. It's not.
Yep.
It's not a sort of service issue between 2020 and the MPs and senators. It is a platform issue somewhere in here that has not been resolved.
What I find very strange is that it's obviously only affects some but not others.
I am not going to attempt to diagnose it here because I can run a calculator pretty effectively, but anything like this, I get my kids to do it. So.
It'd be nice to think that diagnostic work had already happened somewhere on the other side, though, given the number of complaints.
Yeah. And the fact that
Let's not try and fix it at the table. I just thought if I have one opportunity to elevate this issue, and I've just done it. So I feel
You've
pretty
elevated it, Senator
Thank you.
Ayres, and we will actively work with that if we haven't been already. I'm sure we have.
I'll just. I do have one quick, just to confirm. I saw an article in the Mandarin last week that said that the Greens political party has, it said, asked the Department of Parliamentary Services to administer a fund it has established to trial innovative models of democratic participation. Now, I think, Mr Stefanik, you said that you hadn't seen a series of articles about Hansard in the Daily Telegraph, but you might be a more regular reader of the Mandarin than the Daily Telegraph, perhaps.
I did see that article, Senator, and I
You
was
did see
a
that
little bit
one?
confused about it.
Does any such fund actually exist?
No.
Has there been any discussion? So this is just a policy announcement by the Greens political party, is it?
That would be my interpretation.
There's been no consultation with the department about that?
No.
Haven't raised it with you? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, would I be able to just go back to the previous issue in relation to the mobile phone accounts? No, thank you. So there is an issue that's currently open with our vendor, with Microsoft. They are preparing a patch to be released to address some of those issues, and there is also a workaround. So what I might do is get the offices.
We know the workaround.
The workaround
The
doesn't
workaround,
quite.
you have to
The
go into
workaround.
the other account to send an email.
Okay.
It doesn't help you with forwarding
No.
things and
No.
that sort of stuff.
And you
So-
can't forward from your private email to your other email, so it's not really a
And it
workaround.
is. Well, when's that patch going to be available?
I don't have the time frame on that, but I'd expect.
Because as we're approaching a period where members of parliament and senators are going to be increasingly remote from their offices, if I can put it that way, actually there's a serious point underlying this, which is we all need the capability to be able to communicate effectively, and this has gone on for about 3 weeks. It's been an administrative challenge for people, but as that pressure becomes more and more acute, it becomes a more serious challenge than that, I think.
So I understand that there have been some issues that have been resolved with senators and members, and obviously there is a patch that will come in. We're expecting that to also resolve more broader issues as well.
Yeah, and if we make it clear, the workaround assists some proportion of this, but it does not resolve the problem.
No, we
Thank you.
absolutely take it on board.
Chair, if I might just clarify something I said earlier in relation to
Mr.
questions about the client, the building occupant survey.
Yes.
I did refer to the media as being building occupants,
Press
but they are
gallery,
not Press Gallery are not recipients of that survey.
Okay.
But it is something we should certainly look at.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr Stefanik. No further questions for the Department of Parliamentary Services. In that case, we will dismiss you. Thank you very much for appearing here today. And we'll call on the Australian Public Service Commission. And given that we're switching representatives at the table, I might suspend the committee momentarily. Convene, and I welcome Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, the Assistant Minister for Forestry and Fisheries and Industry Development, Mr Peter Woolcott AO, Australian Public Service Commissioner, and other officers of the Australian Public Service Commission. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Woolcott, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Woolcott.
Thank you and good morning, Chair. I'd like to open with a short statement which may help the committee gain a clear understanding of all that we are doing to implement the 30 review and support APS capability, integrity and culture. In 2019, the independent review of the APS chaired by David Thodey was finalised, with 35 of the review's 40 recommendations agreed by government in full or in part. The Secretary's Board has taken forward implementation of these recommendations supported by the APS Reform Office within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Of the 40 recommendations of 30, the Australian Public Commission has had carriage of 14 initiatives. Of these, most are now in the implementation phase. Now, capability initiatives have been at the absolute centre of the APS reform effort. Under the APS Workforce Strategy 2025, released 12 months ago this month, we have set in motion significant reforms. In April 2021, we released the APS Learning and Development Strategy and Action Plan, incorporating a new learning board which is helping drive efficiency and reducing duplication across the APS. The Learning Board is currently exploring the establishment of an APS Learning Marketplace, a less resource-intensive means for APS-wide L&D procurement that also promotes competition and innovation through ongoing evaluation and addition of new suppliers. In July, we launched the APS Academy, a place for all APS employees to access training and development opportunities. It employs a new networked approach to leverage strengths across the system with a focus on core capabilities fundamental to a high-performing APS and a practitioner-led learning supported by the Academy faculty, made up of senior respected current and recent APS leaders. From 1 July 2021 to 28 February 2022, the Academy has seen 23,468 people through its doors. This means that the Academy has already exceeded its original target of 20,000 for this financial year. I expect it will achieve closer to 36,000 people instead. The APS Centre of Excellence for Workforce Planning within the APSC is driving implementation of the strategy across the APS as a whole. More than 87% of APS agencies are now represented within the Centre's community of practice, representing 99% of the APS workforce. 3 APS professional streams have been established to provide targeted uplift to skills needed now: strategic, HR, data and digital. Together, more than 9,000 employees have signed up to the data, digital and HR professions, and this is still growing. To support a pro-integrity culture, the Commission is implementing recommendations from the Sedgwick Report, commissioned in 2020, into APS approaches to institutional integrity, including mandatory foundational integrity training. The APSC has also updated its guidance on handling misconduct, gifts and benefits, and social media use, and released new Commission's directions in February with a range of provisions there to enhance integrity. To strengthen APS partnership with ministers, we established an expert ministerial liaison reference panel to assist, develop, design and deliver a new Strengthening Partnerships SES learning program and new guides on the respective roles, responsibilities and operating environments of the APS and ministerial offices. The new SES learning program is now being piloted, and we are developing a complementary program for MOP staff to be delivered at an appropriate time post-election. We have matured our talent management system to build our senior leadership pipeline. More than 300 and almost all our Band 3s have been assessed, with the insights informing appointments, development plans and career moves to broaden and deepen critical experiences. Under the Australian Government Graduate Program, the APSC has strengthened specialist graduate streams, expanding agency participation and delivering a One APS marketing campaign and graduate portal. As a result, graduate applications have increased by 38%, with the graduate program being recognised as a top 10 graduate employer in its second year of operation by the Australian Financial Review Graduate Connection Top 100 Employee Awards. Building on this success, we've expanded this approach to all entry pathways, including internships, cadetships and apprenticeships, often benefiting younger employees. We also know that the majority of our entry-level talent is not in Canberra. Over the past 2 years, we'll be piloting 4 APS Academy data and digital campuses in regions outside of Canberra. This will assist us to tap into data and digital talent in regional areas, by allowing students to take up training and entry-level data and digital roles within the Australian Public Service without leaving their region. Mobility is recognised as a mechanism to improve capability and ensure APS resources are where we need them when required. The APS Surge Reserve arose out of the initial COVID crisis of 2020 and in 2021 became a permanent feature of the APS. More than 4,500 people have been deployed between APS agencies and to states and territories to undertake urgent work since its inception. And in April 2021, we released the APS Mobility Framework, helping the APS use the temporary movement of staff as a strategic workforce tool. We continue to foster increased diversity in the APS to leverage a breadth of perspectives and expertise and best represent the community we serve. 3 strategies support this aim: the Commonwealth Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander strategy, the Disability Employment strategy, and the APS Gender Equality strategy. And in 2020, I commissioned a review of the APS hierarchy and classification to understand how we can streamline management and adopt best practice ways of working to reduce hierarchy, improve decision-making, and bring APS expertise and resources when and where needed. The review was completed in December 2021. The review is not yet public, but has been considered by the Secretary's Board. There's more work to do in regard to its implementation, including important cultural and capability components. These initiatives are in an important implementation phase, and we remain focused on ensuring they deliver the outcomes they seek to achieve. However, there's more to do. New challenges are emerging, and national skills shortage is impacting the APS, as it is other sectors, and we're experiencing a fundamental transformation in the nature of work. To compete in an increasingly competitive labour market, it is essential the APS remains an employer of choice, building on a strong platform of continuous reform and to prepare for the future of work. A new Future Work Secretary's Board subcommittee and cross-agency task force has now been established to this end. This work has just begun, and its outcomes will need to be considered by government in due course. It aims to develop practical and evidence-based actions to ensure we attract, develop and retain the capabilities and talent we need. Our ambition does not stop at THODI, nor does our commitment to fulfil our responsibilities to serve the community and the government of the day. To save the committee time, I'm tabling a document which sets out the full extent of the work that the APSC has done to implement THODI, but note that major changes to culture and operating models require sustained effort and, of course, time. I welcome any further questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much.
If I may table that document.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Walcott.
Thank you.
Senator Gallagher, your second question.
Second thing, thank you. The APSC received some extra budget funding in this budget under the Supporting Regionalisation budget measure, and it has, I think, 36 million across the 4 years of the forward estimates, of which I understand 15.2 over 7 years is to trial some APS hubs. So I guess it's 2 questions, or 2 parts to this is, what is the breakdown of the 36 mil over the forward estimates? And then I have some questions about the hubs.
Sure. I might ask my first Assistant Commissioner, Rena Brinisma, to talk in detail on that.
Sure. Sorry, I can't see your nameplate. Oh, thank you.
There we go. Rena Brunsma, First Assistant Commissioner.
Thank you.
So the regional, the package itself has quite a number of components. So we've got the APS hubs, that is 26.1 million over 7 years.
26.
Yeah, 15.1 million of that is the cost to government in payments. 11 million of that will eventually be cost recovered from people using those hubs. A further part of that, the amount that you see in there is 18.6 million over 3 years for the data and digital pipeline work. So I think it's called supporting the regionalisation of, I can't remember the name of the measure now, data and digital hubs in regional areas. That's over 3 years. So the 36 million you'll see in your estimates in the budget papers is the forward estimates, but just noting that that APS hubs actually extends out to 7 years.
7 years, yeah, I saw that. Okay. All right, so under the, so the APS hubs is actually, did you say 26.1?
Yeah, 26.1. So it's the 15.1 is appears in the payment section. And then there's 11 million that will appear in the receipt section of the budget papers.
Okay, so that does appear down the below in budget paper 2, page 152 to 153, that's the beginning of those receipts coming in, is
Yes,
it? The
yeah.
1.6 or the 0.8, 1.6,
Yes, that's
1.7,
correct.
1.7. Okay, so it would be 1.7 per annum.
Yeah, 0.8 in the first year. I
Yeah,
think, 0.
so that's a half-year effect and then going to full year. So what are they from? They're from cost recovery from operating the hubs, is that right?
Yeah, so the measure itself covers the fit-out and the hub managers. Once we have APS staff actually occupying those hubs, there'll be a cost per workstation that will be recovered from agencies.
Oh, okay, so it's what you charge other agencies, yeah. Okay, and so they look like they're ready to go because you've got the funding in 22-23. So where are they? Where are these hubs going to be?
Yeah.
And how many are there?
So there'll be up to 4 hubs. And the Department of Infrastructure had done a lot of work on this proposal before it was sort of handed to us, including some analysis on the data and the locations. However, the locations have not been finalised. So we will be finalising the locations in consultation with the Chief Operating Officer Committee and the Secretaries Board. And the Minister will make an announcement of those locations once they're finalised, but we're confident that we can have those up and running from the 1st of January.
So they're ready to go 1st of January. Infrastructure's the department working with you on this.
Yeah.
It will go from, is it a joint thing from the Commission and Infrastructure to go to the Chief Operating Officers and on their way to the Secretaries Board?
Yeah, so the Commission is leading the measure,
Okay.
but up until now the Department of Infrastructure has done a lot of the groundwork. So
Okay.
we'll work in very close partnership with Infrastructure as we will with other agencies.
All right. And is it expected that that announcement will be made soon, like this side of caretaker, or is it a longer piece of work?
I would have, that would be up to the Minister.
Okay, so, well, what's the timetable for getting it to the Minister then? When will the Minister have the advice? Not what the advice is, but
No,
when,
that's all right.
when will they have the advice?
So we have not yet taken it to the Future of Work subcommittee.
What's the Future of Work subcommittee?
Oh, sorry, it's the Secretaries Board committee.
So the
All
Future
right.
Work Subcommittee is a subcommittee set up
Of the
by
Secretaries Board?
which looks,
Yeah.
it's only at this stage met once, I believe.
Okay.
And it's looking at the whole issue of essentially of our employee value proposition. What do we need to do in the future to
Okay.
ensure that we attract and retain the right skills that we need?
Okay. And so, you know you've got 4 hubs. You don't know the exact location, but do you know whereabouts in the country they're going to go?
So the Future of Work subcommittee will look at the data that has already been undertaken, and we've looked at a number of principles. So, for example, we want access to deep labour markets. We want to build on the presence of additional APS officers in those areas. We want to make optimal use of government assets, access to reliable internet. So we've sort of narrowed it down, but haven't taken that yet to the Future of Work subcommittee.
Okay. And so where you have Services Australia locations, things like that would meet the APS presence.
Yeah,
and you'd have
potentially.
buildings there, you'd have reliable internet.
Yeah.
So would you look at co-locating these hubs with existing APS infrastructure?
If that makes sense, if it makes sense to do so, we could, yes.
Okay. And I think you said access to deep labour markets,
Yeah.
did you? What does that mean?
So we want to make sure that there's a population base there that we can
Okay.
draw from, and whatever we know about the sort of skills within those areas. If we go to a small area that actually can't sustain demand for, there's insufficient labour market to sustain demand, we probably would not select those areas.
Okay. So we're looking at cities or...
No, they are under the regional package. They will be regional areas.
Okay, and what's the definition of a regional area for the purpose
There
of
is
that?
a definition. I don't actually have it with me at the moment, but it does specify the population, the size of the population in a regional area, and it will exclude the major cities.
I didn't say major city, but like a city.
Yeah,
You're not looking at small towns, country towns.
No.
You're looking at larger population bases within a region.
Yeah.
So what would somewhere like Devonport, would that be a region?
Yeah, potentially.
Regional centre?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. But you haven't taken any decision yet?
No.
What about you, Minister? Do you have a view where these hubs should go?
I think, as Brunsma outlined, the process to go through there is an important one, and we'll take that advice as a government when it's provided.
Okay. So the Minister hasn't, you can confirm they haven't been provided with a list of 4 areas or a list of locations suitable for the hubs?
No.
And you haven't got a finalised list, is your evidence? Okay. And you can't tell me what the timeline is for finalising those?
No, so we're still in the consultation phase. Once we've completed the analysis and we've consulted with the Secretaries Board and COO Committee, we also just need to test the demand from agencies who would have staff in those hubs. So there's a little bit that we still need to do before we finalise that.
Okay, and if you've got further consultation, you don't, like normally in a piece of work you would have a work plan about, when each chunk was going to get done.
Yeah.
So if you're still in the consultation phase, I'm trying to work out whether these are going to be announced in the election. It's just are you working to that timetable?
I couldn't answer that question. What I can say to you is that the Department of Infrastructure has done a lot of the preparatory work. So the final consultation can be done very quickly if we need to, but at this stage we're not proposing to finalise that. I think the next Future of Work Subcommittee meeting is
12th of April.
12th of April.
Okay. And do you have an idea on the size? I mean, because you've costed them, you must have an idea on the size and how many agencies would be involved and...
So each hub would have we've costed around 25 workstations.
Right.
That obviously, depending on the way that people are using those workstations, could have more than 25 staff in each workstation.
Yeah. As you're moving in and out, sure. And what about the agencies that you're looking at?
Well, it is generally the agencies that have a footprint or aren't large enough to have a footprint in that area and would like to recruit to that area. So I could say, for example, the APSC, we don't have offices around the country.
No.
We might actually find that we have talent that we want to bring in, and this would provide us with a premises to place that person. So there's broad interest from a number of agencies.
So it's pretty much, once these hubs are up and working, any agency could employ anybody.
Yes.
And they could work out of these hubs.
Yes.
That's the idea.
Correct.
Okay. And how much is it going to, because you've got a revenue stream, what's the cost of...
The 15.1 is the cost to government.
But of the receipts coming in, so what's it going to cost an agency to essentially lease one of these workstations?
I don't have that information on me because we haven't entered into lease agreements yet. So we will cost recover according to whatever costs are.
Oh,
yeah.
But what's the costing then of your 1.7 mil annual?
Oh, right. So that's just an estimate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Based on
an average lease from a regional area, average fit out. So when we do the costing, we'd work with the Department of Finance to come up with the closest that we can come up with to the actual figures. And then once we've got the actual price, we will cost recover that amount.
Okay. And you expect them to be up and running in January 2023?
From January 2023. So obviously the bulk of the funding comes in that first financial year. So the fit outs need to be done within that first year. And then, we'd probably roll them out one after another, depending on where the locations are, but we need to get all the fit outs done in the first year.
Are you looking at co-locating with any state governments?
Haven't confirmed, but that could be a possibility if that was appropriate.
Okay, and it's being run as a pilot?
That's correct.
So there'll be an evaluation at some point?
Yeah, so we've included, we're proposing at the midpoint of the hub, so in year 3, and at the end of the leasing arrangements in year 7.
Okay, and of the other, the 18.6 over 3, the data digital pipeline work.
Yes.
What's that? Is that a capital
So,
program?
no, that actually is up to 4 APS Academy campuses. So we will establish Academy campuses alongside universities in regional areas and outside of Canberra to host our entry-level participants, so our graduates, apprentices, interns and cadets. That will mean that students will be able to start an APS career co-located with their university, so they get the support of the university without having to move immediately to Canberra or at all to Canberra. The measure also includes professional supervision on those campuses for those entry-level participants, and it includes training to uplift the capability of the APS more broadly, so that all APS staff have sort of a literacy and fluency in data and digital.
Okay.
I might come in there, Senator, to say it's very different from the regional hubs aspect that we talked about before. And there are two things that are driving it very much. One is a realisation that we've got to get in much earlier in terms of our recruitment for digital and data skills, and we've got to grow our own. So that's become very apparent to us going forward. And the other thing that's driving it is the fact that we did some data analysis, and something like 90% of the jobs we advertise for digital and data skills are in Canberra, but in fact it's almost 90% of people who would apply for those skills are not. And so we need to also think about not only growing our own and getting in much earlier in terms of our recruitment, but also where we actually do our work from. And so that's very much part of this pilot.
Yeah. Okay. So of the 18.6, what component of that is the academy campuses?
I don't have a breakdown, but in this particular initiative there is no cost recovery. So as you can see, it's only over 3 years. So we'll set up the 4 hubs over the 3 years. The costing includes the campuses and the professional supervisors form the majority of that costing, but I'd have to get a breakdown for you of what the training component is.
So that's in VP, this 18.6 over 3, establishing a pilot program to provide unique digital and data training and employment opportunities for regional Australians, is those 4 campuses?
Yes.
And an overall lift in digital literacy across the APS?
Yes.
So not necessarily just regional Australians, but it has a broader component. Do you know how much that is?
No, I don't have that. I don't have that breakdown with me. I should also mention that we're introducing 3 new entry-level programs. So at the moment we don't have data and digital internships. So we're creating those, and we're also creating data cadetships. So that will be part of it. But I can provide a breakdown for you on those.
And is that going to be through the academies? Or generally, that's across the board, the digital and traineeships, or cadetships, sorry.
So they're APS-wide Australian government traineeships. So all agencies can access trainees and cadets through that program.
Okay, and with the academy, have you chosen the universities where those are going?
No, we are working through, so we have developed some criteria and we have given some, a short list to the Minister.
Okay, so that might be an announcement ready soon for that. And how many, you said there's going to be professional supervision, is that going to be done through the university or would that be an APS?
The costing includes those as APS staff positions, and there will be 2 professional supervisors at each hub.
Okay, and how many students?
So we've got, for this one we have 30 workstations, 30 to 35 workstations. So we would imagine that potentially 80% of those would be occupied for the full year as a student goes through an apprenticeship, a cadetship or a graduate program, and then you'd have a rolling group of students going through as interns.
So 30 to 35 across the 4? Or
No.
Per 4?
Per hub.
Okay, yeah. All right. And so we'll find out more about that shortly, I imagine. Okay. The APS, sorry, I'm trying to whip through. The APS Academy, this might not be your area. I just noticed that it's, to date, the contract values that have gone outside the APS, $1.6 million to date, including $62,500 on brand refinement, $152,000 on organisational structure, and $312,000 to KPMG for industrialisation of craft learning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Mr.
First
Lovelock?
Assistant Commissioner and Head of the APS Academy.
Yeah.
Some of those contract amounts we've talked to you about previously
Yeah.
and relate to the implementation work we did to stand up the new APS Academy model. The contract with KPMG goes to a range of work that we're doing to develop a new quality framework for learning across the entire APS, and then a process of identifying across a number of APS agencies learning and development that is already available that can be scaled up and delivered through the Academy to a broader APS workforce, really going to the effective and efficient operation point made in the 30 review. How is it that we pick up learning and development that already exists and make it available to a larger group of APS employees rather than redevelop and rescope learning and development time and time again?
Okay, so can you tell, how much of have we spent on the APS Academy to date?
7.8 million, Senator?
Okay, 7.8 million, and that includes the external contracts?
Yes.
Okay, and is that within budget?
It is, Senator.
And so you would expected to outsource all of those pieces of work, or?
We, in setting the budget, committed to a number of pieces of work, and as we've implemented the work plan, made decisions based on capability and capacity about how it is that we've approached that. But we always assumed, as in any learning and development operation, that there would be a level of work that was done in partnership with external organisations to bring in specific L&D expertise.
So you've had to go out to get staff as well, by the look of it.
We have, yes.
I can see what you're doing and I support what you're doing, but it also seems to me to be a pretty stark example of lack of capacity in the APS currently, that you're having to go out on a contract to get your organisational structure done and to get staff to come across and to refine your brand and things like that. It's what's your view on that? I mean, can you not draw from the skills across the APS?
Consistent with my evidence to this committee at the time we were doing the implementation work, Senator, in a lead up to 1 July, we were still running the Centre for Leadership and Learning, and so the majority of our resources were dedicated to continuing to deliver learning and development across the system through the CLL. And we had a small number of people, including a large number of secondees from across the APS contributing to that work. In order to meet the 1 July stand-up date of the Academy, we made a decision to have some work done in partnership with some stakeholders, particularly where that was short, sharp or particularly defined pieces of work that we wouldn't necessarily have the need for that capability beyond the implementation project.
Okay, but your organisational structure, yeah, okay. All right, and your ongoing, so what's your ongoing annual budget and how many people work at the APS Academy?
So the budget for this financial year was set at 14.8 million.
Yeah. And that's essentially your operating costs, yeah?
Yes. And there's a mixture of cost recovery and what we call subscription arrangements that comprise that figure.
Okay.
So agencies contribute to the cost both of individual training for their employees, but also in order to establish the Academy, agencies contributed a subscription payment that goes to establishing a base budget for us to be able to...
So is that included in the 14.8? Okay, so how much is actually subscription and then presumably the rest, that you get some budget supplementation, do you? Or is it all subscription?
No, so there's 2.8 million that was provided to the Commission through the budget last year that forms part of that cost, and 1.9 in APSC appropriation that was previously directed to the Centre for Leadership and Learning.
Okay.
And the remainder is cost recovery or subscription funding.
So, yeah, right, okay. So you get about a third of your money through budget supplementation and redirection of existing spending, and then about 10 mil from subscriptions.
That's correct.
And is there any problem with that? Is that a in terms of guarantee of funding?
So we are looking at how to sustainably manage that over the forward estimates with agencies. I think it's important that in order to ensure that the programs being delivered by the Academy are actually useful to the service, that there is a level of investment and fee for service.
Sure.
So I think,
But what if they all decided we don't want to be a part of the Academy anymore, it's not giving us what we want? Where do you get left then with $5 million having to do everything?
But that would be an indictment of the Academy. I don't see that as happening. And one of the things that's been very clear to me, as part of the Secretary's Board, is just what strong support there is for something like the Academy to make sure it works.
But it needs certainty and security of funding in order to be able, presumably, to lock in its role. That's all. That's the question I have, is how secure is that if you're really only guaranteed a third of your money? Because I would imagine that would impact on staff as well, prepared to come across and do the, okay. All right, well, a lot rests on your shoulders. Still have a lot to make it work. Thank you. Thank you for answering the question.
Thank you, Senator Gallagher. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. When we were investigating over the last 2 years, 2.5 years actually, the abuses of casual black coal miners in the Hunter Valley, we noted that there were thousands of casuals working for the Australian Public Service, with hundreds of millions of dollars being paid to labour hire firms. Why does the Public Service do this?
So could you just put that question to me again, Senator? I didn't quite understand. You're talking about why we employ casual hire.
Casuals, and in particular, we know that some people prefer to work casual, so I've got nothing against casual. Yeah. And we know that casuals fulfil a basic primary, secondary role within any workplace, fluctuating workload, someone going on leave, projects, etc. But why does the Public Service use so many labour hire firms to employ these casuals?
Yeah, it's for agency heads to determine how they construct their workforce. The Public Service Act sets out that the normal method of engagement is full-time ongoing employment as a public servant, but there are provisions in the Public Service Act for non-ongoing and other aspects. So it's very much for each individual agency head, Senator, to work out what is the appropriate mix of their workforce. Obviously, if it's work that fluctuates, then it's quite appropriate for them to use labour hire and casuals to manage those fluctuations. But again, as I say, it's a matter for each individual agency head. They're the accountable authority. They have responsibility for delivering for the government and the Australian community, and it's for them to work out their proper mix.
So, Australian Public Service Commission, I imagine you'd be interested in efficiency, cost effectiveness, and employees' conditions?
Obviously, we're intimately involved in many of those aspects, but in terms of running that agency, running the duties or obligations that they're committed to undertake, it's for them to do that.
Oh, I get that point. How many casuals are currently employed across the Australian Public Service?
I think
hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands.
Nicole Steele, I think it's 87% is ongoing. But Mr. Nicole Steele have the data.
Nicole Steele, Acting Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Policy and Research Group. Yes, that's correct. In terms of casuals, in the last year, we have at the moment 8,696 casuals. That's
Thank
an
you.
increase of 51 since December 2020.
Thank you. How many of those would you know are casuals in their own right employed directly by the Australian Public Service, and how many are labour hire subcontractors or labour hire firms?
I do not know that. I do know that those who are employed for a specific term or task is a further 10,816.
An additional.
In addition to the casuals. So there's two types of non-ongoing. One is casual and one you can be engaged for a specific term or task.
And that would be contractors, labour hire.
Correct.
Fixed term, yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. How many casuals have been employed in the Australian Public Service for more than 6 months?
Oh, I'm not sure, to be honest. It was 10,000. I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, could you? And could you also provide a de-identified report, making the no names on there, no anonymous employees, report by department, by labour hire company, or direct employment by cost and duration of service?
We don't collect that information about labour hire firms or companies. We only collect the number of casuals by agency.
Okay. This one you probably have to take on notice too, Ms Steele. How many casuals, internal or labour hire, have converted from casual to permanent employment in the Australian Public Service in the past 12 months?
Yeah, I will take that on notice.
Thank you. Are casuals that the Australian Public Service has engaged through labour hire companies able to convert to the public service roles that they have been working in for more than 6 months?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
I just looked at responses.
So, if someone's been engaged for more than 6 months, it would seem that they're needed. So why wouldn't they be eligible? Because the employer is not the public service?
1 second.
Senator Marco Spacavento, Assistant Commissioner of Workplace Relations. I think it's important to draw a distinction there between a casual employee and a labour hire employee. So a casual employee is an employee of the Australian Public Service and is eligible to convert to full-time or permanent employment, I should say, if they meet the criteria laid out in the Fair Work Act and the Public Service Act. A labour hire employee is an employee of an entirely different company, not of the public service. A labour hire employee would not be eligible to convert to permanent employment.
Do you see some inconsistency there?
No, Senator, because in one instance the employee is a direct employee of the Australian Public Service, directly engaged by an agency. So it's a contract of service versus a contract for service.
No, I understand that. We've seen the abuse of coal miners, for example, and we've seen hints of abuse in other sectors as well, of casual workers, lost their entitlements, basic safety provisions, significant pay cuts, and it seems to me that it's just a naked attempt to go around the provisions of the Fair Work Act.
Senator, casual employees in the Australian Public Service are engaged under the terms and conditions of agency enterprise agreements, so they receive essentially the same terms and conditions as permanent employees. I say essentially because there's some leave entitlements they don't get and there's a casual loading. Labour hire employees are obviously different because they are employees of different organisation, but then there's a range of reasons why agencies would engage labour hire firms, and that would sort of be a decision for that agency head to make.
In the course of our investigations in the Hunter Valley and Central Queensland and elsewhere, we found that Chandler McLeod, for example, Chandler McLeod Group, was paid around an estimated $2.4 billion over 4 years, providing labour hire contractors or labour hire employees to the Australian government. That seems pretty substantial to me.
Senator, I can't comment on decisions that agencies have made.
Are you aware if these casuals that are under labour hire firms are paid the same terms and conditions to workers in similar roles that they work beside?
Senator, we don't have visibility because it's outside of our remit, so we don't have visibility of what labour hire employees are paid or the conditions they're on. That would be It would be a matter of the employment arrangements they've made with the labour hire company of those employees. I couldn't say yes or no to that question because we don't have responsibility or visibility of it.
Yeah. So, Minister, this is an opinion, a request for an opinion. Do you think that's reasonable?
In terms of the decisions that heads of agencies make?
Well, the employment of people for more than 6 months by a labour hire firm could be a way of getting around the casual conversion, the requirement now to offer casual conversion.
I think, as the Commissioner outlined earlier, heads of agencies make decisions with regard to how they engage their workforce based on the needs at the time. And there are a range of circumstances that they obviously take into consideration. And I would have every faith in those heads of agencies that they are doing the right thing to ensure that the people they work for, the taxpayers of Australia, are getting the service that's required and that their employees are being treated properly as well.
Well, with respect, that's a nice motherhood statement, but I've seen people who work for firms with reputable international and Australian reputations completely abusing workers in this country. And that's come as a big shock. And what compound that, neither the Labor Party, nor the Liberal Party, nor the National Party, nor state, nor federal government, nor the various bureaucrats have been interested in this. They've ignored requests to investigate.
If there are specific cases of abuse of employees, then there are appropriate channels to deal with those things, and I would encourage you or those you ask these questions on behalf of to take action, because that's the appropriate thing to do. But I don't think there's anyone around this table on that side or this side that would seek to endorse any abusive employee or withdrawal or withholding of entitlements.
Well, it's remarkable, and I'm not accusing people of doing that in the public service. I'm trying to find out whether or not the government and the public service understand there is a potential for that. And we've seen that widely in other industries from so-called reputable firms. And so I've heard some stories about the public service hiring those $2.4 billion worth of labour hire firms, labour hire people over 4 years. That's a staggering figure.
And I appreciate you're not making an accusation, and certainly that you're highlighting that your point is there could be potential, or you're trying to seek an understanding of whether there is. But if there is a single case of this abuse, then I would expect that it be raised and referred to the appropriate authorities and dealt with accordingly.
What doesn't give me confidence, and I accept what you're saying, what doesn't give me confidence is that some people in the Hunter Valley, for example, raised this repeatedly over a course of about 5 years and got nowhere, neither from the state nor federal government, with blatant breaches of the law. And so I'm just trying to understand if the public service knows that this could be going on and what they're doing to protect not only workers who work for them permanently, casually, directly, but also those who work indirectly through labour hire firms, because not all labour hire firms are ethical.
Senator, I'm not aware of the particular issues that you're raising,
Okay.
but obviously if you have concerns, please take them up with the relevant minister or with his department in relation to the way they manage
I'm just
their
trying to
affairs.
find out whether or not you're aware of the potential.
I'm not aware of any of the particular concerns you're raising, Senator.
Or the potential for that. Are you aware that casual workers that are employed either directly or through labour hire firms have less job security and find it harder, for example, to get home loans? Because one of the requirements is for a home loan a secure permanent job.
Am I aware of that? Again, it's not an issue that's been brought to my attention.
So you're not aware, okay. So these workers who are working for the public service for more than 6 months miss out on the terms and conditions of government employment. Is that reasonable?
You've asked me an opinion. You've asked me an opinion there.
Well, I'll ask the Minister.
Look, the decisions made by heads of agency around how they engage their workforce, either in the way you've characterised or other ways, I think, as the Commissioner has outlined, is a matter for them based on the needs of the community they serve and the work that they do. In terms of, I personally would love to ensure that everyone gets everything they're entitled to, and I have every expectation that those who are engaged under whatever contractual arrangement they are, those contracts are in alignment with the law and done in accordance with what is legally required of the employing agency. So, you know, my hope is everyone gets what they deserve and nothing less.
Well, that's my hope too, but in the Hunter Valley for a period of 7 years now, 5 years till we started working on it, there were people, many people, who were abused and they were told and exploited, and they were told to go and talk with the State Department. Workplace, work cover, they were told to take it up with the federal government, and nothing happened. And then we were actively misrepresented when we tried to do something about it. Eventually we prevailed on some areas and we're still working on others. So it could happen in the public service, and I'm just checking to make sure that the public service is aware of some of these things, that's all.
So I think you've brought this concern you have to the Commissioner's attention, and certainly the Minister I'm representing will be aware of your concerns. Again, if there's a specific instance or a series of them, we should deal with them in the appropriate forum.
So one final question, Chair. What margin is paid to labour hire firms when you engage a casual through them? Because now I'm putting on my other hat. Instead of protecting constituents, I'm protecting taxpayers who are also constituents. How much? What's the margin?
Look, I'm not sure we don't collect data on that, Senator, so I really can't answer that question. It'd be a matter for each particular agency head in terms of their arrangements they have, but there's no, we don't collect data on that issue.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Roberts. Yes, Senator Ayres.
I didn't hear your answer to Senator Roberts', I think, initial question, which was about the... I think you gave an answer, tell me if I'm wrong, which was about the number of direct casuals and the number of non-ongoing, but consistent with the APSC's previous answers to the committee, you don't have an answer for the number of labour hire employees engaged by the APSC.
That is correct.
And the justification for that, what I think is an impossible proposition, is still the same, Mr Woolcott, is it?
Well, we collect data on Australian public servants, and arrangements under the PGP Act fall outside our terms of reference. But having said that, Senator, I mean, it's always appropriate to look at ways to improve data collection and our understanding of the public sector workforce, and we will continue to do so and use the COO committee for that end.
Does that mean that you're heading towards being able to collect that data, to be able to sort of identify what proportion of the workforce is privatised, or you're just making a general comment about...
Just making a general comment at this point, Senator.
So it's studied ignorance still on labour hire. Has there been any consideration, the survey work that the Commission does on a regular basis, there's been no consideration to extending that survey work to the experience that labour hire employees have with the public service?
Not at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator Roberts.
You can't provide a guarantee that there's no wage theft going on in the industry, in the public sector?
No, I can't provide that guarantee.
Okay, thank you.
But again, I think it's important, if there are examples of that, I'll walk with you to the appropriate authority and we'll make sure that they are made aware and investigations occur and justice is done.
Thank you.
And the Workforce Ombudsman is obviously, Sandra Parker obviously looks at this aspect very closely in terms of both the private sector and the public sector.
Wonderful. Thank you, Senator Roberts. There are no other questions for the APSC. We will send them off. Thank you very much for coming along today. And we'll bring on the Office of National Intelligence. Thank you. Cool. How long? Cool. I don't think we have any. I welcome Ms Nina Davidson, Acting Director General and Officers of the Office of National Intelligence. Ms Davidson, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No opening statement, thank you, Chair, other than to note the Director General's apologies at not being able to attend given his travelling official business. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Senator Ayres.
Thank you, Ms Davidson. Good afternoon, I suppose it is now. I just want to start by asking a few questions about the Prime Minister's address to the Alliance dinner a few days ago. He said the government is establishing the Cyber and Critical Technology Intelligence Centre to be led by ONI. Can you tell me how will ONI lead this centre?
Yes, Senator. The centre is to be a cross-agency, a cross-NIC National Intelligence Community Agency centre, housed and led by us. I think as the Prime Minister touched on in his address, one of the elements of the centre will be to enhance our engagement working with the research and development community outside of government to ensure that we, as an intelligence community, can stay across technological developments that may have bearing on our intelligence capabilities. And also the centre will allow us to enhance our support through our assessment work on cyber and critical technology issues, which are of course an increasingly important part of our strategic environment and areas in which there's rapid change.
Thank you. And which agencies are involved at this stage?
At this stage, ONI itself, capabilities within ONI itself, and the Australian Cyber Security Centre are key agencies involved. But over time and in different ways, a number of agencies across the national intelligence community, as well as the policy community more broadly, we expect will be involved and engage with the centre.
And so in terms of staffing it, it'll be... So ONI staff will be engaged and presumably managing the work of the centre. The ACSC, no other staff of other agencies at this stage engaged?
We're in the early stages, Senator, of standing up the centre. So we're in the process of establishing the centre, and the sort of key agencies contributing at the outset are ONI and the ACSC. But we do anticipate that other agencies will contribute over time.
Can you tell me how will it be structured? What's the chain of command? Has somebody been appointed to lead the centre at this stage?
The detail, Senator, as you'll understand in this forum, about the detailed structure and resourcing in line with our general
Just
approach.
at a high level, yes. Yes.
There are some leadership positions that we will be filling over coming months.
So that's how far down the track is it?
That's right. We have a process open at the moment to fill some SES Band 1 positions, and there's a position that really relates to our cyber and critical technology capability that we'll look to fill out of that round. So we have processes in place, Senator, but and as you know, it's always difficult to predict how long these things take, particularly to get positions filled in the intelligence community, given the considerations that sit around our recruitment.
And I think there's a budget increase for ONI around about $54 million. It's a 32% increase. What proportion of that funding increase is allocated to the centre?
Again, I won't go into breakdowns of figures, Senator, just because we don't disclose the detail of our resourcing because of what that detail might reveal about sensitive national security issues. But as you've noted, there is an increase in ONI's resourcing. that includes resourcing associated with the centre. Also, that there has been an increase to ONI's resourcing, if you like, in general.
Yes.
And that reflects that since the time that ONI was established, out of the 2017 Independent Intelligence Review, it's been clear that both the complexity and pace of change in our strategic environment, in technological change, has exceeded what was expected at the time. So reflecting that, what it means in terms of our ability to provide assessment support to government, to a range of policy departments, as well as across our other functions in the national intelligence community, that we have had an increase in funding.
Yes, I suppose I suppose what I'm interested in yes, from sitting outside, you would expect that there was room for year-on-year significant budget increases as the complexity of the task in front of the agency becomes more and more of a challenge, and anticipating developments that building the capability to be able to deal with unknown developments in technology or otherwise in the future. I suppose what I wanted to get a handle on at a very high level was whether or not the allocation within that for the new centre was large or not. The Prime Minister made the announcement a few days ago. It seems consistent with, in the cyber area, the increasing nature of the challenge and the requirement for a sort of whole of government capability to be built to deal with cyber security. I'm just trying to get a handle on, amongst a series of the other initiatives and functions and capabilities across the public service, how big this really is, and whether its coordination role will, absorb some of that capability that's outside. Can you help me answer any of those questions? I appreciate. I certainly didn't mean to convey that I wanted the exact numbers, but can you assist me with?
I understand. No. I guess perhaps the way to respond to that, Senator, is that from an ONI and intelligence community perspective, and as you say, there are other investments, resourcing activities across government. We, as a community, as an agency, play a particular role. That the funding increase builds on existing, resourcing and existing activities, and we're sort of confident, I guess, from an agency and a community perspective, that along with the other activities in government, it sets us up to effectively respond in the years ahead.
And I think that in 2020, the government announced the Critical Technologies Policy Coordination Office in PM&C. There appears to be an overlap between what the Prime Minister said a few days ago about this new centre and that function sitting within PM&C. What can you tell me about that? Or is there an overlap, or is there something that distinguishes these two functions?
Yes, there is something that distinguishes the functions, Senator, in that our function in the intelligence community and out of ONI, part of what this centre will do will provide support into that part of PM&C as well as other parts of government, as well as cyber, of course. Critical technology is an area of increasing importance to our national security interests, and in various parts of government, questions around seeking to understand critical technology developments are an increasing part of the questions that policy agencies are dealing with. So the intention is that the centre provide a single point of access to provide strategic intelligence assessment support into other parts of government. So it is that if you like, the intelligence dimension to policy support that is different about the centre.
And one final question. Does the establishment of this centre also does have a relationship to the AUKUS agreement? Is it designed to provide confidence and security and a sort of mechanism around the sharing of technology?
What I'd say there, Senator, is that in the AUKUS context, as in general,
Yes,
critical
sure.
technology, is an important issue. So I think there's relevance there, but it is a broader issue.
Yeah, there's a requirement for sort of not just capability lifting, but confidence lifting.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres. That was neatly on 10 minutes. Any further questions for ONI? No? We'll send you off then. Thank you very much for coming along today. And I'll call the DTA to come in.
Thanks, Ms. Davidson and team.
Tim, how many questions?
Precisely, if I add them all up? Zero. Zero.
Open slatter.
Well, I wouldn't take that literally.
I don't think he requires encouragement for it.
I welcome Mr Chris Fechner, Chief Executive Officer at the Digital Transformation Agency, and other officers. Mr Fechner, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator.
I have pronounced your last name correctly, haven't
did,
I?
absolutely.
Very good. That's the most important thing. Senator Roberts has some questions for you.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. The so-called trusted digital identity entails finding all Commonwealth government records for every adult Australian, creating a digital identity in each person's name, and then adding that data into their digital identity. In other words, this is a giant data matching exercise. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not correct.
Could you explain why?
So the
What it is?
Yes, so the digital identity is a mechanism for citizens through their own choice to establish a trusted and secure mechanism to engage with government services. The information that's stored inside of the digital identity is entirely up to the discretion of the citizen to put it to use to put it in, and it is not used for any other purpose than for proofing the identity of the citizen so they can use services.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, you would have to be able to connect the government databases, or at least connect the government databases to an individual's record, if they wanted to.
So if a citizen chooses to, and there is different levels of proofing within the digital identity system. Lower level of proofing requires less documentation, but significant services that have got a high risk or a high value have a higher level of proofing. In those circumstances, we match to existing government services, but through a consent basis.
Okay. How many digital identities do you expect to create? Would it be one for every Australian?
So currently, Senator, there is 7.9 million digital identities that have been created.
Mm-hmm.
So it's entirely voluntary, so it does not necessitate one-to-one in that space.
So how many do you think you will create? Because as I understand it, the trusted digital identity is pretty significant in the government's policy. They have shown us legislation, and it would seem to be fairly comprehensive. How many digital identities would you anticipate would be created?
So that is a matter of choice for citizens, Senator. So the purpose of the identity is to make safe, secure and simple services. So as new services are created by the government that require identity, then people can make choices as to how they do it. There is always alternatives for access to government services outside of digital identity, so that people that choose not to are not disadvantaged.
Right, so how many digital identities do you think will be created ultimately? Do you expect? I mean, you're doing your planning, I take it.
So we are scaled for full enrolment. I might just get a specific one to Julie Cook.
Yeah, Julie Cook, Branch Manager for Digital Identity. As Chris has mentioned, there's no requirement for people to create or use a digital identity, and we believe that the adoption rate for digital identities to be created and used will be determined by the services that people are choosing to access.
Okay. You're starting a project then with no understanding of how big this is going to be or potentially be?
No, we model that based on the services that are onboarding, and we can take, I guess, a question off on notice on the services that we've got onboarding over the next, up until the end of this calendar year.
That would be handy. And what about for the next 5 years?
So we haven't modelled the services. The demand is based purely on the services that are onboarding and people's desire to choose a digital identity process to help them access those services.
And Senator, importantly, digital identity is not on a per service basis. When you create a digital identity, is used for many services, and that increases the simplicity by which people can access those services in a way that's trusted and secure.
I understand that, but I would think that the Digital Transformation Agency, which started in 2016 with a mission, and this is quoting you, to transform services to be simple, clear and fast. The very first step in that process would be, I would have thought, to be a stock table of what systems are out there so an accurate job scope could be formed.
Senator, if I'm understanding the question correctly, if you're trying to get the volume of the number of citizens that would enrol, it'll be adult citizens within the Commonwealth can use it for access to government services. We're also very keen to make sure that it's clear that there is not one and only one digital identity that's available for the system. So within the identity framework that we've proposed, there can be multiple identities that can be provided. The government digital identity, the MyGov ID, currently has 7.9 million. It has been growing steadily since it came into effect, with a significant uptick since we introduced the higher proofing levels for some services, such as tax file numbers and CRNs.
So that makes sense, but I still can't understand how the project could be started, and it's not just in this country, it's in many countries, the digital transformation platform or project, how it can be started without an understanding of the scope. Because how can you then ask the government for a budget? How can you justify the expenditure of money? How can you justify how many billions will be devoted to this?
So, Senator, again, the words that you used were simple, clear and fast access to government services in a federated digital identity system. So there are, across local, state and federal government and the private sector, hundreds, if not thousands of services that could be made digital if there was the appropriate identity proofing to allow access to those digital services. We are provisioning a framework and a method to give access to those services. The rate of which the services come on is a matter for some other agencies, and as well as state and local governments and the private sector.
So what's the scope? How do you know how much money will be spent now, how much money will be spent in the future, in 5 years' time, 10 years' time? Seems like it's just hit and miss.
I might pass to Julie just after a couple of comments again. So we will respond to the demand in the system, and we've built the Trusted Digital Identity framework and the system to scale significantly in use. So as the demand increases, so will the capability of the system. As more services come online, it will create an environment where people are expecting and requesting more digital services to come online for the convenience of those services and the ease of access. So the idea with the Trusted Digital Identity framework is we've got not just one identity provider that can do it, but many in the system, and in fact many actual other providers both in the private sector and the public sector that can actually make use of a highly secure, accredited environment for the people outside of the system, and one that's actually at a certain point in the future will be covered under legislation.
So correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like either this is an open check approach or an ambush approach. We need this money suddenly. So I can't understand how work can start on this without some scoping or some understanding of the size of the project?
So, one more comment, then I will hand to Julie. As you noted, digital identity is being used broadly across the planet. Very much a focus of governments.
Starting to come in, thanks to the World Economic Forum, yes.
So again, there is differing levels of maturity across the planet in that space. The use of digital identity provides a way of creating an assured framework for people to get access to those services. And I will hand across to Julie now.
Just add to Chris's point that I guess the origin of the Digital Identity Program was in response to the Financial Services Inquiry in 2014 and the government response to that in 2015 to address some of the fragmentation of how identity verification is undertaken across the digital economy. One of the ways that government has responded to that is the building of the digital identity system run by the Commonwealth, which, as Chris has mentioned, has got 7.9 million people that have created a MyGov ID at this point in time. We've also accrediting private sector entities as well who are looking at setting up their own digital identity services under the Trusted Digital Identity Framework to ensure that those systems are built to the same rules and regulations. So I guess, as Chris has mentioned, as more services come onto our system, we expect that that more and more people will want to create and use a digital identity.
Just going back a minute, I was at the Australian Banking Association conference a few weeks ago. And I may be wrong in this, but it seemed like every single speaker spoke about the need for digital identity. And we're very much talking it up. So if that's the case, why isn't there some kind of scope around this? It still seems to be we'll go along until people want it. It seems to be an awfully big commitment ahead.
For a very large problem. As you noted, it's not just government services that are looking for that. Financial services industries, and it is to address the secure and simple access. So the increase of online fraud, online crime is skyrocketing, as you would see from things like the ACSC reports, and digital identity is a very important component in the framework of delivering services that are trusted and secure. And with the Trusted Digital Identity Framework, we've gone further and we've put in place an accreditation and a regulation environment that ensures the privacy of the individuals are maintained, that there is a recompense if there is any failures within the systems that support the recovery of the identities that are sitting in there, to make sure that we're able to support trust and confidence in the government system. And the people that go through accreditation, as Julie said, they're held to a very high standard, and the standard, which I'll just pass to Julie, is being acknowledged and recognised as a leading framework within the whole planet.
Yep, not going to add. We unearthed a number of failures at last Senate estimates. My understanding is that, I agree with you, the incidence of digital fraud is skyrocketing. The biggest areas of concern seem to be government services in Silicon Valley, and so that doesn't give me much hope. And most of them are attributable to either human error or fraud. People are very, very skillful.
And Senator, yes, it goes to the nature of the reason why the digital identity is in place, to give people ongoing protections that when they're engaging with people that are accredited through our system or accredited through our framework or within our system, that there is an incredibly high standard that they need to work to.
So
Senator Roberts, we are overdue for lunch now, so if you can wrap up your questions as quickly as possible,
Can
please.
you show me a risk assessment for the trusted digital identity, please? Are you able to provide that?
I might just pass to Julie.
We've done cyber security risk assessments. We can confirm whether that we can table those.
Okay. The last time the federal government had tried a simple data matching exercise, just two databases, Centrelink and Taxation, we had a Royal Commission level stuff up, Robodebt. Hundreds if not thousands of lives were lost while nothing good came of it. With such high stakes, how could your department have not done a risk assessment comprehensively, not just in the narrow scope that you mentioned, Ms Cook, to make sure the same tragedy does not happen again?
Senator, over the life of the digital identity system, we've done a number of privacy impact assessments. We've consulted very broadly with stakeholder groups. We've worked very closely with the privacy commissioners. We've done all of the work that's necessary to look at the protections for citizens. We have certainly been conscious of the concerns around privacy and security of information, and they've been upmost in ours. The Trusted Digital Identity Framework has got trust principles underpinning it. It has a number of regulatory practices that we've put in place for certifications that say they have to have a high standard. And the intent of the digital identity is actually only for the proofing. It's not used for any other purposes. It's not used for one-to-many matching. It's not used to track people's movements. It is simply a mechanism to support secure and safe and convenient access to services through a proven identity.
And yet, last question, Chair.
Thank you, Senator
This is
Roberts.
not just Australia, because you have on your website, you have, apart from my scratchings on it, a digital identity working group that goes around the world. It's got Australia, Canada, Finland, Israel, Netherlands, New Zealand, I think, another country's flag I don't recognise, and Britain. So the Digital Identity Working Group is exploring ways to, quote, enable mutual recognition and or interoperability around the world, globally, meaning an Australian digital identity will follow them around the world wherever they go. So there won't be any escape from the trusted digital identity globally, will there?
Senator, I might pass to Julie for this.
So I chair that working group. The intention is to understand what is happening internationally in the digital identity space and where there are potential opportunities to make the systems interoperable to support ease of transactions internationally. We've started looking at opportunities through that group. There's been that's not a decision-making group. It's an information sharing group.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts, and thank you for the DTA for coming along today. We will dismiss you now and go to our lunch break a little earlier than anticipated, and the committee will reconvene at 1:35 p.m. The committee suspends. Convene, and I welcome the Minister for Finance, Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, representing the Prime Minister, Ms Stephanie Foster, Deputy Secretary, Governance and APS Reform, and other officers of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Senators. No, thank you. We are here in continuum.
Very good. Ms Foster, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Very good. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you very much. First, I want to turn to the issue of the doctoring of the Hansard in relation to the speeches in the chambers by Minister Sukkar and Minister Hume, both of which were substantially altered after having been given. I'll ask the first question I just have is, Ms Foster, did you have any knowledge of the mistake in what was put to the Parliament before it became public?
No, I didn't, Senator. And in fact, the issues are normally dealt with by our PLOs, and Mr Reid has
No, I'm
indicated-
asking you first. I will
no,
ask
I
you.
didn't personally,
Okay.
Senator.
When did you become aware of this issue?
About 5 minutes ago, Senator.
All right. So, and PM&C was not asked for advice about this?
So
You?
I wasn't personally,
Okay.
Senator, but Mr Reid has indicated to me that he might have some information that will assist.
Mr Reid?
Yes, Senator. I'm John Reid, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division. Sorry, what was the question, Senator? Seriously? Well, as in, did I become aware of it? When did I Your become aware of it? Deputy Secretary said you have some information that So could you- assist. Now you're asking me to ask the question. No, Please assist. Sorry, Senator, I can assist. So, Thank you. I became aware of this on Sunday, On Sunday. with the interview around insiders. I spoke with my officers this morning to confirm the process that was followed in relation to that transcript. And I can confirm that the standard process was followed, which is that following the speech in question, the House Parliamentary Liaison Officer provided the Hansard Office with the second reading speech that they had been provided by the Treasurer's Office, and that was some minutes after the speech was delivered. And the department had no further engagement in the transcript with the tabling office or with any ministerial office. Well, I would take issue with the phrase standard. I've never seen Hansard be doctored this way.
Sorry, Senator Wong. I think what I just heard, Senator, is the official saying that the standard process of after I tabled the second reading speech, being that the PLO provides a copy to the table office, and that was all that occurred in relation to the PMNC PLO.
I'm going to ask some questions about this. Which officers did you... So Sunday you became aware of this issue, Mr Reid. How? The insiders interview on the ABC. Right, and who... Because you watched it or someone called you and said he's been asked about it? I watched parts of it, Senator. And then to who spoke to you or to whom did you speak? I spoke with the House Parliamentary Liaison Officer this morning. When? This morning. After questions were asked and estimates, or...? I'm not sure, Senator. I wasn't following estimates. But what prompted you was the insiders interview? What prompted me this morning was the House Parliamentary Liaison Officer reaching out to me this morning to confirm Right, what okay. had happened. So so as a consequence of the insiders interview, you didn't do anything? No, Senator. But the House Parliamentary Liaison Officer, correct? That's right. Spoke to you. That's right. And who Senator. is that? It's Alex Philp, Senator. Alex Philp. Philp. And he's an acting SES Band 1 officer. and from is a Park. PMC officer. He's a PMNC officer. That's Okay. And he reached out to you to say what? So he called you? He signalled me this morning and emailed, and we have spoken in person. Okay. And what was the nature of his communication? To confirm with me the process that had been followed in relation to the transcript for that second reading speech. Which was? Which was, as I said, Senator. Say it again, So, please. prior to Minister Sukkot's second reading speech, he, in the House PLO office, was provided with a copy of the speech. He? Mr Philp. Yep. Was provided with a copy of the speech in the standard way. Immediately after the speech, or sometime after the speech, within an hour or so, I think, after the speech being delivered, he forwarded that soft copy of the second reading speech to the Hansard office. Right. And was that the same as the speech that was actually given? It was the speech that was given, that's right, Senator. That is with the erroneous policy proposition. Well, it was as it was delivered in Which the is chamber. the 17 million scripts, 17 million people. What was it? So... I've forgotten which the metric was.
I'm not sure that I can help you there, Senator Wong.
Oh, well, I'll
because I
read it
wasn't
out.
listening this
Your
morning,
minister
but,
said it. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you to read it out if you'd like.
I think what we've ascertained is that it was the same
Schedule 7
incorrect
to the
version
bill
that was
ensures that all
forwarded.
Australians will continue to have best access to the PBS and the medicines continue to be affordable for Australians. Amendment will reduce the pharmaceutical benefit scheme general patient charge by $10 from the amount of $42.50 to the new amount of $32.50 commencing on 1st May. Which was not correct. That was the version that was consistent with the version that was received by the PLO office and was then forwarded to Okay, the so table Mr office. Philp, who has he been in this job for some time or only recently moved into the job? Only recently, Senator. So he gets a copy of the second reading speech. He forwards a soft copy to the Hansard office, which includes the a description on the budget measure which was not correct.
It was as it was read in the chamber. So it wasn't changed or touched
Which
by
was
the
not
PLO
correct.
office.
Which was not correct, Senator
Yeah,
Wong,
well,
but
just concede that. It's not-
indeed. But
Yeah,
just
fair
in
enough.
fairness to Mr Philp, it's not his job
I'm
to
I'm not
proofread
having
the
a go at
content
him.
either.
No,
That's
he's
just-
forwarding what the Treasurer's Office sends him.
that's right,
So
Senator
did
Wong.
Mr Philp tell you when he first became aware it was an error?
No, Senator. I think that would have been on Sunday morning when the issue was raised in the media.
No, but you've had a conversation with him, a signal message and an email exchange. Has he told you when did anyone raise with him, oops, by the way, wrong speech?
No, Senator.
So Treasurer's Office never raised it with him?
Not as far as I'm aware, Senator.
Did, so to your knowledge, did anyone from Prime Minister and Cabinet become aware prior to the insiders interview that this had happened, that there'd been a speech given in the Parliament which didn't reflect government policy?
No, Senator.
Okay, so Senator Birmingham, when did you first become aware that this had happened in both the Senate and the House?
Well, that will expose that I may not have watched Insiders yesterday morning, Senator Wong, but I became aware this morning.
Really?
Yes.
Surprising. You didn't notice the newspaper articles?
I clearly had missed them, Senator Wong.
So when did you become aware that Senator Hume had also sought belatedly to dramatically change the Hansard record of her speech?
Well, I became aware of the instance across both chambers this morning, Senator.
When did the Prime Minister's office become aware?
I don't know, Senator Wong. I'll have to...
Have you discussed it with the PM's office?
In passing since I became aware today, but only in passing in the context of being aware that the questions had been raised this morning.
Who did you discuss it with?
Would have been one of the advisors in the PMO.
Senior advisor, principal advisor?
Title, I think, is senior advisor.
And did that person indicate when they became aware of this?
No, but it wasn't really the nature of the conversation either.
So, I'm trying to understand what the Prime Minister's office knew about the doctoring of the Hansard or the alteration of the Hansard. I'm trying to understand, did anybody know that Mr Sukkar and Senator Hume were going to do that?
Senator, I will seek to find out for you as quick as I can there. Obviously, in this instance, the individuals provided and used an incorrect version of the speech. They sought to get that corrected on the record.
No, but they didn't, did they? I mean, there's a difference. I mean, well, I'll come to that, but I am first going to ask you, I'd like to understand, as the Minister representing the Prime Minister, when the Prime Minister or his staff became aware of the error, first question, and secondly, when the Prime Minister or his staff became aware of how ministers proposed to deal with the error.
Understand the question,
Thank
Senator
you.
Wong.
Because the second point, and this goes to an important issue, goes to how one corrects the record in the Parliament, doesn't it?
Well, it does, Senator Wong. That's right. Correcting the record is an important part
Sure, and
of
you've done
what
it.
we all have to do from
Correct.
time to time.
I've had to do
Mistakes
it many years
happen.
ago. You've had to do it. You come in, you go, oh, I made a mistake. I once announced a policy that hadn't been announced. It was given to me on a piece of paper and I announced it. And I was like, oh, it hasn't been announced, so you have to correct it. But they didn't come in and correct, did they?
Well, I think in the case of the Senate, from what I can gather of what I heard of the timeline of events, the Senate was no longer in session
That's
by
not
that
true.
time.
That's not true. That is, well, I don't, well, you come back and tell me if that's correct. I understood, and I'm happy to be corrected, that Senator Hume, in fact, changed the Hansard on the Wednesday. So we're still sitting till, what time do we end up sitting? 11 o'clock?
9:30. No, it was a bit earlier than that, I think,
Was
in
it
the end.
10:30? So I don't think that's correct. And if it is the case, she could have come on obviously to her estimates and said, I've now redone this. But neither Mr Sukar nor Senator Hume did what convention under the Westminster system would require, which is turn up to the chamber and say, I have to correct the record. Can you tell me why that didn't happen?
Senator, I think in, and appreciating, of course, as you will know, the slight nuance of difference between House procedure and Senate procedure as to how they're presented. In Senator Hume's case, she literally tabled a document. She didn't deliver a speech. Just because
it's not
the language points. I'm only just making that point because in her case, and I can't speak for the process at the time because I'm only became aware of it myself this morning. But in her case, it would appear she simply sought to have what would have been the correct document tabled incorporated.
It's an incorporated speech. It's not just a document where you go, I tabled the wrong treaty or I tabled the wrong, heads of agreement or something. It's the incorporated speech.
Well,
I mean, did she? Isn't the decent thing to do, and frankly, what ministers are expected to do? People make mistakes. Get that? She's a repping minister in this context, isn't she, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's a repping minister, she's given the wrong speech, but isn't the appropriate thing to do for her to turn up and say, I'm tabling a new speech. I note that the speech that I was provided with and that has been incorporated into the parliamentary record contained an error of fact. Simple. Why wasn't that done?
Senator, I think it's an unusual set of circumstances for both ministers involved. I acknowledge that. I think in both cases, clearly it was an innocent mistake on each of their parts in what information was provided to the Houses. Now, I think each sought to ensure that the record accurately reflected the bill that they were introducing, and that the second reading speech was amended to reflect accurately that bill rather than the information that had been provided. I understand the points you're making about the procedures for doing so.
I think this Odgers extract was read in the earlier hearing. So Odgers says, soon after they deliver a speech, senators receive a draft of the transcript from Hansard. Senators may make necessary corrections to the transcript, but changes altering the sense or introducing new matters are not admissible. Following an incident in 1989 in which a minister was censured by the Senate for deleting words appearing in the Daily Hansard, so a minister was censured, the Senate resolved that the President should enforce strictly the rule that senators' corrections to the Hansard must not have the effect of deleting from the record words actually spoken in debate so as to alter the sense of words spoken. That's what happened here, isn't it?
Well, Senator, it's an unusual set of circumstances where you're dealing with the minister's second reading speech that has a particular function in terms of describing the content and meaning of a bill before the chamber.
Sure.
And the accuracy of that is important. I think I can understand the circumstance where in real time handling of the matters, the ministers or officers at the time formed a view to seek to most expeditiously get the Hansard record corrected to ensure the accurate second reading speech was there for those bills. Appreciate the point you're making that there's an alternate pathway they could have followed to do that, that may have avoided the discussions we're having now, and I'm sure that's something everyone will reflect upon.
You've never done this.
I don't think I've ever given the wrong speech
No,
in a
but
second reading bill either.
You've never
but-
tried to reverse something on Hansard that you've actually said. There's one thing, you know, if Hansard's got it incorrect or words wrong or something, but you haven't done this, have you?
As I said, Senator, I think in the real time of what a fairly unique set of circumstances.
Well, who decided this was the way to deal with it?
I assume that decision was made, Senator Wong, across each of the offices, but
Independently came to the same view. We'll just go along and try and...
I would be surprised if there wasn't discussion, given that there's no particular reason I would have expected Senator Hume to be aware that she had tabled the wrong speech unless somebody else brought it to her attention.
And no one raised this with you as Senate Leader?
No, Senator. But again, budget week's not always the best time to seize attention on such matters.
Just apart from anything, you know, by the way, we gave the speech which had the budget measure that we didn't put in place.
As I said, I became aware of it this morning.
Have you had a discussion with Senator Hume's office?
No.
When you had the discussion with the Prime Minister's senior advisor, were they aware of... Had they had discussions with Mr Sukkar and Senator Hume about changing the Hansard in this way?
Not to my knowledge, Senator Wong, but as I say, to be honest, I gave an honest answer there that I'd had a discussion. It was a passing discussion,
Sure.
noting what was happening in this committee this morning.
Sure.
It wasn't a detailed discussion about the matter.
Can you tell me why... when did Mr Sukkar give this speech?
You probably have those details closer to hand than I do, but I can ask somebody to look it up if you like.
Wednesday, I think. So the House sat on the Thursday. Can you explain to me why Mr Sukkar didn't do the decent thing and come into the House on Thursday and correct the record?
Senator Wong, as I said before, I can only deduce that in this case they thought and believed that the most expeditious way to ensure the right second reading speech was accompanying the bill was to update the Hansard with the accurate speech.
Expeditious. So I understand Mr Sukkar delivered his speech at 9:33 on Wednesday morning. The House rose Thursday evening. Had a fair bit of time to correct the record, didn't he?
Well, he did seek Senator Wong to ensure that the record was corrected.
No, hang on.
The discussion is about the means that was used.
Changing the Hansard, you and I both know, everybody knows, the notion of the principle of accountability to the people through the Parliament, that is part of the Westminster system, isn't a technical point. It's a principled point, which is if you tell the Parliament something that is wrong, you then tell the Parliament you told them something was wrong. You don't sort of scurry around and try and doctor the Hansard. You know that.
Senator Wong, I accept that principle, and as you've acknowledged, we've all had to do so from time to time for various purposes. This, as I said, I think is a somewhat unique set of circumstances in terms of the technical and formal aspects of a second reading speech accompanying a bill, not a minister's second reading speech accompanying the introduction of the bill, which you would appreciate has conventions around what it contains, and indeed the can be used at different times in the future for the legal reading of that bill alongside its intent and a range of other purposes. So it is an unusual issue in terms of a clarification to have to do there. I think in that
Surely,
case,
Minister, you can't possibly be suggesting that somehow because a second reading speech is more important, that it's therefore okay to change Hansard to correct a mistake rather than fronting up.
No,
nonsensical.
Senator Wong, I think the import of ensuring that the content of the speech is aligned with the content of the bill and that it achieves those purposes is an important one, but
it achieves exactly the opposite, doesn't it? That is, it creates a distinction between what's recorded and what's actually been given. It doesn't resolve the problem. It creates an apparent dishonesty between what's been delivered and what Hansard says, and as you indicate that second reading speech has a special meaning in terms of statutory interpretation, doesn't that create all sorts of vulnerabilities?
Senator Ayres...
to protect Mr Sukar's from embarrassment?
Senator Ayres, in this case, I think there are two issues here. There's the accuracy of the Hansard as a journal of record of what is said. Then there is also the role of the Hansard as the record for a ministerial explanation around the content of a bill.
What it all means.
Now, the two are meant to work in sync.
But if they don't, you don't fix it up by creating some fiction that says something that was said wasn't said. You fix it up by saying, actually, the second reading speech should have contained this. You make it clear on the record there was an error in the second reading speech that was given or tabled, and that the correct paragraph should have read X. Scurry down and try and fix up the Hansard without being up front.
Senator Wong, I think, I think I can only deduce that the intentions were to seek to ensure that the record was accurate, and that was what ministers and their officers sought to do. Indeed, if they'd gone about it a different way, it would have avoided this conversation, which would have been preferable.
So you'll come back and tell me when the Prime Minister's office became aware of this and what action they took? Yeah.
I will bring you further updates on that, Senator Wong. To date, all I can tell you is in terms of the advisor that I was engaged with earlier, and to their knowledge, they were not aware prior to the matters being handled in the respective chambers. At present, I have no knowledge as to that the PMO was aware at all.
I'm sure that Senator Gallagher will give the opportunity, but I'm also asking you personally, asking you if the Treasurer's Office became aware of this and what action they took.
I will seek to get that response as well.
I just want to know whose idea...
I think would have been a Treasurer's bill. So.
Sure. What I'm actually wondering is who came up with the bright idea that you just changed the Hansard as a way of dealing with a mistake. Someone came up with it, right? Because it's unusual.
Yes, it's an unusual set of circumstances.
It's not really.
I have conceded that already.
Yeah, well, second reading errors are not necessarily unusual, but dealing with it this way is unusual. Do you, Senator Birmingham, the Statement of Ministerial Standards actually tries to articulate in part the convention we're describing.
Ministers are expected to be honest in the conduct of public office and, relevantly, take all reasonable steps to ensure that they do not mislead the public or the Parliament. It is a minister's personal responsibility to ensure that any error or misconception in relation to such a matter is corrected or clarified as soon as practical and in a manner appropriate to the issues and interests involved. So I'm asking you, given that, do you think that the way in which these two ministers sought to alter Hansard post facto, contrary to practice, contrary to Odgers, was appropriate?
Senator Wong, I think the actions were taken with the intent of ensuring that misleading information was not left on the public record and not provided, and that accurate information was actually provided.
You haven't really answered my question.
Well, Senator, you asked me what I think. I just told you what I think in terms of...
Is this how you deal with it, Minister Birmingham?
And so I haven't been confronted with this exact set of circumstances, Senator
I don't
Wong.
think it is how you deal with it. Can I ask I suppose a different question? Can you explain to us how, in the middle of how on a budget bill, budget measures bill, is that a better way of describing it, the same error could have been included in the second reading speech provided to both chambers?
Oh, I think how the error came to be there in the first place, Senator Wong, I think is a question that I'll look forward to having answered at some stage, because there are multiple checks that should have occurred at that point. How, once it was in the final folder, which is essentially an identical folder given to each minister for each chamber.
Well, how was the error in there? I mean, I'm assuming this was a budget measure you'd considered and then not included. And so that it found its way into a draft speech, and then when you didn't include it, it should have been dropped out, or you included a more constrained policy measure.
Well, many things get considered in the budget context, you know that, and we don't need to sort of go over all of those sorts of lines again. But yes, how an erroneous speech makes its way past the checkpoints of agencies and officers is clearly something that is regrettable. But how it happened in both chambers is not such a surprise, given the fact that the same documentation is prepared for both offices at the same time.
It's a bill that dealt with a range of budget measures. I mean, it contained the Lamito replacements, cost of living tax offset, etc. Small business measure, I'm bemused as to how it got through. Was it a late change?
No, Senator. So there were different policies under consideration in the budget context, but there was certainly no change, as you put it, that should have caused for an erroneous draft to be provided. So the circumstances of that, I mean, in the end, it will again be innocent mistake in one or more places that it came through, but it is clearly regrettable. I think in every budget there's something that ends up. Usually it's addendums to budget papers or something that end up being reprinted because there's a mistake somewhere. But that's just the nature of the scale of them.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Who's the Minister for Education?
Well, I think those matters were canvassed. Mr Tudge was sworn as the Minister for Education. He has stood aside from that role, and Mr Robert is the Acting Minister for Education.
So if he stood aside from the role, why is he still the Minister?
Because he's stood aside, not resigned.
When he issued a statement on 4 March about the Tom report, which was a second report on Mr Tudge's conduct as a minister, the Prime Minister said Mr Tudge was not seeking to return to the front bench. That was a misleading statement, wasn't it, Senator Birmingham?
No, Mr Tudge, following those discussions with the Prime Minister, has agreed to continue to stand aside from his ministerial duties and has made it clear that that was the case up until at least the election.
No, he said he was not seeking to return to the front bench, but you can't return to something you haven't left, I suppose. So if he hadn't left the front bench, then that statement would be misleading.
Well, Senator Smith, he had stood aside on the day that the issues were raised and chose to continue to do so.
Well, why wasn't the Prime Minister upfront about that? I mean, he said Mr Tudge was not seeking to return to the front bench, but the Prime Minister knew he had never left the front bench. He was still the Minister.
Well, it had always been, I think, quite clear that Mr Tudge had stood aside, that he had, not when the review was instigated, resigned as Minister.
Almost a month has passed since this took place and the Prime Minister misled Australians about Mr Tudge's status as Minister. Why hasn't an ongoing Minister for Education been appointed?
Mr Robert, who is sworn to part of that portfolio already, had already been fulfilling through the budget process all of the relevant functions in that role, doing a very good job in doing so, and so for continuity until the election it was appropriate that he continued to do so.
Why wasn't he appointed the Minister for Education in an ongoing way if he was doing a good job in that role?
Well, we were just continuing the arrangements that had been put in place from the time Mr Tudge stood aside.
The arrangements which, well, the description of which I believe is quite misleading. If there was no intention for Mr Tudge to return to the front bench and Mr Roberts was doing a good job, why would he not be appointed in an ongoing sense as Minister for Education?
Well, the Prime Minister will make any of those decisions if the government is re-elected after the election.
All right. Senator, you're here representing the Prime Minister. In the event that the Morrison government is returned, can you rule out a return to the front bench for Mr Tudge?
No, Senator Smith, it will be a matter for the Prime Minister to determine, whichever Prime Minister that may be after the election, who they put into different ministerial roles.
Sure, but you're representing the Prime Minister here, and the Prime Minister has said Mr Tudge is not seeking to return to the front bench, so can you rule out that Mr Tudge will not be returned to the front bench if the Morrison government is returned?
No, Senator Smith, I can't and won't make judgments in advance on what the composition of the ministry would look like after the election, unless the Prime Minister chooses to make express statements about commitments to different roles. All of us simply serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister on the other side. I think that's something that's, I think you were here when we were canvassing that the other day in relation to Mr O'Connor and the defence portfolio if Mr Albanese were elected Prime Minister.
Senator Birmingham, it seems to me that this process is a bit of a sham. If you can't rule out that he's returning to the front bench, and we were told by the Prime Minister he wasn't seeking to return to the front bench, but indeed he never left, it doesn't seem like this is a real consequence. It doesn't seem like the Prime Minister has been upfront about what is happening with Mr Tudge and his role as Minister for Education.
Mr Tudge is not performing ministerial duties. He is not being paid for ministerial duties. His office and staff are working to Mr Robert in relation to the performance of work required as Minister for Education.
But he still is the Minister for Education.
He has not resigned from that role, but to all intents and purposes, he has stood aside in relation to every aspect of the undertaking of that role.
On what date did payment of Mr Tudge's ministerial salary and other entitlements cease?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I'm assuming from the date at which he announced he was standing aside.
Senator Reynolds said that questions about Mr Tudge's ministerial salary should be directed to this department in estimates last week, so can we have an answer to that from the department? Surely someone would be prepared for that.
Senator, the department doesn't play any role in the allowances for ministerial roles. That's done by the relevant chamber department.
Sorry, by who?
The relevant chamber department. So
Which would be?
The House of Representatives.
For a ministerial salary?
That's correct, Senator.
So why did Senator Reynolds say that those questions should be directed to this agency?
Well, Senator Smith, I think in relation to timing around ministerial appointments and the like, those matters relate to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet in terms of the function of when ministers resign or such matters. But I'm happy to try to find, as I said, I already took on notice checking precise date, but I'm advised he's not been receiving ministerial salary, and I assume that dates back to when he stood aside.
Is that something you can come back to this committee on today? It should be a pretty straightforward question to answer.
I'll use best endeavours, Senator.
Okay. If you could find out the date in which his salary and other entitlements ceased, and also I suspect you'll take this on notice too, but whether all other ministerial entitlements ceased on that date as well.
Yes, Senator.
I just want to clarify before we move on, there's definitely no one from Prime Minister and Cabinet who can answer that for us now.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Senator, why hasn't Mr Tudge resigned?
Well, Senator Smith, Mr Tudge stood aside in the circumstances when the review was initiated. That's a common practice for ministers under such circumstances that they stand aside pending the outcome of such investigations. As you're aware, Dr Tom's investigations did conclude. Mr Tudge, I think, made a statement following their conclusion indicating his reasons for not wishing to return to his active frontbench duties at that time. And they included wishing to focus on his electorate for now and also, I think, supporting his family.
He's still the minister though. I mean, why didn't the Prime Minister ask him to resign?
Well, I said the agreement was that he would not return to his duties at present. Mr Tudge, I think, stepped out those reasons I just alluded to as to why he didn't seek to return to them at present in terms of the fulfilling the role in the education portfolio. The arrangements that have been put in place when he first stood aside have been working well, and particularly in a budget context, it made sense for continuity, especially with the proximity of an election as well.
Ms Foster, on the 29th of March, Samantha Maiden reported that the Morrison government was finalising, and I quote, a six-figure payout to Ms Rochelle Miller. What do you know about that?
Senator, I have no information about that. Those matters are handled by the Department of Finance.
But the department played a role in the Thom report, did it not?
Yes, Senator, but my understanding is that the payment that you're referring to is unrelated to the Thom report. So the Thom report was commissioned to inquire into whether or not Mr Tudge had breached the ministerial standards. That's quite a specific remit. Any action that Ms Miller might take for compensation is handled through the Department of Finance.
Okay. And is the department playing a role in the terms of that settlement with Ms Miller?
No, Senator.
Okay, Senator Ayres, do you want me to keep going, or do you...
I just want to clarify one thing, Ms Foster.
think Senator Smith asked you a question about when Minister Tudge, it appears still, when his salary was terminated. And I think you indicated that Department of Finance or others might be in a position to answer that question. I just wanted to know if there's anything in your knowledge about that you can tell us.
Certainly, Senator. So the answer I gave was that it's the Chamber Department which handles ministerial salaries, and therefore we don't have any direct knowledge.
No, we're not asking you.
But I'm coming to that, Senator.
Thank you.
I was just clarifying, Senator.
Yes, that's what I thought. I heard something
or the
like
Chamber
that.
Department.
Yes.
It was the
Yes.
Chamber Department. My understanding is that, as Senator Birmingham said, that ministerial salary has not been paid while Mr Tudge has stood aside from the front bench, but I don't have any direct knowledge of that. We don't handle that issue.
But he's still the minister, to your knowledge.
So, Senator, he's not resigned his commission, but he's not performing the duties of minister.
So you can be stood aside, but you can never leave. At the Morrison government.
Whomever wins the next election, a new ministry will need to be sworn in under any of those circumstances.
I can tell you that if the Morrison government's not returned, that Mr Tudge won't be a minister, that's for sure. Okay.
Could I just ask another topic while my colleagues are working out who goes to the next topic? Have you finished on that?
Yeah, thanks.
Which is, I understand there was some evidence given in the Attorney General's estimates in relation to the compensation paid to victim survivors who were sexually harassed by former High Court Judge Dyson Heydon, and the evidence was that it was the Commonwealth which sought the non-disclosure obligation. I don't have questions in relation to the broader issue, but I did want to know what role, if any, Prime Minister and Cabinet had in the terms of that settlement.
Senator, I personally had none. I'm just checking with Mr Reid. No, so it would have been Mr Reid's division, and he's telling me that
I just want to confirm there was never a discussion with anyone from PM&C about the inclusion of a non-disclosure obligation at officer level?
Senator, not to my knowledge, but my officers are listening to this testimony, and if I'm wrong, I will correct the
They'll
record.
correct it. And you won't just change the Hansard, you'll come in and make sure you correct it.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. From one litigation to another. So I want to understand exactly what support the government gave, Mr Morrison, the Morrison government gave to Mr Palmer's border challenge to Western Australia. So I note that Mr Palmer thanked Mr Morrison for contributing to his bid to dismantle Western Australia's hard COVID-19 border, and said the Commonwealth had played its part despite the Prime Minister then pulling his support. To PM&C's knowledge, how much did the government spend on supporting Mr Palmer's bid to challenge the Western Australia and Queensland border arrangements?
So, Senator, I don't believe we have that information, but Mr Reid's just checking to see if anyone in our area did have access to that information.
Did you have any involvement? Did the department have any involvement in?
Again,
Senator Hume, we could get her in to give an explanation on why she changed her Hansard.
I'm sure that I'm sure you'll seek that elsewhere, Senator Wong.
You just call her in. You're the leader. You're the leader. You could just say,
I'll
"Go on,
let
Jane, come in."
Ms Foster and the team respond to your prior question. Though I think your characterisation of the matter, my understanding is, and AGs would be far better placed to talk through their particular legal status before the court. But my understanding is that the Commonwealth intervened on constitutional aspects of that case. I don't think the characterisation of it, either whether they were your words or Mr Palmer's, is an entirely accurate one.
So, Senator, we're just trying to make sure that no one other than us had information, and we can confirm that nobody in the department had information on the NDA. That was part of your previous question. On this question...
On the
non-disclosure agreement.
Oh, right, sorry, yes.
In relation to this, we had no involvement in the Palmer case. What we did have was some engagement with Attorney Generals in relation to the Commonwealth's challenge.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's words, but okay. So,
and that was what we would describe as a sort of routine engagement with Attorney General's department, who was obviously running the case.
Yeah.
And we're just seeking from our staff to see if there's any detail of that. But our memory is that it was more about Attorney General's department keeping us informed about progress of the Commonwealth's challenge.
So just remind me, I'm sorry I haven't gone back and looked at the detail of this again recently, but so we have Mr Palmer challenging on the basis of a constitutional implied or express prohibition, the border arrangements. The Commonwealth sought to join, is that what happened?
Senator, the Commonwealth, from memory, and I apologise,
intervene?
I don't have it, the Commonwealth sought to intervene from memory.
Okay, and that was can we start with that point? The decision to intervene, was PM&C told about that?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm just not sure when we would have been
Okay,
involved
so I've got
in
a
that
few
decision
detailed
making.
questions about the process and about then also the amount of money. So do you want to get those officers here and others can ask some questions and perhaps I can go back to it?
Sure,
That might be a more efficient...
We just don't have a brief on it with us because it wasn't a current issue. We're seeking to get that now.
Sure, I'm happy to hold off. So if you want to do that, and I'm sure I can ask you some other questions and Senator Ayres can ask.
So we'll get what briefer information
Thank
PM&C
you.
have, obviously depending on
So I'd
where
like to
you-
understand the
obviously, Senator
decision
Wong-
to intervene, was the Prime Minister advised about that, the dates of that. I'd like the decision to, the conduct of the matter, PM&C's engagement, advice to the Prime Minister or his office about that, the decision to discontinue, how that was affected, what engagement PM&C has. Basically I want to understand how that all of that happened. Thank you.
Sure.
Can I just go back now to one other issue, which is... Have I got the DVA stuff on? Oh, okay. So, Ms Foster, I was pretty tired, but my recollection is one of us asked a question at Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade of the Department of Veterans Affairs where your name came up in relation to the new funding. I don't have the proof hand side of that because I don't think it's available yet, but you probably know what was said. So do you want to tell me what your involvement in relation to Mr G's bid for additional funding and its resolution was?
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you.
It was very peripheral. So Minister Birmingham's office called me on the Saturday morning before the budget.
Can you speak up just a little? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
So Minister Birmingham's office called me on the Saturday morning before the budget.
So that's Saturday a week and a bit ago?
That's correct.
Right.
To give me a heads up that there was a late change, and that an element would be included in the budget, but had not been in the printed budget. And in the course of discussion, we agreed that I would call the Departmental Secretary, Ms. Cosson.
Cosson, is it?
Cosson, C-O-S-S-O-N.
Mm-hmm.
Just to close the loop with her, because this was happening out of hours, only a short period before the budget, to make sure she was aware that this change was occurring.
And the change meaning, in addition to the $22 million in the measure, there was $74 million in the CR? Is that what you were told to?
Yeah, and so that the total bid for this measure was, the total allocation for this measure was going to be 96 million.
Of which only 22 was in budget paper number 2 as printed.
Yeah, and Senator, to be honest, I didn't have that level of definition at the time.
So what did you know?
That the total measure would be 96 million.
Right.
I wasn't sure how much was in the budget and how much was in the contingency reserve.
Was that the first time she was advised of that?
I understand that was her testimony. I also don't have the Hansard because I don't think it's yet available.
Yeah.
But I understand that the question to her was about when she was advised, and that's
right, okay.
how this came up.
And if I may ask, who from Senator Birmingham's office called you?
So, Senator, it was one of his senior staff.
Can I ask why was that communicated through PM&C and not directly from Finance to the DVA?
Senator, I think that there were also conversations with Finance, and in essence, I was just trying to be helpful to make sure that Ms. Cosson was included in the loop.
Right. And your understanding was 96 million, but too late to be printed as that budget measure, so it would be in the contingency reserve?
I don't think, Senator, we even went so far as talking about the contingency reserve. I think it was simply that there was going to be an allocation that had not made the printed budget.
And were you aware in the discussion with Senator Birmingham staffer as to the minister's indication that he would resign if he didn't get this?
So, Senator, that was brought to my attention. The advice to me, I think, was after the decision had been taken to include the full 96 million.
Say that again, please.
So I believe that by the time I was advised about the budget allocation, the decision had been taken to include that.
And there was some reference in the discussion, Mr G's interviews, perhaps in the estimates hearing as well, as to the paperwork that Mr G says he saw that confirmed that this money was available. Was that a document that PM&C prepared, or was that a finance document?
I don't believe PM&C had anything to do with that,
Can you cast
Senator.
any light on this, Senator Birmingham? I just noticed Mr G talks about paperwork in one of his interviews, that he's seen paperwork about this. Was this additional sum confirmed by way of writing to him?
Not to him, to my knowledge, Senator Wong. Okay. Of course, there's paperwork pertaining to budget decision, even a late one of that nature, but I don't believe there was direct correspondence to him of that sort of nature.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he actually said it in the House of Reps. I apologise, I got the reference wrong. It's my job to represent veterans. I'm satisfied the funding is there. I've seen the paperwork. The 96 million is going to make a difference, etc., etc.
Yeah, so I, without knowing what is in Mr G's mind, I can only deduce from that he's referring simply to the statement of budget decisions that are taken in terms of the exchange of either cabinet minutes or correspondence between the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and myself, those sorts of elements of paperwork.
Okay. And the other question I had also, and I went to this on Friday, but give you why the, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name of the bill, the veteran, the bill that Mr G was very keen be passed through the Senate on Wednesday. That was passed rapidly through the House after the intervention of Mr G and the Shadow Minister. Is it Veterans Family Compensation?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can't remember the precise name either.
I would like to understand why that wasn't one of the priority bills for the government.
I think Senator Wong purely in terms of the timing of what can get through the sausage factory of both chambers on that sort of a sitting day is, as you know, it arrived in the Senate very late, and working backwards from that,
sure.
It had not been
But you never
earmarked as likely to arrive in time either.
Yeah, but you never put it on your priority list.
No, because it, to my knowledge from a Senate management perspective, it didn't appear likely to make it in time amongst the various bills.
Just before we hand over to another Labor senator, given Labor senators have had the call for almost an hour, Senator O'Sullivan just has a short tranche that I might let him ask. Thank you very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask some questions about the rural and regional budget outcomes.
Certainly, Senator. I'll just get the relevant officers to come to the table.
Thank you. Just let me know when I'm ready to.
Oh, sorry, we're ready to go.
Come. Sorry?
We're ready to go, Senator.
Okay, thank you, thank you. There were a number of measures in the budget, specifically targeting rural and regional areas and notable locations across Australia. Can you just give us a broad description of what we're doing with regards to rural and regional investment?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. Simon Duggan, Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and G20 Sherpa. So as part of the budget, the government will provide $12.6 billion over 11 years from 22-23 to drive economic growth and productivity in regional Australia. So there are various elements to that. One element to that, Senator, is as part of the Energy Security and Regional Development Plan, the government is providing $7.1 billion for a package of measures that it describes as investing in transformative and strategic projects in 4 key regions that are judged to have the potential to generate very significant economic growth and employment opportunities. In addition to that,
before you move on to that, can you just take us through some of the components of that Energy Security and Regional Development Plan?
Yeah, so there are 4 key regions that are targeted as part of that plan, Senator. The first in North and Central Queensland. That will be an investment of $1.65 billion, and the investment there is in water infrastructure and supply chain projects that promote water security, open up agriculture and industry growth opportunities. So that's around the Burdekin region in particular. Around the Pilbara region and surrounds in Western Australia, there's funding of $1.5 billion committed to fund infrastructure projects that support mining, mineral processing, manufacturing. And in particular, the focus there, Senator, is supporting growth in hydrogen and the renewable energy industries. And finally, the 4th region is the Hunter region and surrounds in New South Wales, and that's around transport infrastructure projects and promoting expansion of battery manufacturing, hydrogen, steel industries. So that's an investment of $750 million over the next 11 years. There's also an additional $580 million that's not yet allocated to a geographic region that is around supporting what's an acceleration of existing programs in regional Australia to unlock economic growth opportunities.
So it's not limited to a particular region, it could support projects that are viable in other parts of the country?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, and before I cut you off, you were going to...
Yeah, so I was about to take you, there's another program called the Regional Accelerator Program that was announced as part of the budget. That's a $2 billion investment over 5 years. And that's to drive, again, economic growth and productivity in regional areas.
So there, the focus is on local priorities around infrastructure, manufacturing, industry development, skills training, research development and education. And so that is focused essentially on boosting existing government programs in areas like skills and infrastructure, but also things around critical minerals acceleration, particularly in parts of Northern Australia and Western Australia, and some programs around recycling, modernisation and defence industry. So that, as I said, $2 billion over 5 years available right across the nation. So again, not limited to those 4 specific regions that I indicated earlier.
Okay. What's the role of targeted investment in supporting regional communities, infrastructure, and in particular I'm interested in low emissions technology investment as well?
Yeah, so in a number of areas, Australia has existing infrastructure and an existing skill set that exists from already having a world-leading mining and resources industry, but also being a leading energy exporter. So the opportunity, for example, in the Pilbara, with some targeted investment can transform some of that existing infrastructure and refocus some of the existing skill set and grow that skill set to focus on new energy opportunities, particularly around hydrogen, but also in other areas as well. So targeted investment, again, unlocking based on existing comparative advantage to unlock future growth and productivity benefits.
And do you see the benefit both locally and to the national economy?
Yeah, so very much so. So the investments that are being undertaken, particularly in those 4 regions that I mentioned, they've been chosen because they're perceived to be nationally significant investments that have the potential to not only transform the region and provide job opportunities there, but to add to national income, and through that addition to national income provide a basis for future living standard growth nationally. So the focus there on critical mineral resources and on energy exports is intended to bring in national export revenues for the nation.
And some of these regions, and even indeed because one of the, well, you said that there's not a restriction with one of the measures, it can go everywhere. We know that regional Australia was impacted by the COVID pandemic and the downturn. So what role do you see this investment is having in particularly helping those communities deal with coming out of the pandemic?
Yeah, so Senator, you're right. There are some regions that were very severely impacted. Some regions.
Pilbara is probably the exception with regards to the communities that you've mentioned, but
yeah, well, in some communities that were reliant, in particular, on international tourism, were hit very hard by the COVID pandemic. So the fact that international tourists weren't able to get to some places, in particular in far north Queensland, had a very significant impact. But the flip side to that is we actually saw a fair bit of internal migration occur during that pandemic, with people moving from urban areas, so from the cities, into regional Australia. So we've actually had a pick-up in population growth in regional Australia, and along with that, a pick-up in jobs growth. So what some of this investment does is provides the supporting infrastructure then, so in a sense backing the population trend to then take advantage of that increase in people, to then provide the skills investment and the infrastructure investment that's then needed to translate that into good job and growth opportunities in those regions.
And what's been the importance of working in partnership with states, territories and even local governments?
Yeah, so Senator, the Commonwealth has some significant levers that it can use to help to drive growth in regional areas, but state governments and local governments have a number of the other levers as well. So one in particular, for example, is the planning approvals that are necessary to, for example, unlock some of the infrastructure opportunities that exist in the regions that I mentioned. So working with the states and territories to ensure that these are basically co-investment opportunities, and then the opportunity for the state and territory government to put in place the enabling planning and other regulatory measures that are needed to make sure that that investment is maximised in terms of the outcomes.
And how does this budget, the 2022-23 budget, build on last year's budget measures? Is there a significant increase?
Yeah, so this does represent a significant increase. There's, as part of the infrastructure investment program, the government in last year's budget put in And the figure, I'll give you a rough order of magnitude figure, I don't have the precise figure, but put in the order of an additional $10 billion into infrastructure investment. A lot of that was focused in the regions. This year, as I mentioned, the government's then built further on that and invested not only in transport infrastructure and the energy infrastructure that I mentioned, but also there's water infrastructure measures as well in the budget. So an additional in the order of $5 to $6 billion in water infrastructure to unlock, in particular, agricultural opportunities in regional Australia as well.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr Duggan.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ayres.
Ms Foster, there's a budget measure on page, I'm told, 155 of budget paper number 2, which I didn't bring with me, I'm afraid, but I did have a look at this over the weekend. It says the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet will provide $18 million over 5 years and $4 million ongoing to something called the Australian Future Leaders Program. The measure says the program will, it says, develop mid-career leaders and create an alumni network. Apparently funding has been approved. What is the Australian Future Leaders Program? Do you know?
Yes, I do, Senator, but in fact Mr Reid has a lot more detail, so I'll ask him to run through the program for you.
Sorry, Senator. John Reid, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division. I'm sorry, Senator, I was between.
Sure. The Australian Future Leaders Program.
Yes, Senator, that's a program we've been working with the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General on, and it will be delivered in collaboration with that office.
$18 million over 5 years? That's right?
That's the right. I don't have the budget paper in front of me, Senator, but that sounds...
And then $4 million ongoing. How will this develop future leaders?
So, Senator, this is modelled on a couple of similar leaders' forums elsewhere in the Commonwealth, notably Canada and I think India, which will draw together young leaders from both the public and the private sector and link them with mentors and mentoring arrangements to give them access to both business and government at a high and senior level to ensure that they are being developed and given the right levels of mentoring. It's a matter that came to our attention through the Office of the Official Secretary.
Can you tell me what an alumni network is? It's not a...
Sorry, Senator.
What's an alumni network? It's not a group of sort of late 20s college boys, is it?
No.
It sounds like it.
No, Senator, that's a network of people who will go through the program and then become alumni of the program.
So in essence, Senator, it's seeking to extend the impact of the program by having people continue to be involved as alumni once they've completed the program.
$18 million. Does the program exist now?
No, Senator.
So it doesn't have any staff?
No, Senator. I just need to take on notice what the structure at the moment or what the proposed structure is.
Will it be within PM&C or within... It's not going to be in the Office of the Official Secretary for the Governor-General, is it? It'll be in PM&C, will it?
PM&C will provide some support to the program, but the program will be managed through a grant program.
It's a grant program. And is that... can you point me to the tender?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
So has it gone to tender or...?
Senator, I just need to take on notice because there's been a range of work gone on in relation to establishing this program.
I mean, it's a big program, right? $18 million. So is there an office yet? It's a physical office?
Not as far as I'm aware, Senator.
Website?
Not as far as I'm aware.
So no phone number?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
And you can't tell me, or can you tell me what programs it's either running or proposed to run? I heard your and Ms Foster's sort of broad, high-level account. What's it actually going to do?
So, Senator, it will bring together regularly groups of mid-career leaders and engage them with mentors from across sectors.
But how? I mean, this was in the budget last Tuesday. We should be able to answer some. It's through PM&C. We should be able to answer some of these questions. It's not paper clips. It's $18 million. It's a very substantial program. What will it? How will it bring together mid-career something? I think you were saying.
Mid-career leaders, Senator, is the language I was using. So, Senator, we're currently working on the terms of how this leaders program will be rolled out.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Reid, what's a mid-career leader?
Well, Senator, someone neither at the beginning nor the end of their careers who are, I suspect, identified as leadership material.
So, Senator, when
and how is bringing these people who are...
Maybe that's even you, Senator Ed.
Neither at the... Well, we'll see, I suppose, Senator Birmingham, we'll see. How is bringing people together who are neither at the beginning of their career nor at the end of their career, bringing them together for purposes I still don't properly understand? How does that cost $18 million? Like, have they been brought together physically, virtually on a cruise ship? How is this activity being undertaken?
So they will certainly be brought together physically, Senator, COVID allowing, of course.
So, Senator, I think Mr. Reid has said he's seeking more details of the makeup of the program and the timing.
Yes, but Ms Foster, it's not a small program.
No, so
Within PM&C's budget, $18 million is still a large allocation. Can you tell me then how the allocation was determined? If there's no clarity about what program of activities is going to be undertaken, how is the allocation determined?
Senator, I'll take on notice the program of activities. I know a lot of work has gone on in relation to what the program of activities looks like. I just don't have that information in front of me.
So, Senator, it's a significant sum. It's over 5 years, of course, is important.
Sorry, it's over what?
5 years is what the budget papers identify in that regard. I'm trying to get a little bit more information to the table just around the nature of the program. I can remember seeing the documentation come through, but I'd rather quote from it to be precise in terms of some of the consultation that I understand the Governor-General and his office engaged in across private and public sector in terms of the design and development of the program, the anticipated nature of it. It's not unlike from what I read, Senator Ayres. I know at a state and territory level, and the two colleagues to your right would be aware of the work of the Governor's Leadership Foundation in South Australia. I think it's envisaged to play a similar role of those sorts of entities that at a state and territory level have existed for some time. I know in more than just SA, in terms of providing a highly regarded national opportunity for individuals across public and private sector to have exposure to, again, leaders across public and private sector, to mentoring or other opportunities and training opportunities to develop their skills and networks. But in terms of those additional details, when somebody provides one of us with the extra information, which may have just arrived from Mr. Reid, we might be able to step through some of them a little more. I think the Office of the Official Secretary's already appeared, haven't they?
No, they'll,
I know. Okay.
they'll be here this evening, I think.
I mean, and they may wish to speak to elements of it as well, Senator.
But it is in PM&C, isn't it?
Well, the funds will be administered through PM&C, but the delivery of the program, I think, will sit independent, if my memory is correct, Senator, of PM&C.
That's right, Senator. So, Senator,
What can you tell me?
It's proposed that the program will address topics of national importance, informed by contemporary policy matters. It'll offer both online and face-to-face learning events and study tours, mentoring and coaching, as well as you've pointed out, the alumni networking opportunities. Each cohort, and the cohorts will be drawn cross-sectorally and cross-geographically, will run for 2 years, and it'll involve a mix of state cohorts convening in their home states, all participants convening online, all participants convening in person, as well as small groups of participants convening outside their home state. And it will look at providing a significant legacy aspect with the alumni network aimed at improved national cohesion.
Thank you. So I think you said before, no staff at this stage.
That's right, Senator.
There's a bloke called Chris Hartley who, as far back as September 2020, described himself as the Executive Officer of the Australian Future Leaders Program. Do you know anything about Mr Hartley?
As I understand it, Mr Hartley is either the director or the chair of, I think, the Australian Future Leaders Foundation Limited, and they're a public company.
So have they got the funding to run this, have they?
We're currently negotiating an agreement with that foundation to deliver the program.
So there won't be a tendering process?
Senator, I understand we'll undertake a closed non-competitive selection process.
So, Ms Foster, when did you first hear about this arrangement with this, I'm not sure whether to call it a company or a foundation?
I think it's a registered charity.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a minute. That's pretty interesting too. But Ms Foster, when did you first hear about this?
So, Senator, I've been aware of the program's establishment, but I've not followed the details. That's been managed by Mr Reid's staff in pulling this together. So I want to say to you, I wasn't aware that the negotiations were happening with this company. So that today was new information to me, but I'm not 100% confident that I haven't known that at some stage in the past.
Was funding provided in 21-22? Sorry, in the last financial year?
No, Senator.
So no program existed up until the budget, and now there's a program called the Australian Future Leaders Program, for which $18 million worth of funding will go to a foundation, coincidentally called, what are they called?
The Australian Future Leaders Foundation Limited.
Established for this purpose, are they?
I'm not sure whether they were established for this purpose.
What due diligence has been done here? Have they got a record of running other programs?
We have done a range of due diligence on Mr Hartley and on the program he's proposing to support.
So he's got a proposal. The Office of the, I always get this acronym wrong, the Office of the Official Secretary of the Governor-General.
That's right.
And he have proposed this to PM&C, and that's what you're setting about doing is setting up this $18 million program.
That's correct, Senator.
It's not an initiative of the APSC, or has the Prime Minister been involved in any of this?
I couldn't say whether the Prime Minister's been involved. We've briefed the Prime Minister's office, Senator.
So it'll be run by Mr Hartley. The budget paper 2 says funding for this measure has already been provided. What does that mean?
That customarily, Senator, means
Does it mean that,
that...
sorry, does it mean that the money has been paid to...
No. No, in the budget paper context, that customarily means that a provision had already been made in the CR, most likely, and that the reason why you see a budget measure there that says $18 million is being provided, but then if you look at the table, it doesn't actually indicate figures in the table, is because there's not an additional quantum of spending hitting the budget bottom line at this time. That quantum had already been provisioned in the CR. So there's a net zero across the budget. That's all.
Was it in decisions taken but not yet announced? Or was there a more global provision in the CR? So the decisions taken but not yet announced, you know, very clear. We've taken this decision, we're not announcing it yet for this amount. Contingency reserve would include both that component but other provisions which might be estimates about what something might spend.
I'd have to double check, Senator Wong. I remember the proposal crossing my desk at a point in time, because it's unusual to see a proposal from the Governor-General, not from, but that cites the Governor-General would be a more accurate description. But whether it crossed my desk in the MyEFO context or in the budget context, I just can't recall precisely.
And when you said you saw the proposal, where did that come from?
Through the normal policy proposal processes, I think, Senator Ayres. The only thing that I remember it specifically from in that regard is that it was a proposal that had involved consultation with the GG.
I just want to come to the foundation now. Mr Reid, you're responsible for the due diligence work, is that right? Are you undertaking that work?
It's being undertaken by my office, Senator, yes.
So one of Mr Hartley's other charities was delisted for failing to lodge reports to the charity regulator, the Gurkha Welfare Fund Australia Limited. Did your due diligence process pick that up?
I'm aware of that, Senator.
The entity was listed in MyEFO, and I think you were referring to this earlier, Minister, in the small update of specifically listed deductible gift recipients, and its status was legislated just last week. Can you tell me if the Prime Minister or his office or the department was involved in any discussions about DGR status for the foundation?
Senator, PM&C was involved in discussions about its status.
And deductible gift recipient status was backdated to 1st of July 21, is that right?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that information in front of me.
Why would that have been the case?
Senator, I have to take that on notice.
Can you tell me why they were given DGR status? What was the rationale for that?
Oh, well, Senator, I understand they applied for DGR status. As to the decision...
It's not a straightforward process, is it, getting DGR status? To my recollection, it's a 12, 18-month long process, isn't it? Like for most...
Senator, the process is...
There are different pathways around DGR status depending on...
If you come through PM&C, it's a bit quicker, is it?
Depending on the nature of the work of an organisation. So, in that sense, some are listed specifically because they have particular activities or objectives that they pursue, but those activities or objectives may not neatly fit the other general categorisations under DGR, and it's quite a wide list, I think, of both general listed and specifically listed.
So who made the request for DGR status? Was it the department or the Governor-General's office? How was that advanced?
So, Senator, the Department of Treasury manages them. I'd have to take on notice the process.
Like to fill in a form? Is there how does that work?
There's a process, Senator.
Well, I'd like to know when the process began and who advanced that. Are you able to come back to us later in the day?
I'll do my best, Senator.
So, the foundation, due diligence notwithstanding, has no website, no staff, beyond Mr Hartley. Its address is a lawyer's office at Barangaroo, that's right, isn't it?
I don't have its address in front of me, Senator.
But it's just a registered address, isn't it? Do they have premises, to your knowledge?
I'm not aware, Senator.
Can you tell us about any of their other charitable works?
The Australian Future Leaders Foundation Limited.
Is there anything else they do?
I'm not aware, Senator.
So and this is the problem, isn't it, Mr Reid? They don't do anything else. They don't exist. And yet here they are, about to be the recipients of $18 million worth of grant funding for it's a bit rich calling it a grant because it's not a competitive grant process. And yet here they are running a program that, notwithstanding what you've said today, it's still to me very unclear precisely what it's going to achieve.
Senator, as I said, I'm happy to take on notice further detail. Obviously, I've got some detail in front of me, and I know that work is going on between the government and the foundation about the deliverables.
Yeah, well, it's going to have to be pretty substantial between that. Like, no address, no staff, just got DGR status, goodness knows how, doesn't do any other work at all. But here they are, $18 million.
So I think, Senator, Mr Reid's indicated to a number of those questions that he's not aware if they have other staff or what other activities they may take. I don't think he's confirming those facts. He's undertaken to take
But he
those
does accept
questions
that
on
they
notice.
don't do anything else.
No, Senator, I'm not aware of what else they do.
No website, no phone number.
Senator, I'll take those details on notice.
Okay. Nothing else in there. If you like, yeah.
How are we on, Mr Palmer?
One moment, Senator.
Are you ready for me, or do you want us to do something else first?
No, Senator, I've received the brief that I had asked for.
All right. What's easiest? Do you just want to tell me what... I think I had 3 decision points which are flagged, but do you want to... We can do it in 2 ways. I can do an examination in chief, or you can just tell us what you know, and then I'll ask some questions. How about that?
Well, Senator, I can... why don't I give you what I know about PMNC's involvement in the decision points? So I can say that, so on the 12th of June 2020, the Attorney-General intervened in the proceedings under a 78A notice under the Judiciary Act. We were not involved in that process.
Sorry, go on.
So I was just...
Yeah, you go.
The next decision point I think you raised was when we withdrew.
Well, actually, the conduct Post the
Senator.
78A,
Yep.
who was involved in managing the conduct of the case? So obviously it's the Attorney General's Department, but I'm asking about PM&C or PMO involvement in that.
I can say that PM&C had no involvement. It was run by AGD.
So you had knowledge?
We would have had regular...
I hate that.
Sorry, Senator. I don't have dates of when we became aware of different things.
Right. But as a matter of practice, given it's a constitutional matter, you assume that there was reasonably regular briefings or communications between PM&C and Attorney Generals. Would that be reasonable?
It would be reasonable that we received updates from AGD around the time of either hearings or when submissions were due to be lodged, and I don't have the litigation timetable in front of me.
Okay, perhaps on notice you could give me that. Was the Prime Minister provided with any written advice?
The first written advice we provided to the Prime Minister was in July of 2020, and that related to correspondence between himself and Premier McGowan.
Between himself and...
Premier McGowan.
Is that public?
The correspondence, Senator?
Yes.
I don't think so, Senator. Oh, I think it was referenced in media articles, Senator.
And sorry, broadly the import of the correspondence?
Was around the Commonwealth's relationship, or the Commonwealth's role, if you like, in the proceedings.
What was being asserted at the time in this letter?
I don't have the letter in front of me, Senator, but I can tell you that that was the first time we briefed the Prime Minister.
Okay. Is it correct to say, and I haven't got the articles in front of me, someone will probably send me shortly something, but that the Prime Minister at this stage was justifying, explaining the Commonwealth's involvement in the case to Premier McGowan, correct?
As I say, Senator, I don't have the letter in front of me.
Well, what do you understand to... You said it was referenced in media articles. What do you recall the letter being about?
I think it was about the Commonwealth's continued intervention in the matter.
And all right, so that's the first time he's advised. Did you draft that? Did PM&C draft that letter?
Sorry, Senator, the letter from the Prime Minister back to...
Yes.
Senator, I don't have a copy of the brief in front of me. It would have been ordinary for us to provide a draft response to the Prime Minister's office.
Okay, who drafted that?
I don't know. Someone from within my division, Senator.
Anybody listening draft that letter?
Because it was 2 years ago, Senator, I'm just not sure.
So, for example, Senator, the relevant branch head has changed over that period. So it may be that the staff are trying to establish who was in the team and who was involved.
Was it drafted at the request of the PMO?
I don't have that detail, Senator. It would have been ordinary for us to draft a response to incoming correspondence from a State Premier.
Okay. Okay, so the Prime Minister responds to Premier McGowan. I think Premier McGowan says, please don't continue to be involved. Prime Minister essentially says, this is why we've got to continue interest. What's the next event in which PM&C is involved?
Senator, in terms of PM&C's involvement, we assisted the Prime Minister's office in further correspondence. So I should say, Senator, as a headline, PM&C's involvement around that was in relation to incoming correspondence from Premier McGowan. And
yes.
There was more than one piece of correspondence, but PM&C was not involved in the briefing of all of it. We did support...
The briefing of all of
Sorry,
it. What does that
PMNC
mean?
did not prepare a brief for the Prime Minister in relation to all the incoming correspondence.
Right.
But we did in relation to some correspondence in September of that year.
You started to say we assisted the PMO. What was the end of that sentence?
In relation to incoming correspondence in September of that year.
Okay. So when was... Sorry, keep going.
No, Senator, that's the end of PMNC's involvement.
So how many times did the Prime Minister write to Premier McGowan in relation to this matter in 2020?
Senator, I have to take that on notice.
No, somebody's walking.
Senator, 4 times.
So can you give me the dates of those letters again?
Yes, Senator, 1st of August 2020,
Mm-hmm.
7th of August 2020,
Mm-hmm.
23rd of August 2020,
Mm-hmm.
and 1st of October 2020.
And in which of these did he communicate that the Commonwealth was going to discontinue its engagement? Is that the correct phrase? What's the... Not can discontinue the Commonwealth's participation in the case.
Just a moment, Senator.
Was that on the 1st of August?
Senator, the 7th of August.
7th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologise, Senator. I apologise, it was the 1st of August.
Right. Was there... I noticed that Mr Porter and Senator Cormann were both on the records defending the Commonwealth's position of intervention the day before the Prime Minister wrote. The decision to discontinue, was that a decision of the Cabinet or a decision of the Prime Minister?
Senator, I'd have to...
Senator, yeah. I mean, it was a decision of government. The process around that decision, if it's not disclosing deliberations, we can take on notice and come back to you in terms of how the decision was taken. But it wouldn't be unusual for a decision about a court case to not necessarily have been a cabinet discussion.
Senator, it was a decision of the Attorney-General.
It was the decision of the Attorney-General, who the day before had been explaining why it was important.
I think Mr Reid's given you the answer there, Senator.
All I can say, Senator, is it was a decision of the Attorney-General.
Okay. How much did the government spend supporting Mr Balmer's bid?
Senator, I don't have that detail. The Attorney-General... The Attorney-General's
Yeah, it's $1 million.
The Attorney-General's Department would have that figure, Senator.
They've told us about $1 million. Was there any Commonwealth funds provided to Mr Palmer?
Not as far as I'm aware, Senator.
Again, Senator,
Yeah.
Attorney-General's Department would be best placed to be definitive on that.
In terms of PMNC's involvement, are you able to tell me when Mr Porter, if it was his decision, first raised with the Prime Minister the proposition? I'll withdraw that. The decision to intervene, which was in June, was that right?
That is correct, Senator. That's correct.
Was there any, is there any evidence in PMNC of the Prime Minister, of the discussion, any discussion between Mr Porter and the Prime Minister about that?
The decision to intervene in June, Senator?
Yeah.
No, Senator.
So was the Prime Minister aware they were intervening? I assume he was. It's a big issue, isn't it?
Senator, I'd take that on notice.
Well, do you know?
No, Senator,
Okay.
I don't know.
Was there any correspondence? Usually I would have thought the Attorney General would write to the PM advising him or her of the intervention.
Not
It's
always.
a High Court matter.
Not always, Senator.
Not that many matters before the High Court.
Not always. It wouldn't be standard when the attorney makes a decision on intervention under 78A to necessarily inform either PM&C or the PMO.
So does anybody have any knowledge about how the decision to intervene was first made and what involvement, if any, the PM had?
So I can tell you the decision under 78A to intervene was made by the Attorney General. To my knowledge, the PM&C had no involvement in that decision, and I'm not aware of what involvement the PMO had.
What about you, Senator Birmingham? Was the PMO aware of the decision to intervene?
Senator, I'm not aware either.
You rep the Prime Minister, so I'm asking you, was the office aware of the decision to intervene?
I'm happy to try to check as to whether the former Attorney General or his office had advised the PMO.
Why did the government intervene? Can you tell me, Senator Birmingham?
A significant matter of constitutional law, I think, was the rationale given at the time, Senator, and it is far from uncommon where there are questions of constitutional interpretation, particularly in more untested areas of the Constitution, for the Commonwealth to intervene. As you've just heard from Mr. Reid, in terms of the correspondence trail, there was ongoing discussion between the Prime Minister and Premier McGowan about the case, and ultimately noting the high level of concern regarding public health matters in WA at the time, that notwithstanding the constitutional significance of the case, the decision was taken to withdraw the intervention, given the other factors weighing at the time.
When did you first hear this rationale, that this was a significant matter of constitutional law for the intervention?
Well, I think I remember hearing it put at the time, Senator, and I think it would be a statement of fact that of clauses within the Constitution, the one particularly being considered has been subject to relatively limited testing compared with others.
Was that something that was raised with you in the context of internal government meetings, government decision-making bodies, or something you read, only something you read in the media?
Look, testing my memory a little bit, but I remember it more vividly from media commentary at the time, and there certainly were a number of...
So were you aware that the government was going to intervene in this case before the intervention occurred, or after?
I would have to check, Senator Wong. A couple of years on,
sure,
the memory blurs slightly on that front.
Was it discussed at the leadership group, for example? I mean, it's a big thing to do,
The fact that I can't recall precisely, Senator, would suggest to me that if I knew beforehand, it was, an advisory rather than a discussion.
i.e. Christian's going to intervene in this case.
That's right. That's I would
But
have thought if there was a detailed discussion.
He certainly wouldn't have done it if the Prime Minister hadn't wanted it, if Mr Morrison hadn't wanted it, would he?
Well, Senator, as for discussions that occurred there or knowledge, as I said, I will endeavour to get a response. But
okay.
as is clear, extensive discussion ensued with WA, and that path was altered.
I think Senator Ayres will have some more questions on this. Can I just quickly, while he's gathering his thoughts, check...
It won't take that long.
Mr Houston, I've asked some questions previously over a couple of years about Brian Houston.
Yes.
And we finally got, after a lot of ducking and weaving from, I think, maybe one of the officers in this room, confirmation he was invited to the Prime Minister did seek to invite him to the White House, put him on the list. I'm not going to go back there, although other than to say I thought it was really unfortunate that we spent so many weeks in estimates asking this question of officials and people ducked and weaved, and it was only the Prime Minister deciding to come clean in a media interview that made that information available, and I would have hoped for better accountability from Prime Minister and Cabinet than I've seen on this issue. But I'd like to know whether or not, since Mr Morrison has been Prime Minister, has Mr Houston been to either Kirribilli or the Lodge?
Senator, I'll ask officers to come and assist me with the question. Not to my knowledge, and I don't know whether or not we would necessarily...
Sure, obviously only things you know.
...be able to answer that definitively, but I'm sure Mr Martin's on his way to the table.
That's right, Mr Martin.
Senator Gerard Martin, First Assistant Secretary, Ministerial Support Division. Department has no record of Mr Houston attending either property.
Okay. Has he been the guest of the Prime Minister at any official function?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Other than the fact that he tried to get him asked to the White House?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Other than that?
Look, Senator, I'm happy to check that for you and come back to you, but I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any instances.
Any other?
Any other instances?
Thank you. All right. Well, if you come back to us, that'd be good. Thank you.
I just have one short bracket, and then I understand the Chair's intention is to take a short break for 5 or 10 minutes before we resume the PM&C. I was just listening to the exchange about the Commonwealth's participation in this High Court matter, and it did remind me of the. It's rather unusual. So in the same month as the Prime Minister wrote to Mr McGowan to indicate that, thanks Mr Reid, I don't think this question is going to engage you too much, but I'm delighted to see you at the table. The Prime Minister said on the Today Show, when he was asked about all of this, and it requires some sort of popular culture knowledge that I don't have. I understand there's a movie, it's a cartoon movie, I don't really watch cartoons, called The Croods. Now he said, Senator Birmingham, what he said was, now it's like that movie in The Croods. People wanted to stay in the cave. Some wanted to stay in the cave, and that young girl, she wanted to go out and live again and deal with the challenges of living in a different world. Well, COVID is a new different world, and we need to get out of there and live in it. We can't stay in the cave, and we can get out of it safely. That's what the plan does. Now, as the only Western Australian in the room, I'm sure Senator O'Sullivan can't explain that, but can you, Minister, explain what it was that the Prime Minister meant when he said all of that?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Senator Ayres, but I haven't seen the movie either.
What sort of dad are you?
Oh.
We have children the same age.
We do. There we go. Well, I'll take an endorsement from you, Senator Wong, that I should, apparently. It's often a bit of a scratch to find the Friday night movie.
I'd recommend...
Then the battle.
There are other movies I'd recommend more, I have to say.
It was a reference to the Western Australian people, wasn't it?
Well, I think it was an analogy about the challenges of living with COVID and their challenges that now the whole country has had to move through at slightly different times, but everybody has had to move through it and is still doing to various degrees.
And the Prime Minister thought that people in Perth and Bunbury and Geraldton and Broome should get out of the cave.
Senator Ayres,
Is that what he was suggesting?
No, I don't think that is what he was suggesting.
It's what he said.
He was clearly using an analogy of a storyline from a movie.
That's certainly what
But beyond that, Senator Ayres, it's now a fact that no matter where you live in Australia, you are having to live with the circumstances of COVID, and that different jurisdictions have made that adjustment at different times and under different circumstances. But as was always inevitable, it has come to all of us.
Yeah, I'm really talking about then, I suppose. I take your point about now. I mean, the West, it wasn't only Western Australian people who were insulted at the time. The West Australian said, Scott Morrison says it's absurd that WA thinks it can protect itself from the Delta COVID-19 strain forever, likening West Australians to cave people from the Croods. It is an odd thing to say, isn't it?
Well, I don't think the PM intended for his remarks to be interpreted in the way you've just described them, Senator.
So if that's the case, I've listened to your explanation. Why then 6 months later, when he was in Perth, did he deny he'd ever said it?
He was referring to the plan, the national plan.
Why did he deny that he'd said it? He said, he was asked by a journalist, but you've previously accused WA of hiding in a cave. Mark McGowan's just out of isolation this morning. Goes on, do you still think WA overreacted? And he said, well, I was never referring to Western Australia on that occasion. The journalist said, you called them Croods. The Prime Minister said, no, I didn't actually. Why did he deny that?
So there is a difference, Senator Ayres, between drawing an analogy and then just calling somebody a name or a description. Prime Minister drew an analogy in explaining circumstances at a point in time.
Yeah. Let's go to the break.
Okay. We're not going to go to the full afternoon tea break. We're just going to suspend for 5 minutes because I realised that having come back earlier, we were going to be here for a long time with very little reprieve. So we'll just suspend the committee for 5 minutes and reconvene at 20 to 4.
Claire, that's 6 minutes.
Gives me time to talk to you.
Oh, lovely. The committee will reconvene. And I'm giving the call to Senator Wong.
Thank you. I might just, before my colleague starts asking questions, Senator Birmingham, we can have a long discussion. I don't propose to, given the time. We take a different view to the alteration of the Hansard transcript to the view that was taken previously. I also have been clear with, I think, both you and the President that I think he has an obligation to ensure that the practice that Odgers outlines is adhered to. Rather than getting to a long further discussion about it, you've seen a copy of the letter I CC'd you in on, that my letter to the President today. I propose to table that and it speaks for itself, really. Thank you. That was it. Do you have to formally note that it's tabled?
Oh, I formally note that
Thank
you
you.
tabled the letter, Senator Wong. I don't usually do that, but if
No, I'm asking.
formally
Some
note.
committees, like to have a decision to table.
Sure.
There.
Consider it tabled. Senator Smith.
Thank you. On the 8th of February, the Prime Minister, Mr Morrison, apologised to Ms Brittany Higgins regarding her traumatic experience at Parliament House. I know this was canvassed briefly at the last estimates round, but is there anyone in the department who can provide final advice to the committee on whether legal advice was sought from the department prior to the speech.
So, Senator, I'll invite officers to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we said that the department was not involved in the drafting of the speech, and nor did it seek legal advice to support any statement in the speech.
Okay, so can I clarify, Ms Foster, you're saying that there was no legal advice sought and no advice sought from AGS
By the
relating to the
department,
speech?
Senator. So what we would have no insight into is what happens in the Prime Minister's office in this relation.
Okay. Why not?
Yeah. Just for absolute clarity, Senator, we were consulted on the statement, the statement of acknowledgement,
Yes.
but not on the Prime Minister's speech.
So that was
you remember there was a statement and then there was a
the
series of
statement
speeches.
given by the Speaker and the President?
Yeah.
But you weren't consulted on the speech given by the Prime Minister?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. And no advice was sought from AGS?
By the department.
By the department.
But the Prime Minister's office is also able to seek legal advice directly.
And did the Prime Minister's office seek that legal advice, Senator?
I'm not aware that they did, Senator Smith, but I'm not aware that they didn't either. Sorry, I should
It's okay.
not answer that. I should answer that in neutral terms, seeing as I don't know for sure. As Ms Foster has touched on in relation to the statement, there was a process in relation to checking of the statement. Now, without precise terms of advice and information in front of me, the one other part that I would just highlight to you is in relation to admissibility of statements made under privilege, which would be a general question, and I'm not the legal expert there, but given where your question appears to point to, I think that's a relevant factor for awareness in a general point.
There are a number of questions relating to legal assistance and representation for staff around this issue, which I understand have not yet been answered. And I know there's question 147 from the last estimates round in particular. Can you tell us today, did any staff seek any legal representation during the course of the Gaetschens inquiry?
These are questions, Senator, that we should touch on with finance, I think. I'm trying to remember the lines between finance and Attorney Generals on these, but it's certainly not a P&C matter. We have some established reporting metrics around staff accessing support under the legal services determination that are advised in terms of numbers and so on in a way that seeks to protect the privacy and the confidentiality and the rights of staff who may need to access that legal services direction. So I'd rather, finance will be best placed to assist, certainly better placed than PM&C, and I'd rather do it whilst I've got the officials there who will have both the data and the understanding as to how we have conventionally managed disclosure there without impugning those rights of staff.
So that's something finance could answer for us in detail tomorrow?
Finance can respond and handle those questions of staff accessing their rights under the legal services determination. As I say, there's a formula that finance have provided over time, I think, in terms of reporting on numbers of staff at points in time have had to access that assistance. It's not been the convention to disclose individual staff and individual circumstances.
So those are metrics which exist at a high level in terms of staff across the board who may have sought legal advice on a range of issues. You don't expect you can provide me with information which would be able to break that down as it relates to this inquiry, the Gaetjens inquiry.
That's right.
Sorry.
That's right, Senator. So I think AGs who report on ministers' receipt of legal assistance, that's reported quite directly. The convention in relation to individual staff across governments and parties has been one of not reporting on the individual cases.
So can you answer perhaps a different question? Is there anyone at the table who can tell me what the total cost to taxpayers would have been in relation to the Gaetjens inquiry, including legal costs? Can you give me a figure at that high level instead?
We certainly can't, Senator. We don't have access to information about costs for legal proceedings.
We'll exclude those then.
Well, what about your costs as an agency?
So, Senator, my memory, and I'll have someone check for you as I'm speaking, is that the review was conducted with resources from within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. And I'm just trying to run through, I can't think of additional expenditure that we occurred.
So sorry, Ms Foster, can I be clear? Is your evidence that there was no cost from DPMC in conducting? I mean, there must...
Well, so the cost, Senator, is the cost of Mr Gaetjens' time, of my time, of the officers who supported us. Okay, but I'm just getting someone to check for me. Obviously, they'll be listening. So there was one occasion on which we sought external legal advice, and that was in relation to, you may recall, the DPP was quoted as saying that it would be prejudicial to the case for any work to continue, and we sought legal advice because obviously we can't take advice from the ACT DPP. So we went to AGS and we sought some legal advice on whether or not, how Mr Gaetjens should respond to the reporting of the ACT DPP's position, and that legal advice was just over $7,500. And that is the only external cost we've incurred.
So the other costs would be internal. So do you have a process internally within PMNC?
For costing that? No, we don't, Senator. So it's what percentage of time I spent on it, for example, or Mr Gaetjens. But we don't actually document and cost our time in that way.
So you don't have any sort of reporting function or estimation when you're dealing with an issue or certain matters or certain projects or work streams which can tell you how you allocated resources, how much time was dedicated to certain matters? How do you measure and monitor the allocation of resources across your work streams?
So, Senator, in this instance, the work was being done at a very senior level. It's certainly our practice to do the work that's required of us without deciding we'll allocate this much to this and this much to that. We do what's necessary.
Okay, so just to be clear, no one at the table can tell me the total value of any legal advice which may or may not be sought by staff in relation to the Gaetjens report. No one can tell me...
No one from PMNC can give you that figure. The only figure we can give you is the legal advice that we sought.
And you can't give me a figure on your own costs in relation to this matter internally or your own resourcing?
No, Senator.
That just doesn't seem right to me, Ms Foster. It just doesn't seem right to me that you're not able to quantify that.
Senator, we don't bill our time. We will work to the extent that we can to fulfil the requirements placed on us. It's not like we're dividing up a 35 or a 40-hour week and apportioning it. We work as we need to get the job done.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that you would be able to provide an estimate to the minute and costs as you would if you were operating a law firm, but it seems to me it would be quite reasonable to be able to give an answer or some information to this committee about what level of resourcing or time spent or costs incurred by the agency on this matter. But I'm getting 3 blank looks, so I'll... Senator Birmingham?
No, well, Senator Smith, I think, as Ms Foster said, government departments aren't agencies producing billable quotients of time for charging out. They undertake the job as required. I mean, it will depend at different times. If an ongoing piece of work is set up, then at these fora we'll often have the circumstances where how many staff are seconded to that piece of work, etc., is part of the documentation and showing the resource commitment to it. But in an instance like this, where it may have simply involved some of the time of a number of people for a period of time, then that's not something that probably lends itself to providing the same type of estimates as here's a dedicated task force that is existing for a period of time.
What about number of FTE equivalents working on the issue? Is there any further breakdown, Ms Foster, you can provide me, or any indication you can give the committee which could speak to resourcing within your department?
So, Senator, the work that went into this review was largely done by Mr Gaetjens and me, with some support from one of our senior officers. And I think that's the reason I'm struggling with your question. I didn't have 6 EL1s assigned to it. It was primarily the time that Mr Gaetjens and I dedicated to it. And, I'm not sure how I would calculate the percentage of that time, given that the hours that we work in any given week vary enormously.
Will the Gaetjens report ever be made available to us?
Well, Senator Smith, and we want to be careful about where we draw the line in relation to these matters, but I think as Ms Foster has detailed previously, following that advice from the ACT DPP, the work was suspended and obviously remains suspended and will so until other legal proceedings elsewhere are concluded.
I'm trying to tread delicately here, Senator.
And you have, Senator, I'm not suggesting otherwise.
Is the Commonwealth meeting any legal costs in connection with the trial of the person accused of assaulting Ms Higgins?
So, again, there'll be questions either for finance if you're asking about staff, or AGs if you're asking about ministers.
What about your knowledge, Minister?
Well, Senator, I'm conscious of a couple of things. The staff principle or precedent we went through just before, in terms of ensuring that if I'm going to go and give details or information. I've got the right officials present with that detailed information. So these are not the estimates where that is the case. Tomorrow are the estimates where that's the case. And so I think these questions are best addressed there.
Okay. Look, I think my next question will probably receive a similar answer from you, which I accept. So we will bring these questions to finance officials tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Ayres?
Ms Foster, I've got some questions about contract notice. I think it's CN 3795234, relating to a contract with a company called Painted Dog for national opinion surveys.
Certainly, Senator.
An answer to my colleague in the House, Mr Conroy, says that says services under this $400,000 contract are 12 national surveys over 12 months, measuring public trust, satisfaction and experience with Australian public services. It's a large survey. Each survey consists of 1,000 Australians of voting age and is representative by age, gender and state and territory. Can you tell me when PMC started commissioning polling?
Senator, in respect of the contract with Painted Dog Research, the original contract commenced on 13 October 2020 and concluded on 30 June 2021, and that included what we call 3 waves of our citizen experience survey. And I just want to be clear about the point of the survey. It is to ask how public services provided by the APS are being perceived. So it doesn't go to any questions of policy, and it doesn't go to the government's performance. It's very firmly centred in the performance of the Australian Public Service, of the officials.
So the answer to Mr Conroy's question, that it was about measuring public trust, satisfaction and experience with Australian public services, is consistent with what you're
That's correct. So, for example, Senator, the sort of thing we're able to establish through these questions are things like if we look at different cohorts of the population, are we getting a differential between the way different age groups or people of different backgrounds respond to the services being provided?
And it's a pretty, I appreciate it's a line that you're keen to draw, that there's a distinction between the way that citizens perceive the performance of the government and the performance of the public service, but it's polling research nevertheless, isn't it?
Well, Senator, I'm just trying to be very clear about what we ask people, and we spend some considerable time in designing the survey in how to make sure that the respondents understood exactly what we were asking them, how they were responding. One of the other real challenges we have is people's ability to distinguish between what level of government is giving them a service. And so there is quite a bit of contextual information in the survey that tries to make that clear.
Something the Prime Minister's often quite keen to do is distinguish between what levels of government should be held responsible for whatever the current sort of policy catastrophe at the time is. 13th of October 2020 to 13th of June 2021, so the research has not been conducted since June 2021?
So, Senator, I said that was the original contract.
Yes.
And that funded 3 waves of the survey. It was extended to conclude on 30 November 2021, crossing 2 financial years. And so in total, Senator, we've had 4 variations to the contract.
So in
they
effect,
continue
it's
to
really
provide
run
us a
for
survey.
just over a year up until almost the end of last year.
Senator, the latest variation concluded in January this year.
So into the election year.
Senator, I can see Ms Jenkins, who's the responsible officer for this, was trying to
I wondered what was going on over here. Somebody's
interject to
arrived.
make sure that I'm giving correct information.
Hello, Senator. Ali Jenkins, First Assistant Secretary, APS Reform Office. I was just coming online and so I didn't quite catch the AusTender number, but I just wanted to clarify that we do have a contract with Painted Dog to conduct the Citizen Experience Survey that concludes on the 30th of June 2022.
And it's the department, not the PMO, that runs this contract?
It is, Senator.
That's correct.
So is it possible to table the questions that were asked in the last survey?
Yeah, I can absolutely see.
Senator, we can take that on notice. I'm not
we can
sure
take that on notice.
what the, I'd need to look at the questions and
Hang on, she just said yes and then you intervened.
well, because I was just saying that I want to look at the questions before we say categorically yes, Senator. That's, I think.
Well, I mean, this is a $400,000 research program. It's pretty extensive research about citizens' attitudes towards the government.
Well, Senator,
Who receives the results of these surveys?
So, Senator, one of the purposes of the survey work, particularly now we've got more data available to us, is to see where we might need to adapt our approaches, and so we will work with other departments on the results. But Ms Jenkins will be able to tell us who the reports are regularly provided to.
Ms Jenkins?
Thank you, Senator. The reports are regularly provided to a range of different APS entities. They are provided regularly to the Secretary's Board. They're also provided to the Coup Committee. They are circulated.
Sorry, what was that? The what committee, sorry?
The Secretary's
Board.
Board.
The Chief Operating Secretary's Board and also the Chief Operating Officers Committee.
Right.
So that's a grouping, Senator, of each of
We're
the
interested in her finishing her
Chief
sentence,
Operating
maybe.
Officers.
It's okay, I've got it, thank you. Yep. Ms Jenkins?
And then distributed through our networks of public servants across APS agencies.
The Secretary of the Department, does he receive,
Yes, that is correct.
to your knowledge, does the Prime Minister's office receive the results of the survey?
We don't regularly provide it to the Prime Minister's office.
It's a data series, presumably the same questions asked every time?
There's a baseline
So you can
series
construct
of
people's changing attitudes to, what is it, government, or trust, satisfaction and experience with the government?
It's trust and satisfaction with Australian public services.
Mm.
And there is a baseline of questions that have been asked since we started conducting the survey, but we adjust it from time to time.
So when you say you're not sure the basis upon which it's shared with the PMO, not regularly provided to the PMO or not
We
at
do
all?
not, my office does not provide it to the Prime Minister's office.
And to your knowledge, does the Secretary provide it to the PMO?
I have no awareness of it being provided to the PMO.
Senator,
sorry, you go, Ms Foster.
If it were to be provided to the PMO, I would expect that to be done through the Reform Office who does it. We can certainly check that, but I have no indication that it's being passed to the PMO by anyone else other than the Reform Office, who has just said they don't do that.
I mean, it is a baseline and then longitudinal survey with a sample of 1,000 every month, essentially, by the sounds of it.
We also
has enormous utility for political research purposes. And you're satisfied that Mr Gaetjens hasn't passed it on to the PMO?
So, Senator, I said I'd take that on notice and check it, but I have no indication that that's happening.
Can I ask something? Two things, actually. One is, Mr Foster, if it's a non-political survey, can I ask why you were so anxious to jump in when your officer said she could provide the questions to us? Surely there'd be no problem in providing the questions.
Because, Senator, there's a whole range of things I would consider before tabling documents, including whether or not there were commercial incompetence issues associated with the questions, which are developed in collaboration with the company.
This is, I remind you, you do understand this is expenditure of public money.
Yes, I do,
Yes,
Senator.
and the Senate's resolutions about the provision of information, the fact that this might be politically disconcerting is not one of the bases on which you can refuse to.
And that was not the basis of my
Your intervention. It was just quite notable that the officer said she would provide it and you jumped in. It was quite notable.
And Senator Wong, I can remember seeking research documents previously and receiving some of them, but not all of them, and often when I didn't receive them, it was the IP of the contractor that came into play as to why previous governments had withheld parts of that information from public disclosure.
Does this report, is there a report or this data or any report out of this research go to the Service Delivery Subcommittee?
The Service Delivery Subcommittee of Cabinet?
Yes.
Senator, not to my knowledge.
I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Ms Jenkins.
Ms Jenkins. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Also not to my knowledge, Senator.
Right. So you provided, what I want to understand from Senator Ayres' questions, I wasn't quite clear whether this information is just disseminated as is to Secretary's Board, CFO Board, I think you said. Was that all?
The COO Committee and with the Chief Operating Officers Committee.
Yes.
And throughout a network of different public services.
Okay. But that's not raw... Oh, bye-bye. Back.
I'm sorry about that. I think my link just... I'm sorry.
I won't take it personally. But I'm trying to understand, is that the base... Is that the data, or is that a more... what's the word?
It's
sophisticated analysis of the data, and if so, who does that?
Yes, we do supply analysis of the data throughout these networks. Some of that analysis is done by Painted Dog, the research company who undertakes the surveys, and some of that analysis is conducted within my team in the APS Reform Office.
Have you ever had a conversation with anyone from the PMO? Or has anyone from your office engaged with the PMO about this research?
I certainly have, Senator.
You have?
In the early days when we were establishing it, we were very keen to establish the basis on which we were doing it, i.e. that it was a survey that was about public service provision. But obviously when a department goes out and surveys the public, there can be questions for the relevant Minister's office. So we certainly had a number of discussions about the fact that we wanted to do this, how we would establish it, etc. I should also say that Mr Gaetjens has just confirmed that he has not provided the reports to the PMO.
He's much quicker on that than on any of his inquiries.
there a question, Senator Wong?
It's an observation. So, just
Senator, I'm just thinking of one other interaction I had with the Prime Minister's office, which was to indicate our intention to publish the data.
Publish it?
Which we have done, Ms Jenkins.
Annually, I think for the last 2 years.
And I'm sorry, it was an emphatic no in terms of...
That's correct, Senator.
It was an emphatic no in relation to anything, either any aspect of this research or arising out of this research being provided to the service SDCC, the Subcommittee of Cabinet, Service Delivery Subcommittee.
Both Ms Jenkins and I have said that we have no knowledge of the material being provided to that committee, and I wouldn't know, Senator, where else that might come from. If officers who are listening have any other information, I'd invite them to bring that forward to me. But as far as I know, and as far as Ms Jenkins knows, that is a no.
Okay. Can you tell me, just another one of these research marketing sort of contracts, the DPM&C's paid $47,718 to access something called the Age of the Customer Leadership Board. I wonder whether it sounds like that might be something that, while we've got Ms Jenkins here, do either of you know anything about that?
Senator, sorry, I missed the context slightly.
It was a contract for $47,718 to access something called the Age of the Customer Leadership Board, a marketing research tool.
Sorry, Senator, that is not a contract that my team has entered into.
And I have no knowledge of it, Senator.
It's tender CN 3694049. It's a limited tender procurement. Can you tell me which officer authorised that procurement?
Was this a different one? I thought this was the same one.
No, there's more.
Oh.
It never stops.
Senator, sorry, it's not one that the officers have with them on a list. It doesn't appear to be within the last year. Would that be correct?
Yes, it's from 2020 to June 2021.
Senator, let me see if I can get some details quickly of that and come back to you.
Thank you. Ms Foster, can you tell me what was whose idea? There was a pre-election letter, so between the budget and the election, I think, from Mr Gaetjens and Mr Walcott to the APS. Was that distributed sort of an all points bulletin to everybody in the APS? Was it?
Yes, it is. It's what we describe as an open letter, Senator, and we do them on a semi-regular basis.
So it's happened before, has it?
Absolutely, yes, Senator.
Who drafted the letter?
So that's done within Ms Jenkins' team.
Right. You're on the spot for all of these, Ms Jenkins. Has a letter like this been written in a pre-election context before?
My understanding would be no. I'm pretty sure the letters have only been sent out in the last maybe 2 to 2.5 years.
Okay, so there hasn't been a letter like that before. Did the PMO have a role in drafting the letter, Ms Jenkins?
No, Senator.
Was it informed that the letter was being sent?
No, Senator.
Can you tell me what this means? It says, as we move towards the federal election, please familiarise yourself with the caretaker conventions. Consistent with the conventions, you should continue to serve the government with the highest standards of professionalism, integrity and dedication. Why would public servants not do that?
So, Senator, understandably, many public servants aren't as closely involved in the lead up to an election and the caretaker conventions as, say, the PM&C team is. And there are many staff who've never been through an election who've joined since then. And there's quite a lot of misperception about what the role of public servants is during a caretaker period. And I think the point that Mr Gaetjens and the Commissioner were trying to make was to make it clear to all staff that it's our obligation to continue to serve the government of the day while they are the government of the day. And the caretaker provisions, as you know, have some very specific conditions.
Did anyone give any thought to whether it was a good idea to have two former Liberal staffers write to public servants like this on the eve of an election?
So, Senator, as I said, Mr Gaetjens and Commissioner Woolcott have been sending out these open letters for some time now. They are the head of the APS and essentially the head of the strategic people function of the APS, the strategic HR capability, and it is their role to communicate with staff.
I'm just anxious to... I've got a couple of more questions to go. I've got the chair's eyes sort of boring into the side of my head. I can feel it. There's a couple of things that I just want to do before we wrap up. I think around about this time 3 years ago, there was an exchange, which I'll just have to find, where it became apparent that at that time the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff had conducted a meeting with the Electoral Commissioner in the lead up to the 2019 election. And I think from reading it, according to evidence from the Commissioner, Dr Kunkel and a number of other PMO staff had asked a series of questions about when the election could be held. Has Dr Kunkel had a meeting with the Commissioner about this year's election?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, and I'll invite any officers listening to me to correct me if they have a different understanding. He's come to the table to say, yes,
Thanks,
that's
Mr.
correct.
Reid.
Does your arrival mean you have something to say, or just that you enjoy sitting next to Ms Foster?
Senator, it does.
Both.
I have nothing to add to Ms Foster's answer.
Okay. Ms Foster, can you tell the committee anything about Operation Paratus? I understand it's an exercise to test our biosecurity response capacity and the PM&C is involved. Is that correct?
It may be, Senator. It's not something I've been involved with, and I'll see if the officers who deal with that...
Anybody behind you in a position to
Certainly
do that?
not Mr Reid.
Could have let the mystery run for sort of just a few seconds more than Senator Ayres in...
It's late in the afternoon. I'm not in a mystery.
Trying to think through Paratus.
I know it sounds... well, if somebody's in a position to come and answer that question, you might in the interim tell me, I understand that the department bought $20,000 worth of carbon credits. Can you tell me what that's about?
I'll just see if there's anyone sitting here, Senator, who can help us with that question.
CN3, is that 803290?
Senator, Tom Gilmore from Chief Operating Officer. Can you give me the number of that
It's
contract again, please?
3803290.
380, just one second.
3803290.
3290, thank you. Zero. No, I don't.
Senator, while we're looking for the number, Mr. Gilmartin, who is our Chief Operating Officer, isn't aware of any carpet credits being purchased. We've just gone out to ask another officer if they have any information.
Thank you. And then,
and Mr.
while we've got this sort of moving feast, Mr. Jones, you're here in relation to which of the questions I was asking?
Good afternoon, Senator. Trevor Jones, Assistant Secretary, Disaster Preparedness Plans and Incident Management Branch. I believe I'm here in relation to your question about exercise paratus.
Yes. Paratus. There you go.
I might not be getting that corrected.
What is a paratus?
Which of you has? Whilst waiting, I think it's a Latin word.
Thank you,
Senator Ayres, which.
Does it mean dodgy marketing
omnia
stuff, or
paratus
is it
is to be prepared in all things or ready for anything, apparently.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to answer that question myself.
Good, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. I attended a meeting at the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment last week, and that was largely to give both state and territory representatives at that DOR forum an understanding of the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework. Also in attendance was the Director-General Emergency Management Australia. The discussion was facilitated by the former Director-General Emergency Management Australia, Mr. Rob Cameron. That was one of the lead-off activities for what I understand to be an event over the next several years, led by DOR, that will build upon their preparation for the various standing plans that the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment contribute to the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework. I think it's a due diligence preparedness activity that they're undertaking to bring their response plans up to speed, given that the DOR does oversee more than 7 standing Commonwealth plans around various biosecurity.
So it's a series of exercises in biosecurity that will work through each of those 7 areas, is that?
That's correct. That's my understanding, Senator Ayres, but we can gather further information and provide that on notice.
So has it begun yet, or is it?
No, I think that was the event last week was the lead-off engagement to build awareness across both states and territories on the DOR initiative, but they're about to launch into that activity over the next 2 years.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Ms. Foster, could you tell me how many questions asked at the last estimates round did the department fail to answer by 25 March, which is the date set by the committee for the return of answers?
I'll ask Mr. Martin to come to the table. He's got all the data on that.
Thank you. Hey, Mario. Good on, Murray.
Senator, I'm sorry, you're asking about questions on notice?
Yeah. How many did the department fail to answer?
Well, Senator, 135 were taken on notice. I think we've answered 12 to this point.
12?
That's right, Senator.
So it's like an 8% success rate. Like, honestly, there's some people who would make the argument that 100% of questions on notice ought to be answered by the return date. I think that's a fair enough response. I'm probably a little bit more flexible. But somebody tell me if my maths is wrong. Is it 8% or 9%?
Senator, I can't say I could add that up accurately in my head, but that's in the ballpark.
I mean, this is why, Ms. Foster, when officers here say that they'll take something on notice, we just know that it's treating the committee with complete contempt. We will never get an answer. We will never get an answer to 90% of the questions that are taken on notice in this committee. It just makes a mockery of the process, doesn't it?
I was just checking, Senator, to see if Mr Martin had any data from previous estimates, but he only has the current estimates with him.
Well, I do have some questions from
Perhaps
previous
instead of trying
estimates.
to work out, you know, if somebody's done the bad thing before or hasn't done the right thing, do you think it's acceptable?
So, Senator, we make every effort to provide answers to the questions.
Less than 1 in 10.
So, Senator, I can say...
Do you think it's acceptable, Ms Foster? I'm asking you a question. You're the senior person at the table in the absence of Mr Gatens. Do you think that the premier department in the Commonwealth should be satisfied with that level of non-compliance with the Senate committee?
Senator, this department spends a lot of time responding to questions at these hearings, COVID committee hearings, other hearings, and seeking to provide responses. Appreciate the issues you're raising. Of course, also a very truncated time frame between the last estimates and these estimates as well.
Well, that doesn't, because the time frame's the time frame, isn't it? That there's a return date for questions on notice.
Well, I still don't have an answer to my question. I don't need empathy.
Well,
I'd actually like to know, as a matter of setting standards and being leaders in the APS, if the senior PM&C officer at the table believes that PM&C's record, which we've just gone through, is appropriate.
Senator, I think that's
You don't
really
want her to
asking-
answer.
It's asking for opinions from...
No, well, it's actually about the standard for Prime Minister and Cabinet. It's supposed to be the lead agency in the Commonwealth. Is this the standard you set?
And Senator, also the agency that faces questions on a very wide range, widest range of issues, sometimes more sensitive than others. A range of different factors this agency faces, Senator Wong.
So 10% is acceptable, is it, Minister?
Well, Senator, whilst I've lived through debates around numbers of questions answered or proportions of questions answered from both sides of the table in these places for a long period of time, I also note that the debates end up chewing up time when we could be actually discussing policy issues.
In your, much as I'd, really like to entertain a policy discussion, what's the point of that if 10%, if 90% of questions on notice aren't answered?
Senator, we're here
Are there
doing our
any of
best
those
to try-
questions, Mr Martin, where the PMO's office has instructed the department not to answer?
No, Senator.
Do you have, we have the order that I got through the Senate about, I hate calling it the Wong order because it reminds me of the racist jokes people usually make about my name, but, wrong, right. But do we have that?
We do, Senator.
Well, can you remind me? Oh, sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Can you remind me what the numbers were? So this goes to when were they received,
Mr Martin can take
Thank
you
you,
through
Mr.
that.
Martin.
Standing Order 21, Senator.
I'm sorry?
Standing Order 21.
There you go.
So, look, the response that was given, Senator, Standing Order 21 just confirmed there are 135 questions taken on notice. At that stage, none had been responded to. I can confirm that there's a significant number of questions that have been provided to the Prime Minister's office in the lead up to the hearings and are still in process.
How many?
Uh, 81 were provided to the Prime Minister's office for consultation.
Well, that still leaves 50 odd, 54 that weren't, but haven't. So
And there's
less
also,
sorry.
sorry, Senator. Of
What's the delay on the others?
The others are with the Prime Minister's Office for drafting.
Oh, so everything that hasn't been provided is either with the Prime Minister's Office for drafting or for consultation. Is that?
There are 5 that are still with the department for drafting.
Well, it's too hard on you, Ms Foster. It's all in the PMO.
Which is why I was saying, Senator, that we make every effort possible.
Sure, but basically what you've just told me, of
questions.
135, you've provided, what was the number?
81.
No.
Yeah.
How many? 12 had been provided
Yep.
by close of by the appropriate time. You've got 5 still on your plate, so you know, naughty you, but 5 out of 135. But all of the remainder, so what's that? Are with the PMO. No, they're not going to provide any, are they? Why are they drafting?
So, Senator, where the questions relate to matters that the department is responsible for or has information about, we do the drafting. Where they go to, what did the PMO know about, then they're provided to the PMO to respond to.
Have you followed them up?
We do that regularly, Senator.
I don't think they're responding.
A graveyard of accountability in the Prime Minister's Office.
Is that a question, Senator Ayres?
No, he's just good with the pithy summaries.
Observations.
He's very good at that. It's one of his strengths, pithy observations.
Estimates is for questions, not observations.
Well, how about a question as to why does the Prime Minister, Senator Birmingham and his office think it is okay to so disrespect the Senate and to so hide from answering questions?
Senator, there are obviously many pressures constantly on a Prime Minister's office, and in terms of responding to these matters, the Prime Minister is routinely available for questioning himself, but in terms of those particularities on the questions from the last set, I'm happy to...
It's all an allocation of resources, isn't it? There's never any sort of, what's the word? There's always a lot of people who are happy to talk to journalists about a lot of things, but obviously not many people allocated to actually responding to questions from the Senate.
So let me ask a few of these questions from March. Question on notice 230. I asked the department to answer a question that had originally been asked in October of 2019. Probably my first estimates, which was about the execution of a search warrant on a journalist's home. The department was asked what knowledge the Prime Minister, his office and his department had about the execution of a warrant on the home of journalist Annika Smethurst. The department has had 2.5 years to provide an answer. What is the answer?
So, Senator...
You're not going to take it on notice, surely?
I'm just getting someone to check for me, but by the nature of the question you've just read out to me, that sounds like one of the questions we would have referred to the Prime Minister's Office for drafting because it goes to their knowledge, not ours. And so I'm having someone check to see if we have the answer, but I'm not sure that we will have.
So the question was that when and how was A, the Prime Minister, B, the Prime Minister's Office and C, the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet informed of the execution of a search warrant at the home of the journalist?
You should at least answer C.
C. So I'll just have someone check that now, Senator.
Well, I've got a few more, but I might just wait until that person becomes available because I suspect that it'll become too confusing if I move to the next question, which is also 2.5 years old.
I'll just flag, Senator, as we are due to break again in 5 minutes. But...
Two afternoon teas.
Well...
Soft.
I'm also of the view that we should push through to get this done.
Let's push through to get it done,
Okay.
yes, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
So not soft.
Sorry?
Not soft.
hard estimates.
Expedient.
But, sorry, the reason I started mentioning the timetable is we are due to move on to the Governor-General at about 5.
Yep.
At 5?
Well, it was meant to be after the afternoon tea break, which I moved.
Okay.
So, yes.
Yeah, we've made some adjustments.
So, Senator, I was just explaining to the Minister, we're just having a little trouble because of the age of the questions, going back and finding the drafts.
Well,
but we're doing our best.
My question to you
Absolutely.
is about a question on notice, which was indeed a question on notice about a question on notice.
So the current
The current
on
question
notice
is just a few weeks old.
2:30.
Yes.
And
Well, while you're going to this
And Gerard-
issue, can I refer you to question 232, which was from March? I asked the department to answer a question asked in October 2019 about an AFP briefing of the Secretary in relation to Mr Christensen. The original question sought information about who initiated the briefing, who was present, whether a file note was created, and details of other briefings to the Department of the Prime Minister. It's, again, 2.5 years old. Do we have an answer to that question? It's just another one of these accountability things that the Prime Minister wants to wash away.
So, Senator, as you know, question 230 from this year was asking us why we hadn't answered the question that you outlined in detail, and the answer to the question is that we have detailed our response in Senate Order in response to Senate Order 21, which will be to advise that.
So that was tabled for that particular relevant one, Senator, on the 23rd of March 2020, which would have advised when the department provided its drafts to the Prime Minister's Office for consultation.
Well, that doesn't explain C.
And Senator, I'm having someone go back, find the answer and see what we can provide quickly.
So, sorry, can you give me the date of that again? Not the order. Sorry, not the tabling in compliance with the order, but the date of that correspondence being provided to the PMO?
So, Senator, that'll be in that response to Senate Order 21 from March 2020.
Yeah, well, I'm
I'd have to
asking you
check
now.
that. Look, I can certainly check that and come back to you.
Thank you. So you've provided the status of the answer to the question from Senator Ayres in relation to Ms Smethurst and the execution of a search warrant. Your answer is we provided a draft to the PMO on a date that you'll give us, but as yet it hasn't been tabled.
That is correct, Senator.
And essentially in relation to Mr Christensen, is it the same, the question in 232 in relation to Mr Christensen?
Same answer, Senator.
Well, graveyard of accountability isn't too over the top, is it really? Like once something enters the black hole of prime ministerial accountability, it never comes back out again, does it?
Senator Ayres, I don't think it's a fair question for officials. You can make your own commentary.
Well, it was a question. You could choose to answer it.
And Senator Ayres, as I said, the Prime Minister puts himself out there for scrutiny and questions on a very extensive basis.
Well, how about something that is within the department's purview, I think? Question number 228 from March. I asked the department to answer questions asked at a hearing in October 2019 about the appointment of Mr Gaetjens as Secretary of the Department. Ms Foster, do you think that a failure to answer questions about the appointment of the Secretary of the Department to the Senate committee is charged with oversight of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Do you think a refusal to answer that question says something about the department's approach to accountability? Or is this another question that's gone into the sort of vortex of accountability in the Prime Minister's office?
Senator, I'm just checking what the status of that answer is. So, yes, it is. The draft has been provided to the Prime Minister's office.
So there's just no... once something touches the Prime Minister's office, it's gone. You can't... Is that right? Is that how accountability now works?
Was this method something, or this system, or this approach something there was a discussion as between PM&C and the PMO? Because it is pretty extraordinary that, so even the aspects, well, first, pretty extraordinary that even aspects of question which clearly go to the department are sitting in the PMO because they're politically sensitive. But I mean, was there a discussion in which it was indicated to PM&C, look, change your practices, anything that deals with us will do?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. So I think our practice has always been, and Mr Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, that we will draft responses for those questions where we have the information, and we will refer the drafting for those where it's the PMO's information to them. And as I said earlier, Mr Martin does regularly follow up to seek...
How often do you follow up to tell them that they haven't answered?
Well, Senator, we probably talk on a weekly basis with the office.
So every week for 2.5 years they've been told that they've not answered these questions?
Well, we don't specifically cover every question on every occasion, but certainly we do follow up regularly.
Okay.
Can I try with another one? Lucky last. In March, I asked some questions on notice about Mr Morton's new office in Sydney. Question 222. The answer provided said the office was established in January 22. I asked the department what support it provided in establishing and maintaining the office, including costs, but there's just a link to the finance policy.
So, Senator, on that question, I can confirm that the office was established on the 24th of January 2022, following agreement through the Department of Finance that it be established as the Minister's office in December 2021.
Okay, can you tell me whose idea was an office in Sydney for Mr Morton? Was it Mr Morton's or the Prime Minister's office?
Senator, I can't confirm exactly, but we would have been notified by Minister Morton's office.
Would have been? Or were?
I'll check for you, Senator, but that's the usual process.
The process for an additional office would customarily be that the Minister or office holder would make the request through finance.
We might have some questions for finance, but why does Mr Morton need an office in Sydney, Minister?
Well, Senator, and I think when you asked or raised these issues a couple of months ago, I said it's not unusual for ministers or office holders or shadow ministers to have staff based in alternate locations. In this case, I assume that in the case of Mr Morton has led to him having a presence in the CPO.
Yeah, the answer to question 223 says that Mr Morton's primary ministerial office is in his electorate. He's a junior minister. He's got 3 ministerial offices, one in Canberra, one in Perth and one in Sydney. How many ministerial offices have you got, Senator Birmingham?
Well, I have my suburban office in Adelaide and access to a CPO office in Adelaide. and one here.
So a ministerial office here.
And so 3 is not uncommon.
Sorry, you've got your ministerial office here, access to the CPO, which is not what Mr Morton's been provided. He's been provided with a ministerial office in the CPO, access to the CPO and your electorate office. That's not the same as Mr Morton, who's far more junior than you, with a office in Perth, an office in Sydney and an office in Canberra.
Most ministers would have their electorate office with varying staff. In my case, Senator Ayres, all of my Adelaide-based staff work predominantly out of my electorate office unless there's a need for us to be in the CPO. That's just the way I've structured my arrangement, Senator Ayres. But most would have potentially some in their electorate office and a CPO office that is activated as well. And of course, all have a Canberra office.
And is the department in a position to tell me, or Minister, will Finance be in a position to tell me tomorrow how much it's cost to set this new office up?
Finance can answer questions there. I suspect, given it's an existing CPO office in Sydney that's already probably cabled for finance and everything else, I don't imagine that there really is additional cost there.
Does Mr. Morton have an office in the Perth CPO?
Sorry?
Does Mr. Morton have an office in the Perth CPO? Does he only use his electorate office as his ministerial office in Western Australia?
I believe that's the case, Senator O'Sullivan, and pointing out that it's still 3, an electorate office that would also have ministerial staff, a CPO office, in this case it is in Sydney, and a Canberra office.
Senator, I can confirm that Mr Morton does not have an office in the Perth CPO.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions.
So, Senator,
somebody else.
Just coming back, I think, on the paragraph C.
There are 2 things that I can come back with. I think they're still searching for the paragraph C, sorry.
Oh, we're still searching for it.
You asked a question about the age of the customer leadership board. That is actually an advisory service on ICT services in-house. So it's a service that would help us, for example, determine which was the most advanced software to buy, etc. So it's an internal corporate issue. And I think the answer to that question was tabled on November 2020, and that spells out the ICT nature of the contract.
I think there was an answer in the House which said that there was some marketing aspect of this.
So the answer that was tabled in 2020 also talks about research content, but I think that research relates to, for example, software packages, etc. It's not market research in the context that we were speaking about. Mr. Duggan's able to give you some information on the carbon credits.
Oh, thank you.
Issue.
Terrific.
So we could ask him to come to the table.
You asked a question about a contract that we had with Corporate Carbon Advisory Proprietary Limited for $20,130. The purpose of that contract was the purchase of Australian carbon credit units at the request of the UK government to offset the cost of the Prime Minister's travel to the G7 in Cornwall.
I faintly suspected that might be the case, but then I laughed it off and said surely that wouldn't be the case, but it turns out.
So, Senator, we also have an answer now
So
to the Smethurst question.
Basically, the British government asked the Australian government to purchase carbon credits to offset their trip to Glasgow, and PM&C bought the carbon credits that haven't some of the government been criticising?
Senator, the UK government set the objective of running a carbon neutral G7, and they asked all participants, inclingcountries and their guests, to offset the carbon impact of their travel.
Oh my goodness me! To whom was the request made? Was it made at leader level?
That's my recollection, Senator. I'll need to check that, but that's my recollection.
Prime Minister Johnson asked Prime Minister Morrison directly, please offset your travel.
My recollection, Senator, was the letter of invitation made it clear that he would like to run a net zero carbon G7, and asking leaders that were invited to purchase offsets if necessary in order to offset the carbon impact of their travel.
Right.
It's like the worst of gesture politics, really.
So has the Prime
Well,
Minister told
sounds,
us...
Senator, is like the same request was made of all other, certainly all other G7 attendees and possibly others.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, but other governments turned up with a serious sort of set of propositions. We turned up with $20,000 worth of carbon credits. Well, honestly, it's just.
I don't accept that, Senator Ayres, but I won't have a debate with you here.
Ms Foster.
You're about to say something, Ms Foster.
Please
divert us away from this.
So we have an answer to the part C of the question about Smethurst.
John Reid, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division. This was either question 230 or 232, I'm not sure which one it was, but 232, it refers back to question on notice 887.
Yes.
The question one was, when and how was, paragraph C, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet informed of the execution of a search warrant at ABC headquarters in Sydney on 5 June 2019? The answer is that the first notice of that execution came through media reports.
Okay.
Okay.
As in when the raid was first.
That's right, sir.
Thanks, Chair.
Voila.
Thank you very much to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet for making yourself available to get again today for estimates, and we will dismiss you now with our thanks and bring in the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Thank you for joining us today, Minister Birmingham. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.
Which one is it tomorrow? Is it finance tomorrow?
We might just suspend the committee while the officials come to the table. Thank you, Kate. Oh my goodness, I don't know. We're looking to you for answers. I thought you were suspended. Very good. I welcome Mr Paul Singer, Official Secretary to the Governor-General, and Ms Jo Taranowski, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, Deputy Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Mr Singer, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Just a very brief
Thank
statement,
you.
if I may, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Paul Singer, Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Since my last appearance before the committee in February, a primary focus for my office has been to support the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley's visits to many of the flood-affected communities in South East Queensland and New South Wales. In recent weeks, Their Excellencies have visited Brisbane, Gympie, Noosaville and Peregian Beach in Queensland, and Lismore, Ballina, Empire Vale, Woodburn, Corrockeye, Mullumbimby, Wilsons Creek, Windsor, Richmond and Wilberforce in New South Wales. As the Governor-General said in a video message last week, the scale of the damage in these communities is striking, and so is the grief and heartbreak in the community. He says it mirrors what he saw in Normanton and Kalbarri after Cyclone Seroja, and in the many communities that Their Excellencies visited following the devastation of the 2019-20 bushfires in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia. In each of these terrible events, amidst the destruction, tragedy and grief, the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley have observed some common characteristics in how communities respond. They've listened to stories of loss and despair, yet have also witnessed and helped to shine a light on the countless examples of generosity, determination, compassion and kindness. Incredible stories from those involved in the response who have worked tirelessly to help neighbours and strangers alike. They are inspiring stories and they speak to who we are. As the focus in these communities changes from the response to the recovery and the rebuild, Their Excellencies will continue to visit and remain connected with these communities in the coming days and weeks for the rest of their term, just as they continue to do for those regions impacted by the 2019-20 bushfires. For example, in the coming days, Their Excellencies will visit Cabbage Tree Island and return to the flood-affected regions around Lismore and Corrikai. Chair, an ongoing priority for the Governor-General in my office is to increase the representation in the Australian Honours and Awards system by all parts of our community, including lifting the percentage of awards to women, Australians from a culturally diverse background and Indigenous Australians. Pleasingly, this year's Australia Day Honours list included the highest ever percentage in the General Division of the Order of Australia for awards to women, 47%. This reflects the priority the Governor-General has placed on increasing awareness of and engagement with the Order of Australia, particularly in parts of our community that have been historically underrepresented in nominations and therefore awards. My office has commenced a program of comprehensive and ongoing outreach to encourage nominations for the Order of Australia. Incorporating such engagement into the administration of the Order is a step change. It will allow my office to encourage high-quality nominations for outstanding Australians from all parts of the community. We expect this work to both continue the positive trend of more awards for women and also to increase nominations, for example, for individuals from multicultural and Indigenous backgrounds. Our honour system will reflect the great diversity and the strength of Australia. Finally, Chair, I wish to provide advice to the committee with regard to the Senate order for production of documents related to unanswered questions on notice. There were no questions taken on notice by the office during the additional budget estimates, and 14 written questions on notice were received after the last hearing. Responses to all questions were sent to the Senate committee by the nominated due date. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Singer. Senator Ayres.
Thanks, Chair. Is the Governor-General in Canberra this week?
The Governor-General...
That is a sneaky question, Senator Ayres. Mr Singer, you can respond.
The Governor-General is available to fulfil any requirements that he might be required to fulfil, Senator.
Can you tell us whether the Prime Minister's office has indicated to you when the Governor-General ought to make himself available this week?
Senator, every day I come to work ready, myself and that of my office and that of the Governor-General, to respond to any such needs. And every night when I go home, I say, well, it wasn't today, maybe it'll be tomorrow.
Maybe it will be tomorrow, yeah. You might have heard, I don't know whether you're watching or whether a report's been provided to you. I asked a series of questions of Prime Minister and Cabinet about an $18 million allocation in the budget. I think it was from memory, page 155 of budget paper number 2, $18 million for something called the Australian Future Leaders Program. In that discussion with the department, they indicated that you and the office had been engaged in the formation of this. What can you tell us about it?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question, because it gives me an opportunity to talk to why my office, and indeed the Governor-General, are so pleased and in fact excited to be part of such a bold initiative to essentially build the future leadership capability in Australia. This is a new program. It's a new and exciting initiative which will essentially build a cohort of Australian leaders from sectors who are better connected, more collaborative and better equipped to make an impact in the national interest. And as yet, there is nothing like this program that currently exists in Australia. One of the tremendously unique features of it is that it will be truly cross-sectoral. So it's attracted support from the unions, from religious leaders, cultural leaders, those in the bush, the private, the philanthropic, the public sector, the not-for-profit sector. And in so doing, the Australian Future Leaders Foundation has undertaken considerable research and consultation with over 100 stakeholders and analysed over 106 Australian and 20 overseas leadership programs to position this as a truly unique Australian leadership and nation-building program.
And so, $18 million. What will the public get for this? Like, are there programs designed?
Well, what might be helpful for the committee, Senator, is to make it very clear where the responsibility of my office lies, where those of the foundation lie, and where those of Prime Minister and Cabinet and the government lie. So my office, and through the Governor-General, and through the Governor-General's own personal patronage, are excited to be involved with this program because of what it represents.
But you're not administering it. Is that what you're really trying to say? So the Governor-General, I think I took it from the discussion in Prime Minister and Cabinet that there is at least one other similar program in Canada that looks a bit like what is envisaged here. Is that right?
Well, I can paraphrase, and not wishing to speak for colleagues, I can draw comparisons with similar programs in Canada, such as the Governor-General's program, the Commonwealth Studies Conference, which is open to participants from all of the different Commonwealth countries. I think Minister Birmingham may have made reference to leadership programs that are delivered at the state level, sometimes under the patronage of the state governor. But what this is something that's truly nation-building in terms of its ability to build a very diverse and impressive cohort of future leaders.
So nation-building, diverse cohort, how many staff has it got?
As yet, it's got one staff member, the executive director.
That's Mr Hartley?
And that's correct.
Where has he come from?
Well, Mr Hartley has experience in running these types of programs internationally in the past.
Can you point me to some that he's run?
He's been involved with the Commonwealth Studies Conference, which is a program that, as I say, encompasses all Commonwealth countries, is open to participants from across the Commonwealth. He's been involved in programs, similar leadership programs in Malaysia, and he's been an active contributor to a program that's been run here in Australia in the past, which has had similar characteristics to this program, but not the depth and the breadth of the program that's been suggested in this format.
And is this foundation, the Australian Future Leaders Foundation, I think it's called, which got DGR status last week, it's been set up for the purposes of this, by Mr Hartley, for the purposes of this program?
I'd just like to go back to the point where I don't want to be drawn in an area that my office is not responsible for. I can't speak for the entity. The entity is, as you point out, the Australian Future Leaders Foundation.
But sorry to interrupt, but it will be running the work. Well, the $18 million will go from the Commonwealth to Mr Hartley's organisation to essentially administer the program.
That's correct. And if I can just draw a comparison, Senator, as to how this has applied very successfully to similar programs in the past, I draw parallels to, for example, the Sir John Monash scholarships, where there is a foundation that is its own entity, it's separate from government, but from time to time attracts government funding support in order to pursue its interests when they're in the national interest.
And how did Mr Hartley become known to you and to the Governor-General? Is he someone that either you or the Governor-General know?
Well, I think the Governor-General may have had a tangential peripheral relationship with him through other means in the past, for example, through a centenary rowing regatta for the King's Cup in the UK. But yeah,
Is this the one
that's entirely
famously
separate.
where there was, I think, some report in the New York Times or something about 16 bottles of cognac or something at some event?
Oh, I can't speak to that, Senator. I've got no knowledge of that.
So peripherally known to him, is that the phrase that you used?
Yes, I have a understanding and would be happy to provide confirmation if I was to take it on notice and discuss with the Governor-General that the Governor-General had a knowledge of Chris Hartley before this proposal for this program was made, approximately 2 years ago.
So one staff at this stage?
Yes.
Is there an office? Physical office, to your knowledge?
Well, not to my knowledge, but again, these are questions for the foundation.
Sure, I just want to know what's within your knowledge.
Sure.
Got a website?
I think another point that might be of assistance here, Senator, is the timing for the launch of this program. As you'll appreciate, the Governor-General, through his patronage-like relationship with this entity, well, essentially with the program, has been very seized of wanting to ensure that in no way was the program politicised and that it in fact had attracted bipartisan support. So in terms of the recent funding that's been confirmed by the government, it's been a considered view that it would be better to launch the program outside of the margins of the election so as to ensure that it has some clear air and avoids it being politicised.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. So are you trying to say that all of this work hasn't been only one staff, no office, no website, doesn't have a phone number, I don't think. That's all on hold pending getting to the other side of the sort of election period?
Well, I think it would have been unviable for the entity to have established or have secured any additional resources without confirmed line of funding, whether that be through government or private means. And now, as I understand, the foundation is in the process of establishing what will be a very impressive board. It has the support of...
So when you say impressive, who's on the board?
I think, Senator, in fairness, it would be premature for me to announce that in this forum.
But you know who's on the board?
I'm aware of who's been approached. I'm not aware of any final decisions being made.
You know that's not a basis for refusing to answer a question at Senate estimates, don't you?
I appreciate that, Senator, and I want to be as helpful as I can, but nor do I wish to stray into territory and speak for a foundation of which is at arm's length from my office.
We said bipartisan support. Has the Prime Minister's office been consulted?
Indeed. In fact, it would be unnatural for the Governor-General not to discuss these things with the Prime Minister.
But you said bipartisan support. Has the opposition been consulted?
As he has done with the Leader of the Opposition.
Consulted the Leader of the Opposition?
Yes, he has, Senator.
$18 million. It's pretty significant expenditure.
So $18 million over 5 years, and again, Senator, the funding arrangements have not been a matter for my office. They've been a...
This is what I'm interested in. It's not... I appreciate that there's an objective somewhere in the middle distance, and it hasn't been really explained either by you or by the department how this is going to further this public policy objective. I think I understand sort of what the objective is, but how do you come up with $18 million if you don't, if you can't... Perhaps it's unfair for me to ask you this question, right? But to your knowledge, where has the $18 million figure come from and the $4 million worth of ongoing funding? Where's that?
Again,
where's that from?
Senator, I want to be as helpful as I can. I've not been involved in those funding arrangements. It's been a matter for the Foundation and the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. So I can comfortably and very happily speak to the objectives and the value of the program as we understand it and why it is that the Governor-General wishes to be involved and lend his support. What I'm not in a position to do, Senator, because I've not been engaged in this process, is the mechanics of how the funding arrangement has been finalised.
And Prime Ministers and Cabinet indicated that it was the office that raised it initially with PM&C. That's right, isn't it? It's an initiative from the office, not...
Well, I think it'd be fair to say we made the introduction, yes,
Yeah.
Senator.
Is Mr Hartley known to the Prime Minister?
Again,
was he a stranger to him when the discussion was had?
I'm not aware of any connection at all
Okay.
between Mr Hartley and the Prime Minister.
What's the budget allocation for your office in 21-22 and 22-23? Can you tell me?
So 22-23, we've got appropriations totalling $30 million, Senator.
And 21-22?
And 21-22, we had $36 million. You might recall that additional funding of approximately $6 million related to a departmental capital budget, which was associated with an IT modernisation project and the Honours digital mapping process.
So IT modernisation, is that the, also capital works at the Governor-General's residence in Sydney?
Oh, you'll recall, Senator, I've mentioned and provided a number of updates.
That's in that $6 million, is it?
It's actually not, Senator. We've funded that through our administered capital budget.
Right, thank you. Okay, I asked you some questions in February about the settlement that's been reached with the disgraced former High Court Judge Dyson Heydon in the context of his, the fact that he holds our, I think it's our highest order, the AC, isn't it?
Yes, Senator.
I think you said at the time that you're unaware of the settlement with Mr Heydon's victims, and I think you said, of course, I'd like to ensure that the Council has the opportunity to fully consider this in the context of its terminations and cancellations, and I expect when it next meets it will be on the agenda of items to consider. Then you went on to say, the fact that there's been an announcement of the settlement today is, I think, important in terms of the milestones around these processes. And I think, following the hearing, I asked a question on notice about this matter, but you refused to answer, directing me instead to the ordinance and a statement made by Mr Stone in 2020. Can you tell me why?
So can I just clarify, Senator,
Yep.
you indicated that I wasn't aware of the settlement when we last...
Yeah, that's
spoke
what
on
my
the
notes
14th
say.
September.
I wasn't...
You might recall we did actually speak about the settlement, and I indicated that I was aware that the settlement had been reached
Yes.
that day. I wasn't aware as to the terms of the settlement, nor would I expect
Yes, okay,
to.
that might... Yes, thank
And
you.
I did indicate at the time that that would be an important consideration when the Council next met in terms of their full consideration of this matter. And this matter, through my response to your question on notice, Senator, I'm not trying to avoid the question, but I am trying to protect the principle of confidentiality which underpins the Australian Honours and Awards system. And I wouldn't wish in any way to compromise a process that is currently playing out by engaging in a conversation which might either jeopardise or prejudice that outcome.
Well, has the Council met since our hearing in February?
The Council traditionally meets in February and these items were on the agenda for consideration.
So, sorry, so the answer is yes and yes.
Yes.
It's met and the items were on the agenda. And so does that mean, I'm trying to work with what the boundaries that you're trying to set for this discussion. Does that mean the Council is considering the matter? Is that how would you characterise where it's up to?
Senator, it's always been the policy of the Council and the official secretary, who traditionally sits as a secretary for the Council, not to speculate on individual matters. Again, I've tried to be helpful to the extent that is appropriate to answer your question, Senator, without prejudicing an outcome that may or may not be under consideration. But what I will say, and try and assist as clearly as possible, is that these matters are under constant consideration of the council, and they consider them very, very carefully. And of course, I'm speaking in general terms there about such matters rather than the specific terms of...
Because we've canvassed a number of other matters. Have any of those been determined?
Again, Senator, without speaking to the specifics of individual cases, there are a number that you'll appreciate are under active consideration by the council.
Yes, what I was trying to get to is, have any of the matters that we have traversed, which largely relate to allegations that have been dealt with and been the subject of findings in the Child Abuse Royal Commission, I think is the best way of characterising them. Has the council made any decisions about any of those matters?
So there have been decisions taken around terminations and cancellations, not necessarily around the specific examples that you raise, Senator. And the other complication here in relation to the consideration of these matters for the council is the ability for the council to physically come together throughout the COVID period. Given the weightiness and the significance of these types of matters, I think you would appreciate and understand that the council would wish to have the opportunity to discuss them fully and fulsomely, rather than running the risk of not having all of the information available to them before making such a decision.
It does look like, though, there is real inertia here. You know, I think we've discussed, so put aside the fact that Mr Hayden's utterly disgraced. So there's that matter, and you say that it was on the agenda in February, but no decision. These other matters have been, I think, at the very least while I've been here, I think since October 2019 all the way through, these issues have been sitting there.
I think one of the questions...
And I appreciate these aren't decisions that you'd make on the papers, but for victims of child sexual assault, and in all these other matters, people in the public seeing these people still holding our highest orders, like that's not a sustainable position, is it? What explains the inertia?
Well, I think there's a number of elements to that question, Senator, if I can just address them one by one. I don't accept that there's been no action. I accept that it may be slower than some may wish. But, for example, in the last 5 years, there's been 6 terminations or cancellations for different reasons. And when a decision is reached, that is gazetted in the Commonwealth Gazette. In relation to one of the matters that you and I have traversed on successive occasions, the Constitution for the Order of Australia actually prevents the Council from being able to do anything because the member ceases to be a member of the Order upon their death. Whether that's acceptable, right or wrong, that's what the Constitution currently allows for.
But we've gone around in circles about this for years now. I mean, the Constitution is an artifice that is capable of amendment. That's not something that couldn't be resolved, is it?
No, but again, I think these things take
just
time.
Hasn't been resolved.
And I just wish to again make it clear that neither the Council or my office are responsible or able to make those changes. It does require a recommendation from the government via the Governor-General to the Queen to make those changes to the Constitution.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Senator, sorry, may I just...
Oh, yes, of course, sorry.
Sorry, Senator, I just want to circle back and make it very, very clear. I'm not sure if my answer earlier was ambiguous about the relationship between the Governor-General or the Prime Minister, for that matter, with Mr Hartley. There is no existing relationship with either of them.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayres, and thank you very much, Mr Singer, for coming in this afternoon at a slightly different time to what we originally anticipated.
Early finish.
And we will now bring in the ANAO, and given that we have a few officials and ministers to swap around, the committee might briefly suspend while we rearrange. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Reconvene, and I welcome back Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, Assistant Minister for Forestry and Fisheries and Industry Development, Mr Grant Hare, Auditor General for Australia, and other officers of the Australian National Audit Office. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Auditor General, do you wish to make an opening statement? No, thank you. No? Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Thank you. I note that you've listed the Urban Congestion Fund on your draft audit program, Mr Hare, for the coming year. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, can you tell us why you've listed the fund, essentially?
Sorry, I'll just get... In what way? Sorry.
Well, can you tell us what the basis is of listing the Urban Congestion Fund in the audit program?
As we set out in...
I know I might have suggested that you should at some point, but I'd just be interested in knowing what the rationale for that was.
Largely because it's a large grant program. It's quite significant in the level of expenditure, and therefore we thought it was material to undertake an audit of.
And it's the same fund that made adverse findings. It's the same fund for which the Audit Office made adverse findings about the car park.
Car parks was part of the fund, I think that's right. Yes.
What? Has early work begun?
No. It's on our draft audit work program. It's we wouldn't normally consider starting it until we finalise the program for next year. So,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Our work program usually has more audits on it than we end up doing. So it depends on where it sits in our priorities during the year as to whether it gets done.
And those findings, in which I think my friends in the House of Representatives call the pork and ride scheme, car park rorts more popularly. So those findings, is it generally your experience that failings in one part of a program generally infect the rest of the program?
We wouldn't go into an audit with a particular view about how the rest of the program operated.
And when's the audit program going to be finalised, Mr Hare?
We finalise the program usually in the first week of July. Okay. So we're in the consultation phase at the moment, and then we finalise it for the next financial year.
I know it's just checking. It might be the source of some disappointment to the chair and her colleagues, but I don't have any further questions for the Audit Office. I don't pull the rug out from under you all.
Goodness me.
I like you a lot more.
It's almost impossible to imagine.
Chair, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth.
Indeed. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
And there's the gift horses.
Thank you for attending. It's
Without
good
the
to see you
stable
again.
door being closed.
First question is government's response, that's state and federal, to COVID-19, but I'm focusing on the federal. Government's response to COVID-19 has caused harm to so many Australians, economically, socially, and to their physical and mental health. Adverse reactions, vaccine mandates, the fear of death from provisionally approved injections that haven't been fully tested and that are still experimental has affected our freedoms and way of life. What have you done to audit and to report on the management or mismanagement of Australia's COVID response?
We initiated a series of audits for COVID starting last year. I'll just have to... I can run through them, but basically what we did was we started a program of audits which we broke up into 3 stages. One, to look at the initial preparation and rollout of a number of COVID initiatives. The second, to look at the implementation phase, and the third, which we haven't commenced yet, to look back and sort of do an overview of how the response was. The first phase of our audits looked at issues such as which were more around the planning side of things. We did an audit of the Services Australia COVID measures and enterprise risk framework, so how Services Australia established its COVID response. One on how the tax office set itself up to implement government programs, and particularly focusing on how it did a risk assessment on that. And a audit on the broader public service response, so how the public service reorganised itself and moved resources around as a whole to meet demand in areas like Service Australia, where there was significant demand on service delivery as a result of COVID. We've undertaken 2 audits on the procurement and deployment of the National Medical Stockpile. We've undertaken an audit on the international travel restrictions and the effectiveness of the design and implementation of travel restrictions. We've undertaken an audit of the human biosecurity practices at international airports and the effectiveness of those policies. Today we tabled an audit on the administration of the JobKeeper scheme, and we have audits on overseas crisis management and response, so how the government organised to bring people back to Australia, those factors, which is scheduled to tabling later this month, next month. And then another audit on the aviation sector, the government's support for the aviation sector, which is underway, and an audit of the vaccine rollout program, which is underway. So we've had quite a comprehensive audit program with respect to the government's policies on COVID-19, which we've done and have finished and are underway. We've also got some audits on our program relating to issues like debt management, how COVID-19 has affected debt management, the COVID Safe app, and the consumer travel support program. So that's sort of the extent of our work to date in those areas.
Thank you. That's a fairly comprehensive response. Thank you very much. It seems to me, and I'm looking at this remotely, it seems to me that they're about the way programs were implemented, designed, rather than the actual basis of the programs. Is the data underpinning the programs, the evaluation of the injections and the fact that we spent $8 billion plus on them?
We look at the design of programs and their administration. Our role isn't to go to the policy decision as such. So the merits of the policy decision tends to sit outside of the work that we undertake. So,
thank you. It's a pleasure dealing with Mr. Hare because he just tells it as it is. It's refreshing. Second question, the purchase of COVID treatments such as Molnupiravir for $300 million to treat just 100,000 Australians seems to have been overly hasty, as we now hear that it may be harmful to humans. Will you investigate the high costs, the processes and accountabilities in relation to treatment approvals?
It's not currently on our program, but as I normally respond, if you think there's an audit topic there that we should look at, well, I'm happy to consider it if you...
We think there's a huge topic there.
Yeah,
we'll draft something.
If you draft something and send it to me, we'll have a look at it. As I said to Senator Ayres, we're in the middle of finalising our audit program for next year, and we treat all requests seriously.
Thank you. Are you able to find out whether the Morrison-Joyce government gave AstraZeneca, the vaccines away to other countries for use on their people, because of the adverse effects it had on Australians?
That's quite a difficult question. If we undertook an audit of that, we could... No, that's a difficult question. It's unlikely that we'd scope an audit to go to, because your question went to motives for a decision, whether it go to motives for a decision. I would have thought that would probably be outside the scope of an audit. We go to the evidence underpinning decisions. Our audits tend to look at the robustness of the advice given by departments to ministers to make decisions, but we'd normally see the questioning of the motives of decision makers, government, as being outside of our legislative remit.
Okay. Other treatments, such as ivermectin, could have had enormous promise in the treatment of COVID-19, and they have shown enormous impact overseas. They've stopped the virus in its tracks. Yet ivermectin was stopped dead due to bureaucracy and the lack of an approval by the TGA. Can you audit their processes and their responses? Because it includes billions of dollars that could have been avoided had ivermectin been approved here in this country.
We could certainly audit their processes. The challenge for us in technical areas like that is we rarely go to question the merit of their decision because you've got an expert panel who are assessing expert evidence. So, we would rarely get to a place under our auditing standards where we could say we would have made a different decision than them. All we can say is this is the information that was in front of them and the decision that they took. So again, it's a challenging thing for us to audit because it's not usually part of what we would do. The decision would have to be so much at odds with the evidence base for us to make any comment in such a space.
Could you make comment as to whether or not a process for approval is appropriate? My understanding is that someone who wants to get a drug approved has to make application. Fair enough. But it seems that if there's merit in a proven, safe, effective, affordable, accessible treatment, and it's been investigated by doctors in this country and they've come to the conclusion that they need to use this, they're not allowed to. In fact, they were stopped from using it. So are you able to consider those kinds of things? Should the TGA or someone in the health department have got out and said, we need to get this approved. We can't wait for someone to submit an approval, submit an application.
What we tend to audit if we're in that type of space is whether the organisation followed its policy and procedures for making those decisions. So we'd have an expectation that an organisation like the TGA would have a pathway in its normal procedures and for urgent procedures for how it made decisions.
As it does.
And we would normally, in that type of circumstance, undertake, if we were doing an audit in the area, look to see whether the procedures were followed, and if they weren't followed, there was clear evidence for why they took another path. So it would be very much a process type of audit would be the normal type of thing we'd do.
So let me test my understanding then. If there's a policy and a process, you will test adherence to that.
Yep.
If the policy is flawed, we will test adherence to that.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yep.
Thank you. That's very clear. COVID management flip-flopped and caused unnecessary concern. Is there any way you can improve, as an AO, future planning, responses and management?
We've made a number of recommendations in the audits that we've undertaken about the government, how government can respond to COVID. I think, in summary, what our audits have generally found is that the response by government agencies to the implementation of policies in the crisis has been quite good. What we've tended to find is that the readiness wasn't what you might have expected. So most of the recommendations that have come out of the audits that I mentioned previously tend to, there's recommendations coming and findings coming out of the audits that I mentioned earlier, which go to how departments could improve their readiness for emergency response, so that they're better prepared. But our audits, I think, overwhelmingly are quite positive with, once the crisis happened, how well the public sector responded in that environment. I think it's been largely, they've almost all been pretty positive from that perspective.
So I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm just checking. So whether or not JobKeeper was implemented, that's not your purview. How it was implemented is your purview.
That's broadly correct. If when the agency is putting it forward in designing the proposal they put to government, didn't have any, what they put forward was inconsistent with the evidence base that they had in front of them, then we'd comment about the policy advice process to government, and then, but not about the decision, and then we'd go on and look at the implementation. So our focus is on the actions of the department. The policy decision that comes out of that is a matter for government and ministers, and we tend not to go there.
So
there is a hierarchy there. I'm talking about sort of the high-level policy decisions, administrative policy decisions about how you do things. We tend to go to the effectiveness of those.
And if it involves a technical issue with experts on a panel, you're not equipped to handle that because it's outside your area. So you might look at the various submissions and then arrive at whether or not the decision was sound, but generally if it's technical, it's outside your scope. Unless
the evidence is clear that the body didn't take account of the technical advice, like the evidence that they were confronted with was different from their conclusions and they behaved differently in that circumstance, we'd comment on that. But we wouldn't try and remake decisions for people or say that they should have made a different decision. We'd be pointing out the evidence base around it.
Thank you. Can you audit commercial in confidence contracts and report back?
Yes.
You can?
Yes. Most contracts have a clause in them that says that we can access, they're required to have a clause that says that we can access their information, and even if they don't, we can access them.
So how would we go about doing that? Making a request to you?
Yeah, make a request.
All right. Last question,
What sort
Chair.
of things did you have in mind?
The contracts that taxpayers have been entered into on their behalf by the government with regard to purchasing $8 billion plus worth of vaccines.
Is that in our current order? Okay. Yeah. No, we're doing the rollout of the vaccines, not the purchase procurement at the moment.
Because we have asked for copies of the contract, as have other countries, and we've been told that they're commercial in confidence, can't see them. But $8 billion is a massive transfer of wealth from the taxpayers of this country to pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah. For us to do audits in that space, we come to an issue that that we confront occasionally with the Senate. We might do the audit and find conclusions, but if to the extent we don't publish the contract material, we tend not to make it available. And if the government's claiming commercial in confidence or some public interest immunity, we tend not to override that except in this extreme circumstance. But that doesn't stop us from doing the audit, because an audit of a procurement is a value for money audit, so it's just...
That's what we're getting at.
It's about the level of disclosure that you have.
No, I accept that. They've got to, if the government says it's commercial in confidence, I don't think that's right, but let's say that is correct, then you will not divulge any of the contract details, but you will assess whether or not its value and whether or not it was done properly.
Yeah, but generally when we're doing procurement audits, and we tend to use the Senate definition of commercial in confidence to make judgments about the extent to which something is commercial in confidence, which my recollection is goes to the profit margin and things like that as being the core things around commercial in confidence.
Thank you. Last question. This is a question for the Minister because it involves an opinion. If the audits that I've discussed are outside the purview of the Australian National Audit Office, should they go to a Royal Commission? Because Senator Hanson has been calling for a Royal Commission and many Australians are resonating with that.
In terms of the issues you raise, the best, I mean, obviously we have Senate estimates to inquire on these matters, various Senate committee processes. We've just talked about the capacity and scope of the Auditor General. I'm not convinced that the threshold for a Royal Commission has been met. I mean, it's a response to so many things these days, many of them worthy, but they're a huge impost on the taxpayer. And, you know, if there are specific proposals, I'm sure you'll be welcome to put them up ahead of the election, but that's not the intention of the government to do that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again, Mr Hare. It really is a nice, refreshing change to get direct answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. If no other senators have questions for the ANAO, then that will conclude our committee's examination of both your agency and all of the agencies for today. The committee will resume tomorrow, Tuesday the 5th of April, to examine the Department of Finance. I would like to thank the ministers and officers who have given evidence to the committee today and thank Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. And I now declare this meeting of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee adjourned.